light emanates from the monster's core, revealing a colossal dragon emerging from within, leaving the person utterly shocked. Recognizing the impossibility of defeating this creature, the person drops their weapon and sits on the ground. Approaching closer, the dragon exhales a formidable flame, engulfing the individual and causing their armor to get destroyed. This subjects them to intense agony, leaving their comrade in shock. Sitting in his office, the comrade holds his head in disappointment, realizing that the haunting nightmare from the past is returned. Just then, a few helicopters descend upon Ark, the renowned Psycho Association. In one of the helicopters sits a 10-year-old child named Lee Han, hailing from a humble background but displaying exceptional talent. He recalls the astonishment of the army official who encountered him as the leader of a criminal group called the War Orphan Group. At such a young age, the official, recognizing Han's remarkable abilities, deemed him highly valuable, and instead of sending him to jail, he decided to send him to Ark. Curious if he was one of those psychic superhumans, Han asked the official. In response, the official revealed that he was not an ordinary individual but someone who could potentially become humanity's savior. The official explained that Han would enjoy all the luxuries of life at Arkansas. However, Han raised a concern, stating that he would be the only one enjoying those luxuries while his younger siblings would not. Therefore, he requested that the organization take responsibility for his younger siblings' welfare, including food, clothing, shelter and education, if they wanted him to join Ark. After some contemplation, the army official agreed, promising to shoulder all the responsibilities of Han's younger siblings as long as he remained at Ark. Recalling this, Han stands up from his seat as the helicopter prepares to land. Finally, the helicopter touches the ground and the door swings open. As Han gazes at the association before him, he remembers the army official's words about his abilities not being of the highest rank, and that he will need to work hard to survive. As he steps out of the helicopter and walks toward the building, determined to prove himself, he suddenly hears a commotion behind him. Turning around, he finds a crowd of children gathered around someone. In the midst of the crowd stands a boy tormenting a young child, asserting that he lacks any ability and was brought there against his will. He blames the new recruits like the child for being treated equal to him and finds it disgusting. In response, the other children in the crowd begin to shout, protesting his remarks. Seething with anger, he charges his hands with his power and lifts rocks from the ground, showcasing his psychic abilities as a result of his training. Witnessing the rocks floating in the air, the children are astonished, as it's their first time witnessing a psychic ability. Holding a stone, the boy turns to the child on the ground, stating that he'll be sent home if injured and asserting that Ark is no place for someone like him to survive. He implies that the child will be grateful to him in the future and sends the stone in his direction. However, just before it can hit the child, Han arrives and catches it, remarking on its slow speed, leaving the child astonished. Surprised by Han's ability to block the stone, the boy inquires about his identity. In response, Han states that he is his etiquette teacher and tosses the stone to the ground. Shortly after, a physical confrontation between the two begins, attracting the attention of the other children, who enjoy the spectacle and cheer Han on. Approaching them, a muscular army official shouts loudly, causing them to turn and see him advancing. With an angry expression on his face, the person instructs both Han and the other boy to step forward. Annoyed by their fighting amongst each other, the soldier asks for their names. In response, the boy introduces himself as Del Simon, and Han also introduces himself. Looking at Del following the proper code of conduct of the association, the soldier remarks that he seems to have received his training and asks if his ability is manifested. In response, he states that he can only use telekinesis so far, while Han watches them with confusion, unable to understand the jargon they use. Hearing Del's reply, the soldier punches him in the stomach so hard, causing him to experience intense pain, and asks why he was trying to act arrogant with only this level of abilities. While Han watches in shock, the soldier turns to him, stating that he liked the fact that he stood up for the weak. However, even then he punches Han forcefully, stating that if he is not even as capable as Del, he is useless. As Han crashes to the ground, the soldier turns to the other children, stating that they will become first years soon, and if they are unable to use telekinesis by then, they will be expelled. With that, the person introduces himself as John Red, stating that he is their instructor and will be training them to transform them into psychic warriors capable of fighting dragons. Stating that they should start right away, John instructs them to run laps around the training ground until he stops them and tells them to start running. After some time, while the children keep on running, Han seems pretty comfortable, thinking that he is used to such activities. Meanwhile, various other children start falling to the ground having lost all their stamina, causing their instructor to expel them one by one. Watching the children get expelled, Han thinks that he can endure tough training but is worried about his psychic abilities. Meanwhile, Del, who is running at a distance from him, wonders if he will be able to display the same level of ability as Han did. Meanwhile, the child who was being bullied by Del also loses all this stamina and falls to the ground with tears welling up in his eyes. Watching him lying on the ground, John comes to him telling him to go home and rest if he cannot endure such tough training, causing him to become disappointed. Just then Han comes to him and helps him get up, stating that he cannot go home like that since he has not given up, and turns to the child asking if it is not the case, and he agrees. Hearing that, the soldier becomes silent, while Han helps the boy proceed forward, giving him a shoulder. After some time, the soldier tells them to stop, causing them all to crash to the ground, badly exhausted. Counting them again, the soldier states that they were originally 73, out of which only 40 are left after the trial. Stating that this is all for that day, the soldier tells them that they will start the real training the next day, in which they will have to run the same number of laps as they did every morning. Hearing that, all of the children except Han become shocked. The next day, at 5 o'clock in the morning, John starts the training, making the children run once again with Del and Han leading them while competing with each other. At 8 o'clock a.m. they are given their breakfast, 1 hour after which they go to attend their lecture. After attending the lecture with interest, Han goes to the mess with the other children and receives his lunch. Taking the lunch from the counter, he goes to Kiro, the boy he helped, and states that they should eat together. In response, Kiro smiles while Han thinks that he is his first friend in Arc as well as in life. While they are busy talking, Del comes from behind holding his tray and gives a cold gaze to Han, causing him to reciprocate the same. While Del moves on to the other children, Kiro reveals that he is a child who received a gifted education in the United Kingdom. Although he does not want to admit it, Han states that Del is a child who can use all the abilities and expresses the need for them to learn telekinesis within 3 weeks. In response, Kiro reveals that he can already use telekinesis, making Han astonished. After having their afternoon lectures, combat training, and evening run, they have their dinner, showers and attendance, and go to the dormitory for rest. Lying on his bed, Han tries to fall asleep but is unable to do so despite this place being incomparably nicer than the one he used to live in. He misses his home and wants to go back but dismisses the idea, thinking that he cannot be so weak. After 2 weeks, a lot of children become capable of using telekinesis, but Han cannot perform it no matter how hard he tries. Anxious about what to do, Han realizes that there is only one person who can help him in that matter, which is Del. The next day, while Del is sitting with his friend, Han comes to him, causing him to laugh, rudely asking what is the case. In response, Han states that he is already aware of it, causing him to laugh, remarking that he is standing a little too tall for making a request and should be a little respectful. Despite feeling enraged at that, Han thinks that his pride is not something important at the moment and gets on his knees. Making Del surprised, in a respectful tone, Han then requests that he teach him the telekinesis method, causing him to stay silent in response for a while, before telling him to get up, stating that he should not complain about his methods. Later, Del asks his friend to give him a pencil. Taking the pencil, Del goes straight to Han and pierces it in his heart, causing him to become shocked at this unexpected act. The following day, John gazes out of his window while smoking a cigarette, realizing that it's already the day of the incorporation ceremony. While he is lost in thought, someone unexpectedly opens the door and enters, calling out to him. Turning around, John recognizes the person as Octo, one of his colleagues. Octo, looking at John smoking a cigarette, feels disgusted, which annoys John in return. Taking a seat, Octo inquires about his new recruits, but John responds that all of them seem useless, surprising Octo. Stating that there are only 2 of them who seem useful, John reveals the first one to be Del, who, despite having a crass personality, has power beyond the level of a first-year student. Upon hearing this, Octo identifies Del as a student from the Royal Psychic Institution in the United Kingdom and expresses high expectations for him. John then recalls the other recruit, Han, describing him as an honorable kid with superior mental qualities compared to the rest. Although John regards Han as strong as a soldier, he emphasizes that Han is merely human and not a superhuman, and if he cannot use psychic powers, he cannot stay there. Hearing that, Octo changes the subject, asking if John knows what the kids call him, and he agrees, stating that it must be some weird name, causing him to smile in response. Sometime later, John stands before the rows of students, announcing their imminent entry into the first year but clarifying that it only applies to those ready to become psychiers. Hearing this, Kiro looks nervously at Han, knowing he still can't use telekinesis. Meanwhile, John explains that their test will be based on outer manifestation, explaining that those who can use the ability of telekinesis can remain, and the rest can leave. John points to Octo, instructing those with telekinesis abilities to line up in front of him and directing those without abilities to the personnel and a helicopter on standby to take them home. Among the personnel, Han spots Major Kong, the person responsible for sending him to Ark while looking after his younger siblings. Meanwhile, John urges the children to hurry and move in their respective directions, causing some to excitedly run towards the technician, while others sadly approach the helicopters. While Han stands still among them, Kiro calls out to him anxiously. Hearing his voice, Han closes his eyes and puts his hand on his heart, remembering how Del pierced a pencil into his heart. Shocked by this sudden, unexpected act, Han crashed to the ground and held his heart, asking if it was not similar to an attempt to kill him. Holding the blood-stained pencil in his hand, Del assured him that it was not a deep wound, telling him not to worry and to focus better with some pain. He revealed that this injury would become his psychic channel. Leaving Han surprised, Del explained that he could imagine pulling out his psychic energy through that injury, which is not something he could do by just grasping his chest for days on end. With that, he moved back to his friend while Han looked at him with astonishment, realizing that Del was aware of the fact that his core was at his heart. Remembering that, Han holds his heart tightly, thinking that he is now able to feel the psychic energy but becomes confused about how to pull it out. While he is thinking, John calls out to him, stating that he is the only one left and telling him to quickly move. Ignoring the call, Han stands there with his eyes closed, trying to figure out how to access his psychic energy, causing Kiro to become increasingly anxious. Growing enraged by Han's disregard for orders, John angrily approaches him, causing the other students to watch in fear. Reaching near him, John states that the orders of a superior for a soldier are absolute, and raises his hand in the air in order to launch a punch, stating that there are no exceptions. Watching that, Han becomes anxious, thinking that he really needs to do something, when he suddenly notices a pen in John's pocket. Just then, John launches a forceful punch at him, causing him to crash to the ground at a distance. Thinking that he has no other choice but to do that, Han looks at the pen he managed to take out of John's pocket. While John and the other children watch in confusion, he pierces the pen into his heart, thinking that he will need to make it deeper to pull out more energy. Watching that, John angrily grabs him by his clothes, asking if he has a death wish. Dropping down the pen after getting a deep wound on his body, Han is unable to channel his energy, causing him to become disappointed and lower his head. Seeing psychic energy in his eyes, taking a sigh, John remarks that he has never seen someone as untalented as him and drops him on the ground, moving away. After walking a few steps, he turns around again, congratulating Han, which makes him confused. Having been allowed to enter the first year, Han gets up and moves toward the line of telekinesis ability users, while Kiro runs to him, asking if he is all right. Octo, who is standing at a distance, gives him a wristwatch, stating that it is a token of passing, making him confused. Looking at the watch, Han realizes that it is the bracelet terminal with his number and arc, state-of-the-art technology, and wearing it will complete his registration automatically. Thinking all that, he remarks that it is incredible, and Octo agrees, stating that it has many different functions. Just then, John calls out to all of them, stating that the class allocation will soon be complete, and telling them to gather in their classes after checking it. He explains that each grade in ARC is split into 4 classes, from A to D, based on abilities. The allocations were made based on the results of the 3-week training, but they can always advance to the next grade or class if they are skilled enough. Congratulating the remaining 25 students, John states that they must have thought of him as a weird person up until now. However, stating that they were wrong about that, John reveals that he is even weirder than their thoughts. With that, the children are divided into the 4 classes, with Del being the only one in Class A, while Kiro gets Class B along with 4 other children. Stating that these 5 people will follow him, he divides the remaining 20 students into classes C and D, with Han attaining the D class. John then tells them that the instructor for these 20 people is going to be Wei Chen and points to a muscular person standing beside him, causing the children to become scared of this huge figure. However, just then, Wei Chen smiles and introduces himself as a weapon art instructor, stating that they will surely be doing their best with each other's collaboration. Hearing his encouraging words, the children become surprised, realizing that he is a gentle person in contrast to what they were expecting. With that, John instructs his students to start moving, causing them to line up and begin walking. While walking away, Del comes across Han, who stands still looking at him, but he moves on without saying anything. Following him is Kiro, who looks at Han with a sad expression on his face. Looking at how worried he is, Han tells him not to feel this way, assuring him that he will soon come to his class, causing him to smile and confidently move away. As the students of classes A and B leave, Wei Chen turns to his own students, stating that they should go to the gym. After some time at the gym, Wei Chen holds a huge stick and swings it with swift precision, showing his astonishing acrobatic moves, which leave the children amazed. After showing them his skills, he states that they must be curious about why they are learning to use weapons to face a dragon, and explains that it is because they need to use psychic equipment. He reveals that no material on Earth contains psychic energy, but a dragon's skin or bone can contain this energy and transmit it. He explains that this is the reason why weapons made of dragons can inflict serious injuries on dragons. Hearing this, Han asks how they used to defeat the dragons when this equipment did not exist. In response, Wei Chen reveals that they used to throw bodies at the dragons at that time, which caused them to lose hundreds of psychiers to a single dragon. He explains that there are also psychiers who attack and support from a long distance, but in order to kill one, they must use a melee weapon. This is because they need to plunge the weapon into its vital point and release energy. He reveals that the type of psychier who performs this role is known as a striker, causing them to be astonished. Pointing to a stand behind him, he states that all of them need to choose their weapons that day. Hearing that, Han goes to the stand and picks a wooden spear for himself, causing Wei Chen to ask if he likes the spear. Agreeing, Han states that he likes the refreshing wind it creates when he swings it, and the sound it makes as well. Hearing that, Wei Chen remembers his ability to judge and adapt that he showed with John and Del, considering it to be extraordinary, thinking that he must have lived through extreme circumstances. Wei Chen smiles, realizing that aside from being unfortunate, he has the potential. Therefore, he turns to Han, wishing him the best of luck and stating that he will be helping him in the training process. Hearing that, Han smiles and looks at the spear, determined to learn as much as he can from the training. 2 weeks later, while Han's busy sparring with his classmate, he remarks that his classmate is looking tired and ends the battle by surrendering. In response, Joyce, his classmate, states that he seems to be the one trying to buy time and rest. With that, he brings the spear close to Han, attempting to launch an attack, but Han quickly blocks it and launches a counterattack, leaving Joyce surprised. Following that, he causes Joyce to drop his spear and lose against him. Accepting his defeat, Joyce states that he learned a lot from him and wants him to become the class representative after he ascends to Class C the next week. In response, Han states that he cannot become the class representative only because he wants to. However, Joy states that everyone will be following him, revealing that they have already decided it amongst themselves, causing him to smile in response and thank them. Thinking that becoming a class representative can make him one step closer to moving to the next class, who refuses to make him the class representative. The next day, one of the psychiers sitting in the gym discusses John, mentioning that John has a very bad temper and has defeated him countless times. Remembering those challenging days, they continue their exercises when another person comes running to inform them about John's battle against a first-year student. Meanwhile, on the training ground, Han stands with a pointed stick in his hand, facing John, who charges his hand with his combustion ability and lights a cigarette. Watching from the dormitory windows, senior students encourage Han to defeat John, eagerly anticipating the battle. Hearing their comments, John feels annoyed, while Han stands confidently before him, anger in his eyes. He remembers the previous night when John had come to their room, asking if the rest of his classmates wanted to let someone like him, who couldn't even use telekinesis properly, lead them. In response, all his classmates remained silent, prompting John to suggest they must have a reason to appoint him, calling out to Han. He broke a mop and hurled its stick towards him, while Han caught it in confusion. John mentioned hearing that Han was the best in combat in his class and challenged him to spar to showcase his skills, causing Han to remark that the edge of the stick was very sharp. Hearing that, John asked if Han expected him to get injured by the spearmanship of a novice like him, and he disagreed. Remembering this, Han looks at John, who throws away his shirt, ready for the battle. Confused, Han asks if John intends to fight him barehanded, to which John agrees, freezing, stating he won't take the fight with the child seriously. Throwing away the cigarette, he explains that Han will win if he makes any part of his body aside from his feet touch the ground, causing Han to ask about the conditions for him to lose. In response, John says that Han has to admit defeat in order to lose, prompting Han to smile and claim he will lose in that case. With that, the battle begins, and Han swings his spear, ready to launch an attack, while John stands defensively, waiting for the attack. As they watch, the other students become confused, wondering if they are fighting for real and remarking that it would be impossible for a child to defeat a powerful instructor. Hearing their remarks, Dell, who is passing by, tells them to move aside and comes to the window, watching Han and remarking that he is crazy. Meanwhile, Han launches countless attacks, all of which John effortlessly blocks with his bare body. After blocking the attacks for some time, John takes action, grabbing Han by his clothes and launching a forceful kick into his stomach, causing intense pain. As Han crashes to the ground from the hit, John raises his foot, preparing to strike again, but Han dodges the attack and moves backward, regaining his balance. Shocked by the fierce attack, Han thinks that John intended to kill him with that move. Observing Han's expressions, John remarks that his face reveals that dragons and minions plot everything, regardless of their opponent's strength. He explains that monsters never go easy on anyone just because they are weak. Hearing this, Han calls out to him, asking if he is going to fight with words, surprising John. Rushing toward Han to launch another attack, John notes Han's determination to keep going. Grabbing Han's shirt again, John swings him up in the air and throws him, causing Han to crash to the ground from a distance. Just then, John notices a cut on his face, wondering when Han managed to inflict it. Meanwhile, all the other students continue to encourage Han to defeat John as he charges forward once again. Realizing he needs to be vigilant, John stands still, while Han quickly moves behind him. Leaping up to launch an attack, John barely manages to dodge. After dodging a few more similar attacks, John realizes that Han is using momentum and centrifugal force to attack and understands why Wei Chen likes him. Smiling, he thinks that he has also started to take a liking to Han. Meanwhile, Han charges forward at great speed once again and launches an attack. In response, John stands still, deciding to face it head-on. But to his shock, the attack is so fierce that it causes the wooden stick to pierce through his body, enraging him. Grabbing Han by the neck, he decides to put an end to the fight and raises him up in the air, telling him to surrender, which causes Han to experience intense agony. Watching him endure the pain, the other children remarked that he is going too far. Meanwhile, John tells him to surrender if he wants to remain alive and charges his hand with his combustion ability. However, despite the increasing torture, Han refuses to give up and keeps screaming in pain. At that moment, Wei Chen comes running to them, asking if John intends to kill Han and telling him to stop. John, stating that Han has not surrendered and he himself has not lost, becomes confused and asks what to do in that case. Lifting Han up from the ground, Wei Chen turns to John, stating that he has gotten fed up with Ark's way of education. In response, John is silent for some time and then tells him to be quiet, moving away. He states that since Han did not surrender, he will consider it his victory, remarking that Wei Chen can't train them by always protecting them. John states that since Han overcame the trial by himself and proved his skill, he will be promoted to Class B after healing. Upon hearing his promotion to Class B, one of John's comrades becomes surprised. John explains that this update will soon be posted on the promotion list, causing his comrade to ask if the superiors will allow the promotion from Class D to Class B. In response, John states that Han is already good enough to be promoted to Class A, with only his psychic potential holding him back. However, his comrade argues that the superiors prioritize psychic potential above everything else, leading John to remark that their standards are useless. According to him, what one needs to defeat a dragon is not psychic ability, but a strong mentality to wield the weapon under extreme fear. In that aspect, he considers Han to have the greatest potential to become a striker, and deems him too valuable a talent to let rot just because he is a late psychic bloomer. He further states that Han even has the capability to become the savior of the world, leaving his comrades surprised and asking if he didn't used to dislike him. Disagreeing, John states that he rather likes Han, which surprises his comrade. On the 7th day of hospitalization, Han's instructor, Wei Chen, comes to check up on him but keeps standing outside the door, causing the doctor to ask if he will not go in. Looking at the basket in his hand, she inquires about its contents. He shows her the fruits and milk inside, explaining that they are for Han. Observing this, she asks why Wei Chen is just standing outside, and he points to Han inside the room practicing telekinesis, stating that he does not want to distract him. Meanwhile, Han continues to apply his internal energy to the ball placed in front of him, attempting to lift it. As they watch with curiosity, Han successfully transfers his energy to the ball, bringing joy to Wei Qin and the doctor. Wei remarks on Han's amazing concentration, then goes inside with the doctor and calls out to Han. Happy to see his instructor, Han says he is all right. Taking his seat, Wei Qin tells him that he has brought some snacks for him, handing over the fruits and milk. Wei mentions that Han will be returning as a student of Class B the next day and expresses astonishment at Han working on his telekinesis skill all this time. Han explains that his psychic grade is below average, so he wants to be proficient in its use before getting discharged. Wei Qin praises this decision, stating that all psychiers should be able to use telekinesis to some extent, even if they excel in armed combat. Wei further explains that since most battles of psychiers occur in the air, telekinesis will help retrieve a dropped weapon during combat. Getting a wonderful idea, Wei Qin goes to the reception to request permission to take Han outside for a short time. After receiving permission, he takes Han to the gym, leaving him confused. Wei Qin explains that, given his psychic development speed, it is highly unlikely that Han will ever manifest a unique ability. Upon hearing, Qin adds that Han cannot even dream of having abilities like combustion or teleportation if he continues on this path, shocking Han. In that case, Wei suggests that Han hone his telekinesis skill to the utmost limit and make it his unique ability. While Han finds the idea of specializing in telekinesis appealing, Qin reveals that telekinesis is like muscles becoming stronger with use in training. Qin emphasizes that the ranks based on psychic ability are delusions, and Han possesses a regeneration ability even greater than theirs. Therefore, he encourages Han to never give up and to keep training. Next day, Han stands at the door of the B class, feeling a little nervous before entering. Taking a deep breath, he is about to enter the class when someone opens the door and comes out, causing him to collide with Han. Confused, the boy looks at him, holding his nose, and recognizes him, making Han surprised, stating that everyone in the class already knows him. The boy introduces himself as Dmitry Vladimirovich Petra, the representative of Class B, shaking hands with him. Han asks if he will have to use his complicated name every time they talk, to which the boy tells him to call him Dmitry, stating that they have been given free time for arms sparring. Dmitry tells Han to follow him and takes him to the gym. At the gym, Han thinks that armed combat is his favorite type of training, allowing him to release stress from the strict curriculum, his lack of psychic ability, and the fear of expulsion. Therefore, he picks up a spear from the stand and goes towards his classmates, defeating all of them with his swift moves within an instant. However, while doing that, he wonders if it is fun to bully others and looks at Kiro, his friend, sitting on the ground trembling with fear, thinking that his specialty is his psychic ability. While Kiro looks at him in confusion, Han wonders if it is fine to take advantage of the weaknesses of others. Looking at all of his classmates lying on the ground, he tells them to be grateful that they were not sparring during an actual training session. Watching him, Dmitry becomes surprised, thinking that he was expecting Han to show such power and a desire to fight him for real. A few moments earlier, Kiro was lying on the ground with his wooden sword in front of him, when one of his classmates approached him, telling him to attack. Pushing him away, the second classmate stepped forward, stating that it was now his turn, while Kiro remained on the ground calling for help as his classmates continued to line up to torture him. Kiro felt his strength continuously waning, all the while calling for help and remembering Han, his only friend who had saved him. Just then, Han appeared from behind, holding a spear, and began knocking all of them down one by one. Recalling this, Kiro looks at Han with astonishment, wondering if he's even a real human being, and calls out to express his gratitude. Meanwhile, Han asks Dmitry if this is how Class B conducts its sparring. In response, Dmitry explains that this is how things work at art, emphasizing that their enemies don't go easy on them just because they're weak. Dmitry refers to Han as the odd one in the class who helps the weak instead of attacking them. He explains that blindly helping Kiro will only lead to his death, causing Han to become frustrated. However, he still considers it a little unfair for three people to gang up against a weak person. Considering that, he turns to Han, stating that they should show them what a true spar is like. Hearing this, Han tightens his grip on his spear and asks if Dmitry really wants to fight. After a few moments, Dmitry leaps into the air and launches a forceful attack, which Han blocks with his spear. Considering the power of the attack, he thinks that the spear is going to break if he tries to block such an attack. Once again, therefore, he swings his spear, deciding to parry him and make him lose his balance. With that, he launches a strike on Dimitri's leg, stating that the battle will now be over. However, instead of falling to the ground, Dimitri maintains his balance, dodges the next attack, and gets closer, hitting Han with his head. This causes Han to crash to the ground. Remarking that such tricks aren't permissible during arm sparring, Dimitri reveals that he has been learning a powerful Russian martial art since he could walk. He warns Han that his sword isn't the only thing he should be concerned about. Getting back on his feet, Han asks if Dimitri intends to defeat the dragon with his martial arts as well. Response: Dimitri states that he could try to strangle the dragon with his skills if things go wrong. Meanwhile, all the other classmates support Dimitri, referring to him as the tiger cub of Siberia, which makes Dimitri overconfident. As Han observes them conversing, he realizes that despite their harsh words, their intentions aren't malicious. He feels a strong bond among them with Dimitri at its center. He looks at Kiro standing aside, lowering his head, realizing that he's an outcast in his class. While Han's looking at Kiro, Dimitri calls out to him, reminding him not to ignore his opponent during the fight. This prompts Han to turn around quickly and block Dimitri's attack. Thinking that he shouldn't prolong the fight, Han stands facing Dimitri, who moves forward to launch another attack. Striking his spear onto the ground, Han jumps upward, believing that this attack will be enough to defeat Dimitri. To everyone's astonishment, Dimitri comes down at great speed and launches an attack. However, instead of retaliating, Dimitri simply strikes Han's spear with his sword and breaks it, leaving Han wondering the reason behind this act. At that moment, Dimitri swiftly moves in, holding Han up, and slams him onto the ground with his martial arts skill. Tightening his grip on Han's arm, Dimitri warns him to surrender if he doesn't want to lose his arm and begins to pull it, causing Han to experience intense pain. Trembling with pain, Han challenges Dimitri to break his arm if he has the guts to do it, which infuriates Dimitri, taking it as a challenge. Dimitri indeed breaks Han's arm, leaving all his classmates in shock. As he lies on the ground feeling intense pain, Dimitri states that he already told him to surrender, causing Kiro's eyes to well up with tears. Turning around, Dimitri tells Han not to cry with his broken arm and looks back at him, standing behind him, instructing their other classmates to take him to the infirmary. However, just then, Han strikes Dimitri on the head with a stick, remarking that everyone he has encountered before must have cried when their arms were broken. Looking at him lying on the ground, Han challenges him to continue the match and looks at his broken stick, while Dimitri gives a thumbs up on his effort and loses consciousness. After some time, Dimitri regains consciousness and finds himself in a hospital room. Hearing the sound of a notification, he turns around and finds Han sitting beside him with his broken arm, checking a video message he has received. The message is from Major Khan, the person who sent him to Ark, expressing appreciation for his performance, and sharing a video of his siblings going to school. Overwhelmed with happiness upon seeing his siblings living a good life and gaining weight, Han calls out to Dimitri, asking if he can swipe through the photos, to which Dimitri agrees. While Dimitri is swiping through the photos in his album, he becomes annoyed and questions why he has to do that. Han replies that it's because he is the one who has broken his arm. In response, Dimitri states that he is also responsible for cracking his head by attacking like a coward, but Han replies that it was his fault to let his guard down, causing him to feel annoyed. Stating that he was only angry that day, Han clarifies that he has no bad feelings towards him, and Dimitri replies the same along with a desire to fight with him until the end next time. Thinking something, Han states that he feels like he made a mistake against Kiro that day by starting to fight instead of extending his hand towards him. Stating that he understands his feelings, Dimitri reveals that he will immediately die when he reaches level 2, making Han confused about its reason. Leaving the room, they begin walking down the corridor, with Han repeatedly asking where they are heading. Dimitri instructs him to see for himself and leads him to the emergency medical center, explaining that it's a place where he will stay as long as he is still breathing. Suddenly, they pass a stretcher carrying a badly injured Psyche from Ark, leaving Han shocked by the person's condition. Dimitri urges Han to consider how challenging their training will be based on what they have witnessed. Puzzled, Han asks if the people on higher levels are not of the same age. Noting that the injured person appears to be an adult instructor, Dimitri reveals that those who reach level 2 receive medication to accelerate their physical growth, to prepare for battling dragons as the association won't wait for them to fully mature. Instead of being shocked, Han finds this concept intriguing, making Dimitri surprised. Han states that he always wanted to become an adult since he had to do all sorts of things to survive, including street thefts. As a result of doing those things, he had to fight against the attackers who tortured him brutally and always overpowered him because of their huge figures. Remembering whatever he has faced, Han states that he does not want a happy childhood, and that the only thing that matters to him is survival. Hearing that, Dimitri remarks that he has the strongest mentality in Arkansas. In response, Han lowers his head, suggesting that they should go back. The next day, John informs them that they will begin airborne training, instructing them to apply what they have learned. While wearing their training suits, Dimitri remarks to Han that undergoing such rigorous training right after leaving the hospital makes him remember the hospital beds. In response, Han smiles and looks at the huge bag, which is part of their suit, stating that it seems to have a lot of food inside. Considering such a large number of belongings, Han states that the training does not seem to be simple airborne training. Looking at some of the students who have already opened their rations and are eating, Dimitri becomes annoyed. Suddenly noticing someone, Dimitri calls out to Han, telling him to look at this student standing beside them. Hearing that, Han looks at Del, wearing his suit, while Dimitri remarks that he is the last remaining genius from England and states that he really wants to fight the boy. Hearing their murmurs, Del turns to them, finding Dimitri staring at him with a cold expression on his face. Meanwhile, Han looks at Kiro sitting at a distance, looking at his ration bag, and wonders what the purpose of that might be. Just then, John calls out to them, telling them to quickly get on board. Wearing their helmets, all of them quickly get up and run towards the helicopter in front of them. After they all get inside, the helicopter starts to move away, and John turns to the other instructors, stating that they should also proceed. Remembering Han always being the one who came to help and fight for him, Kuro hangs from the tree with his parachute stuck in the branches and cries desperately. Having been stuck for a considerable amount of time, he believes that Han may not come to save him this time. 1 hour earlier, while the helicopters were moving above the ocean, the children sat with anxiety and looked outside, wondering how far they would be taken. Just then, John connected to their wristwatches and informed them that they were currently above a deserted island, where they would descend and begin survival training. John explained that they would find 2 days' worth of rations inside their bags and would have to survive on the deserted island for 2 days. Upon hearing this, all the children were shocked by this sudden announcement of survival training out of the blue. While they all felt scared, Dimitri reassured them that it would be fun like camping. Just then, John informed them that their instructors would be coming to the island within 1 week and they would have to survive until then, causing further anxiety among them. After some time, John and the other instructors reached the island and rescued the children who had fallen into the ocean after jumping out of the helicopters. After pulling out one of the children, John turned to the other instructor and asked if he was the last of them. In response, the instructor confirmed that there were no other children who had fallen out, and he informed John that some children had already formed groups of 7. John remarked that just because they were children, it didn't mean they were innocent, they were just like adults. According to John, these children would value strength as soon as they felt out of control, and instead of starving together, they would start stealing each other's rations. Meanwhile, inside the island, one of the children stood holding a stick, having knocked out one of his peers just to steal his ration. Opening the child's ration bag, they noticed that he hadn't even touched the food and began taking it out, while another child instructed them to save some for the leader. Carl, one of the children acting as their leader, turned to them, stating that he had instructed them to gather as much as possible before sunset, but not to share the food with others. Instead, he suggested that by grouping up and stealing like that, no one would be able to oppose them. All of them agreed, becoming excited to challenge Dimitri and Han, believing that with their collaboration, they could even face Del's Simon. Carl then heard a voice calling for help and turned around, asking if his team members had also heard it. Taking their belongings, they started to move in the direction of the voice, considering this person their next target. Meanwhile, Han, who had fallen into the ocean, walked out of the water, completely soaked, realizing that falling into the ocean had wasted a lot of his time. As he looked at the island, he realized it was very open, and he needed to find a sheltered place. While walking, he thought that for children who had never experienced starvation, the ration meant to last for only 2 days would be insufficient. He knew that when desperate from hunger, they might try to steal food from others, and he wondered if children like Del's Simon had ever experienced hunger. Meanwhile, Del, who was also walking on the island, suddenly came face to face with Dimitri and asked why he was following him. In response, Dimitri challenged him to a fight, but Del simply turned around and started walking, stating that he didn't want to waste his strength. Hearing that, Dimitri tried to stop him, explaining that he didn't mean any harm and only wanted to spar, which left Del surprised and wondering if Dmitri was insane. Thinking that it might have been too soon to ask, Dmitri suggested that they should become friends first and then spar, but Del found him annoying and walked away. Meanwhile, Carl and his group tracked the sound and finally reached the tree where Kiro was hanging, asking for help. Carl commented that hanging from the tree suited Kiro, took his ration bag, and walked away with his group without helping him down. Watching them leave, Kiro requested that they at least lower him down if they wanted the bag, but Carl told him to be thankful for being spared and to wait to be rescued by the instructors. They laughed and walked away, leaving Kiro to cry, thinking they were cruel. As day turns into night, Kiro continues to hang from the tree, crying continuously, and thinking about his classmates mocking him for shedding tears over trivial matters. He lets out a loud scream, overcome by hunger and desperation, with his vision blurred from starvation. He suddenly begins to see a shadow resembling Han approaching him, which surprises him before he loses consciousness. However, the shadow turns out to be his imagination and disappears right after he loses consciousness. The next morning, while he is still hanging from the tree unconscious, Han arrives at the scene for real and watches him, becoming shocked. After some time, Han sits outside a camp he made, holding a stick. Kiro suddenly emerges from the camp, surprised to see him. Han turns to him and smiles, asking if he is awake. While Kiro stares at him with astonishment, Han gives half of his food to Kiro, telling him to have it, stating that it is his breakfast. Han mentions that he didn't get a chance to recover his backpack, so they should just share the food he has. Thinking that the quantity of food is very little to feed one person, Kiro is about to say that he doesn't want to become a burden to him. However, because he's starving, he is unable to refuse the food and starts to eat, thanking Han for the favor while crying desperately. In response, Han tells him to finish the food so that they can go out and find water. Meanwhile, certain surveillance cameras roam around throughout the island, capturing footage of all the children busy exploring the area. While John sits in his room, watching the footage, Octo comes to him, asking if he found someone interesting. In response, John states that there is a child who has gone crazy and points to the footage, telling him to look. Meanwhile, one of the children remarks that a week on a deserted island is ludicrous and that they just have to survive somehow. Therefore, he makes a raft and goes to the ocean in order to return to Arkansas. Meanwhile, Han and Kiro reach the ocean and look into the water, wondering if it will be drinkable. To check it, Han takes some of the water in a bottle and drinks it, declaring it drinkable, and tells Kiro to drink as much as he can and take some with him. After taking the water, they hurry back to the shelter, remarking that it is hard to travel during the day because of the intense heat. While walking, Han thinks that they will need more food if they have to spend the entire week with just the two of them. However, looking around, he doesn't seem to find anything edible and wonders if this is the reason the others are stealing food. When Kiro suddenly notices something, becoming surprised, while Han is about to walk away, Kiro suddenly stops him. He warns that it is a trap, causing Han to step on a twig, revealing a large hole in the ground. Astonished by Kiro's ability to find the trap, Han turns to him, asking how he found it. While Kiro hesitates in responding, Han asks if he saw the trap, and Kiro agrees, feeling a little shy and nervous. As Kiro goes on to explain what type of trap it was, Han realizes that Kiro's unique ability has activated, which is something like short-term foresight, a very superior and rare ability. Walking away, Han wonders if the extreme conditions on the island worked as a stimulant for Kiro, and considers this training to be a fantastic opportunity for him to prove his abilities. Meanwhile, Carl and his group members reach Han's camp. Looking inside, they find 2 plates of breakfast, realizing that there are 2 people who have taken their belongings with them, leaving nothing behind. As Carl turns around after having a look inside the camp, one of his group members asks if they should destroy the place. However, he disagrees, stating that those living in the camp have not permanently left it, and will come back soon. Therefore, he decides that they will come back later and attack them while they are resting. After some time, Kiro and Han return to the camp, with Kiro feeling utterly exhausted and wanting to rest as they are about to enter the camp. Han notices something and tells Kiro to stop, revealing that someone came in their absence. He explains that the stone he left as an indicator above the camp is now lying on the ground, along with the footprints of multiple people near the tent. Han states that they will definitely return to steal from them and suggests taking the parachute trap and moving on. Therefore, despite being tired, they open up their tent and start to move away. Looking at the surroundings getting darker, Han states that they need to find a suitable place to stay before it gets any darker. Turning to Kiro, he asks if there is anything he can see, but Kiro replies that something seems strange and he feels like his eyes are closing. Confused, Han calls out to him, but Kiro moves into a state of trance and starts viewing a gigantic leopard in front of them, fighting with Han. Realizing what is about to happen, Kiro opens his eyes and forcefully pushes Han away, causing him to crash to the ground, when a leopard suddenly jumps on the spot where Han was standing. Looking at the leopard, Han becomes shocked and looks at his stick lying at a distance, realizing that there is no way he can fight against the beast barehanded. Just then, the leopard opens its mouth to attack him, and Han closes his eyes, anticipating the deadly strike. However, before it can do that, a strong wave of energy strikes the leopard, causing it to fall at a distance. When Joyce comes to them and asks if Kiro is also accompanying him, Han, looking at his injured leg, asks what happened. Joyce reveals that he was caught in a trap set up by someone and can barely stand up. Crashing to the ground because of his injured leg, he states that he is glad he found them. Hearing about the trap, Kiro turns to Han, reminding him that they also came across one earlier, and Han agrees, stating that both of those were probably set up by the same people. Realizing that there is a group of students who are stealing the ration bags, Joyce states that he does not have any such belongings in the first place. Hearing that, Han becomes surprised and asks where his ration bags went. Joyce reveals that when his leg got injured, he ate all of them to avoid anyone stealing them from him. Remarking that he's stupid, Han states that they should try to find a shelter first. As the night grows darker, Carl sits in another part of the forest, with all of his group members asleep. He remembers that one day his father told him about the sensors reacting when he passed under them, stating that he seems to have a psychic ability. Considering it a good opportunity, his father told him to join ARC, but he argued that he was in the middle of shooting a movie. Annoyed by his response, his father explained that if he manages to become a psychier, he will not have to pursue his acting career anymore, and will be able to obtain fame and riches. His father explained that when the war would be over, the Psychiers would become warriors of the nation, and because of being superhuman, he could rule over everyone. In this way, his father finally convinced him to join ARC, and he came to the place despite feeling annoyed at his father's intervention in his career. In the morning, Dimitri is busy doing calisthenics exercises while Del watches him from behind. Looking at him exerting a lot of stamina, Del asks if he has this much energy to spare and states that they do not have much left to eat, asking how he will last for the remaining 5 days. In response, Dimitri states that he is a physical type and needs to train in order to become an elite striker, causing Del to remark that Psychiers need their abilities to fight, not strength. Hearing that, Dimitri remembers Han stating that he was the only one with the ability to take him on in armed combat. In response, Del becomes surprised and asks if he has fought with Han before. Dimitri smiles, thinking that he has taken the bait because of Han and might get ready to spar. Meanwhile, in a cave hidden between the trees, Han wakes Kiro and Joyce up, stating that they should stay together for the remainder of the training period. Stating that he and Kiro will go and bring some food and firewood, Han tells Joyce to stay back and guard their shelter, and he complies. Appreciating his combustion ability, Han thanks Joyce for his help, stating that it is because of him that they have an advantage in survival training. Reaching the ocean, Han looks at the fish swimming in the water and states that having fire can give them the privilege to enjoy foods like that. Hearing that, Kiro asks if he knows how to fish, stating that they do not even have any equipment for that. In response, Han looks at him and smiles, thanking him and making him confused. Han explains that this thanks is for saving him when he was in danger the previous day and finding them a safe cave to stay in. Han states that he thought helping him would be the best course of action but found out that it could not be like that and could not find a solution. However, he states that after landing on the island, he has come to realize Kiro is indeed a genius psychic. Han tells Kiro that he possesses the strength to defend himself and save his friends, and by depending on each other, they are going to last through this because they are friends. These words make Kiro remember the time when he was just a nameless child in an orphanage in Japan, and was given the name Kiro just because of his dark skin. Remembering the time when everyone used to criticize him for his nature and appearance, Kiro becomes overwhelmed, realizing that he has finally found a friend who believes in him. Meanwhile, Han explains to him the strategy of how they are going to catch the fish, and Kiro bends down towards the water, activating his ability of short-term foresight. After successfully finding the location of the fish underwater, Kiro uses telekinesis to bring the fish out of the water, repeating the process again and again. They are able to catch a lot of fish, which is sufficient to fulfill their needs. On the third day of training, Han and Kiro are able to catch 8 fish because of Kiro's ability, and happily walk towards the cave, thinking that Joyce will be very happy to see them. As they reach the cave, they start to feel scorching hot rays coming in their direction. Realizing something, Han tells Kiro to stay there and quickly moves toward the cave. Finding the cloth covering the cave to be burned, wondering what might have happened, Han enters the cave and finds Joyce lying unconscious on the ground. Throwing a wooden sword in Del's direction, Dimitri tells him to catch it. Catching the sword, Del becomes surprised and asks why he packed up his weapons even for the airborne training. Dimitri, stating that he was thinking of fighting with 2 swords instead of 1, asks why Del agreed to spar with him. In response, Del states that if he really fought with Han on fair terms, it must be Dimitri who is going to be promoted to Class A, and he wants to check if he is capable or not. Hearing that, Dimitri smiles, stating that he likes Del's attitude. With that, they charge at each other and start the battle. While Del leans downward, Dimitri leaps up to launch an attack, feeling a little anxious because of Del's ability. As both of them reach near each other, Del brings his sword straight to Dimitri's chest and hits it, leaving him surprised. Dimitri quickly retaliates, swinging his sword swiftly, causing Del to drift backward. Thinking it's in his favor, Dimitri runs towards Del and starts the battle once again, launching countless strikes, some of which hit Del and cause him a little pain. However, after managing to block most of the strikes, Del reveals his true ability and attacks him with very quick speed, leaving Dimitri utterly bewildered. Barely managing to block the attacks, Dimitri considers it better to maintain a distance and tries to do so when Del launches another close-range attack. In order to save himself, Dimitri quickly leans backward and, while lying on the ground, swiftly swings his sword, causing Del to drop his weapon. Quickly regaining his balance, Dimitri stands up, stating that the battle will now be over, and charges at Del to launch an attack. However, as soon as he reaches him, Del uses telekinesis to assist in bringing his sword towards him, hitting Dimitri's head and causing him to crash to the ground. Stating that it would have been his victory if it were armed combat, Del reminds him that they are psychics and for them, their abilities are more important than physicality. However, he still becomes surprised by the results of the battle, wondering if Han is even stronger than Dimitri. Meanwhile, Han lifts Joyce up, telling him to open his eyes. To this, Joyce speaks up, assuring him that he is fine. Lighting up the fire, they help Joyce lean against the wall in a comfortable position and ask who did that to him. In response, Joyce reveals that it was Carl and his gang, comprised of 7 members, who took away all of their food, stating that they will come back to the cave again. Joyce suggests quickly moving their shelter to some other place. Stating that he will not let the people who pick on his friends get away so easily, Han says that they should temporarily look for some other shelter. In order to seek revenge, Han shares his plan to ambush them when the sun goes down. At night, Han and Kiro sit outside the cave, looking at the children guarding the place and finding out that Carl and his group have taken the cave as their shelter, as they expected. Turning to Kiro, Han states that they will begin when he is ready, and Kiro agrees. Han says that it would not be possible for him alone, but if Kiro is with him, they can definitely take down all those children. Thinking that Han is the only person who believes in him, Kiro vows to never disappoint him no matter what and activates his telekinesis ability. Lifting a stone from the ground and lifting multiple stones in this manner, Kiro throws them in the direction of the cave, causing them to hit the children standing outside and making them bewildered. Hearing the voices of his group members, Carl becomes confused and starts to move out of the cave. Meanwhile, the children standing outside locate the place where the stones are coming from and start running in its direction, while dodging the stones. Being able to clearly see their path, Kiro starts to hit them with more and more stones, making them confused. While they are busy saving themselves from the stones, Han comes out, holding a stick, and starts to hit them one by one, causing all of them to crash to the ground. When Carl comes out, surprised to see Han, Carl keeps standing still while Han points his stick towards him, ready to seek revenge. Looking at Han, Carl is astonished by the fact that he took down 6 of his group members on his own, considering it unbelievable. He states that he can't be alone and asks about the identity of the second group member. In response, Han calls out to Kiro, stating that he can come out since dealing with Carl is something he can do on his own. Realizing that they are beaten by 2 losers, one of whom is Kiro, Carl becomes frustrated. Meanwhile, Han declares that they have come to avenge Joyce and states that this is a real fight in which he will not go easy on him. Stating that he can't tolerate this any longer, Carl picks up a stick from the ground, vowing to crush Han, stating that he can try if he wants. Han also grabs his stick tightly, rushing forward. Carl leaps up, attempting to launch an attack while Han keeps standing still, holding his stick. However, as soon as Carl reaches near him, he slightly moves his stick, causing it to hit Carl's face and crash him to the ground. Annoyed by the sudden retaliation, Carl attempts to hit him once again, which Han effortlessly dodges and hits Carl's stomach with his stick, causing him intense pain. Asking if it is painful, Han tells him to brace himself, stating that it is only the beginning. Overwhelmed with anger, Carl quickly turns to him, telling him to stop showing off, and tries to launch another attack, yet receives the same kind of retaliation. After being hit multiple times, Carl finally drops his stick and crashes to the ground, feeling immense pain. Realizing that he has been defeated, Carl considers it impossible, wondering how strong Han is. Meanwhile, Han speaks up, stating that Joyce is already very injured and asking if it is necessary to go that far, and torture him more. Meanwhile, Carl grabs some sand in his hand from the ground, telling Han not to look down on him. He remembers that he was considered a genius and a famous actor in Germany, and his father took advantage of his fame for political gain, and obtained many things in the process. However, there was no end to his greed, and he wanted him to become a psychier even if he needed to drag others down for that. Stating that he did not come all the way up here just to be stopped by a person like him, Carl throws the sand in Han's eyes, causing his vision to get blurry. Taking advantage of the situation, he launches a forceful punch at Han's face, causing him to go flying backward. Watching that, Kiro becomes shocked and runs towards him when Carl gives him a threatening gaze, telling him not to come any closer. Scared by his gaze, Kiro stops on his way and watches Carl hit Han badly, causing him to crash to the ground once again and lose consciousness. Getting up, Carl holds his stick, stating that he will never let anyone climb over him again, and is about to hit Han with it when a stone comes flying and hits his face. Enraged, he turns around, finding Kiro using telekinesis, while telling him to get away from Han. Carl asks if Kiro is also trying to climb over him. Carl goes near him and grabs him by his clothes, stating that he never liked him from the beginning, and a useless person like him should have been kicked out from the beginning. Carl is about to hit him when Han gets up. Punching his face, Han causes him to crash to the ground and asks if he considers himself useful, highlighting that he only believes in numbers and hides behind his group members. Han states that all the people, including Del, Simon, Dimitri, Joyce, and Kiro, are better than him, and that in order to climb up, he will have to eliminate all of them. This causes Carl to become a little anxious and frightened. Stating that he is nothing, Han brings the sharp end of his stick down beside him and pierces it into the ground, sparing him while he keeps lying on the ground. Han states that everyone has a reason to climb up and he needs to find another way for that, warning him against harming his friends again. Sometime later, Carl starts to talk to himself, stating that he never wanted to become a psychier in the first place, and starts to laugh. After returning to Joyce, all three of them spend the rest of their days on the deserted island with enjoyment. When finally the rescue helicopters arrive, looking at the helicopters, Joyce states that he never wants to have this experience again, and Han laughs. All the other children who are gathered in one place call out to Han, Kiro, and Joyce, thanking them for providing them with food. They really appreciate the abilities of Kiro and Joyce to catch and cook the fish, which causes them to become a little shy. Pointing towards Han, Joyce states that the person they should be thanking is him because all of that is his idea. Just then, they receive a message on their wristwatches, notifying them that their survival training has ended and appreciating their efforts. Reading the message, Del and Dimitri also become relieved, thinking that it is the first time they have felt glad to hear the voice of their instructor. Just then, John informs them that they will board the helicopters when they are called, making Han confused about what it means. A few moments later, the helicopters start to land on the island and board the students on the basis of a roll call. John takes Han, Kiro, Del, and Dimitri in his own helicopter and informs them that their training was fully monitored, and because of the anonymous vote, only 4 of them have been chosen. He informs them that it is not ordinary training but a test to find out which of them are the diamonds in the rough that would become the guardians of humanity. Calling out to all 4 of them, John informs them that they have been nominated as candidates for advancement to level 2. After getting back at ARC, all the first-year students are given a holiday. Joyce comes to Han, who is busy reading a book, and asks if he would like to play soccer. Looking at his expression, Joyce asks if he even knows how to play soccer, and he agrees, closing the book and getting up from the bed. After some time, all of the students gather on the football field and form a team to begin the match, with Dimitri instructing Del to avoid using psychic abilities during the game. Knowing that ARC only provides a holiday when there is a matter of great importance, the children look at their instructor sitting in a meeting room, busy discussing something. Meanwhile, inside the meeting room, the instructors discuss the matter of advancement evaluation for level 2, under the chairmanship of ARC Chief of Staff Alexander. Looking at the documents, Sasha Grace, one of the researchers, states that there are 4 students going to be promoted this time and asks what is so special about them. Reading their details, Alexander first talks about Del, Simon, and Dimitri, stating that they do not seem to lack anything and are very capable. Reading about Han, he finds out that his psychic ability has been the lowest since enrollment, and that he was promoted from Class D just because of John's request. Wondering why a kid like that could advance, Alexander turns to John, telling him to explain his reasons. In response, Wei-chan reminds him of Han's fight with John, explaining that he has outstanding weapon handling ability, patience, and mentality, everything that a soldier requires. Saying that, Alexander remarks that it is quite unusual for him to praise someone like that. Taking the discussion forward, John states that, aside from Han's psychic potential, telekinesis control is very refined. He can use it to strengthen his weapon-wielding skill. Above everything else, he highlights the fact that Han learned all of these by himself, without being taught. Han keeps scoring goals against the opposite team on the ground. In all these claims, Alexander becomes silent and moves on to Kiro. Meanwhile, on the ground, Joyce praises Han for his expertise in playing the game, saying that he does not seem like he has never learned to play the game. Meanwhile, Dimitri and start to argue among themselves about losing the game to Han. While the advancement of Kiro to level 2 is being discussed, Sasha becomes annoyed upon discovering that Kiro is nominated despite being a psychologically sensitive child. Stating that the most vital thing among their standards is mentality, Sasha states that he will die if he undergoes the physical transformation process and faces grave dangers. In response, John smiles, revealing that Kiro's psychic advancement is by far the greatest, and he is even far past the rest of the 3. However, despite his merits, Alexander considers his mentality to be the biggest problem. John explains that this is the reason why Han needs to advance with him, since his mentality is greatly influenced by Han. Stating that Han is currently playing the role of his older brother, John causes Alexander to feel confused, remarking that both John and Wei-chan seem to be eager to advance Han. Meanwhile, on the football field, Han and Joyce collaborate to take the ball to the court once again, stealing it from all the other members of the opposite group. Reaching near the court, Joyce finds both Del and Dimitri standing there to snatch the ball from them. While they are trying to stop Joyce from scoring a goal, he quickly passes the ball to Han, who kicks it towards the court, winning the game and astonishing the members of the opposite team. Celebrating their success, Han states that both of them make a great team. When someone calls out to them telling them to stop playing, turning around, they find John, who informs them about an announcement about the results that is going to be made soon, but states that he will tell them the result beforehand. He reveals that all 4 of the candidates have been confirmed for advancement, leaving them surprised. Coming to Han, Joyce puts his hand on his shoulder, asking why he is making such an expression and congratulating him for his advancement. Smiling and excited, Joyce tells him to make sure to save a good spot for him, and Han smiles, hoping to meet again in the future. While they are shaking hands in agreement, John comes to them, telling them to return to their dorms and instructing the advancing candidates to pack up and stand by as the students start to leave. Han turns to John, thanking him and stating that his advancement evaluation and the opportunity to become a class representative were all because of him. In response, John states that he will not be able to give up after this, and Han assures him that he is not the one to back off. Smiling, he wishes the best of luck to Han, telling him to make and survive, and Han salutes him in response while he walks away. After some time, all 4 of them pack up their things and come out of the dorms with Dimitri, feeling super excited for what they are going to experience. While Han confirms the meeting place to be a medical ward, Kiro starts to tremble with fear and anxiety. Holding Kiro's shoulder, Han tells him not to worry, stating that they will be together. But Kiro expresses how scared he is because of the treatment they're going to be receiving. Stating that there is nothing to be scared of, Dimitri urges them to proceed towards the ward, remarking that this treatment can make them much stronger than they are now. As they reach the ward, they are welcomed by Sasha, who tells them that she will be taking care of them for the next 5 weeks. Hearing that, Han is surprised and asks why it is going to take so long. She explains that they will spend 2 weeks in incubation and will receive rehabilitation training for the next 3 weeks. Realizing that they will have to spend 2 whole weeks inside the incubation machine, Kiro, Del, and Dimitri become shocked. Turning to them, Han states that he will see them after 2 weeks and encourages them all, causing them to join hands. Watching that, Sasha smiles, realizing that the reason Han was so highly recommended by John was this encouraging aspect of his personality. After placing them all into incubation machines, Sasha instructs her colleagues to fill the containers with culture fluid, causing them all to feel suffocated and disgusted. She looks at them feeling uneasy and states that it is claustrophobia that every child experiences at this stage, telling them to endure it and that they will fall asleep soon. After spending 1 week inside the incubation machine, Sasha comes to examine them, thinking that the coming week is going to be critical for them. As she watches them, she wonders if the human species must go this far to be worthy of survival. While she holds her head, her colleague approaches her, stating that she seems tired and should go to rest. Coming out of the room, she goes to her office and finds John sitting there. She remarks that he claims not to be interested in these children yet comes to the ward every day. In response, John, busy smoking a cigarette, states that it is because he wants to make sure she does not damage his assets or kill them. Causing her to feel annoyed, she reveals that there has been no problem so far, and they are currently in the middle of inserting the second culture fluid. She further explains that the second culture fluid consists of a dragon's psychic core and contains a highly concentrated liquid that has diluted parts of a dragon's heart, thinking that resonating with the dragon's core can enable them to use their psychic abilities more naturally. John expects Han to raise his level of psychic abilities through that. While he is thinking about that, Sasha's wristwatch suddenly starts to ring, and she runs towards the incubation room in a hurry. Opening the door, she asks what the matter is and finds Han moving inside the incubation machine. Her colleague informs her that Han has regained consciousness. Sasha's colleague states that he is going to feel an excruciating amount of pain. Worried for his well-being, Sasha quickly goes forward, stating that they need to stop it, and is about to pull the lever when John stops her, stating that she cannot do it. Shocked by that, Sasha asks how he can stop her from doing that. He explains that Han needs to advance to the next level no matter what. 1 week later, Han, now resembling an adult, sits in Sasha's office while she inquires about how he has been. He states that he is fine, stating that there has never been a case similar to his in the past. Sasha reveals that it was the first time a psychic showed resistance to psychic abilities. She remembers the time when she wanted to save Han by stopping the process, but John forbade her. John had stated that Han did not reach this point by being recognized for his psychic abilities. He told her to continue the process without resonance, stating that Han is the type of child who can endure anything no matter what. Remembering that, she asks if he feels uncomfortable in any way. Han states that he feels quite refreshed and will not have to worry about being kicked out for his low grade after that. Hearing that, Sasha acknowledges his incredible mentality, thinking that he is the soldier John always recommended for having the strongest mentality. Wondering why his psychic abilities are so low despite having such a strong mentality, she tells him to leave and he gets up. After leaving the office, he meets his other fellows and is warmly greeted by Dimitri, who states that they are going to be at level 2 from that day on, while Del stands at a distance with the same cold gaze. Han remarks that 5 weeks have passed in the blink of an eye, and everyone has changed a lot. Looking at Kiro, Han remarks that he seems to have changed the most and expresses his relief at everyone's survival. Stating that there is nothing strange about it, Del starts to walk away, telling him not to act like he is their leader, while the rest of the three keep talking. After leaving the ward, they reach the building for level 2 psychics, where they get their own separate rooms to stay. Among the 12 squads comprising the level 2 psychics, Han and Kiro are assigned to Squad 7. Going to meet their squad, they are greeted by Kato Soki, the leader of Squad 7. He explains to them the 3 core trainings in level 2, with one of them being firearms. He asks if they are aware of the reason they practice firearms shooting, stating that modern arms are still effective against minions. Han agrees with that. Kato Soki explains that the minions they know about include low-intelligence beings like ogres, grunts, and werewolves. However, there are high-intelligence beings like Elu, as well, who serve as mid-level commanders and possess psychic abilities. Hearing that, Han inquires if it does not mean that physical weapons will not work against them, and Soki agrees, stating that they can easily ward off physical weapons. However, unlike the dragons, they possess a very limited amount of psychic energy, which, once exhausted, makes them ordinary targets like the other monsters. After that, he moves to the airborne training and mock battles, stating that they are also equally important methods and that they are a competitive method of fighting against the other squads. He explains that mock battles are held in artificial forests in which the main event is to capture the flag, which means to steal the flag of the opponent at their base. He considers that to be very difficult training, in which there is a high chance of getting fatal injuries because of the sharp weapons. The third type of training, called airborne training, is done through air bits and is simple enough that they only need to make the opponent fall. However, it needs a strong supporter at the back who can manipulate the air bits to help their squad members travel and attack when needed. Stating that they did not previously have any psychers to support them from behind, Soki remarks that this problem has been solved after the arrival of Kiro. Looking at Kiro, Soki asks if he will be able to manage them properly, causing Kiro to hesitate while replying. Looking at his hesitation, the vice team leader tells him to reply properly, stating that they are not asking for his opinion and that if his squad wants him to fulfill a role, he must do it. In response, Han states that Kiro can definitely do it but is not the type of person to perform well under pressure. In response, the vice team leader becomes angry, remarking that he does not know anything. However, Soki stops him from overreacting, stating that Han definitely has a point and they still have a lot to learn from their experiences. Turning to Han, Soki states that despite being on the same level, all of the other members of the squad are his seniors and far more experienced than him, telling him to be respectful. He further states that Han came to their squad just because he wanted Kiro on their team, stating that both of them are a package deal like a bonus. Stating that he does not expect much from a ranking psychic like Han, Soki instructs him to avoid getting in their way, causing all of the squad members to laugh. Despite being enraged by their attitude, Han adopts a respectful tone, stating that he will make sure not to get in their way, and shakes hands with him. While Soki considers him an arrogant individual, wondering how long he is going to last, Han vows to show him how capable he is. Returning to his room, Han freshens up and goes for training. Displaying expertise in shooting, he causes Soki to become silently disappointed at not finding anything to blame him for. After practicing shooting while lying down, Han starts to run toward the target, firing bullets accurately and hitting all of them. Considering his collaboration to be good, Han thinks that this will not give Soki any chance to call him a nuisance to the squad. Just then, he looks at Soki, who stands with a frustrated expression on his face, and calls out to Kiro, asking what he is doing by standing still. In response, Kiro becomes a little confused, causing him to hold his head in disappointment. While taking a shower after training, Han wonders if his performance was not good enough for him to be accepted on the team. The next day, when he goes for practice, Soki informs him that he is on standby. Soki explains that in the mock battle training, the squad with more members has to adjust their team members accordingly, and they already have too many squad members with the same abilities as him. Soki states that instead of fighting in the battle, he can simply observe the battle from the training hall. Despite being disappointed at this partiality, Han remembers his younger siblings, who are being taken care of by Major Kong, and accepts it. After that, all of them gather in the training center to watch the flag-capturing battle between Squad 3 and Squad 9. Soki suggests watching their battle carefully and analyzing their strategies since there are some new members in Squad 3. Hearing about a new face in Squad 3, Han realizes they are talking about Del Simon, and all of them watch Del on the screen with interest. The squad members remark that he seems to be a rude individual, but also a psychic genius. Meanwhile, in the artificial forest, the members of Team 9 stand facing those of Team 3 with their weapons, wondering if they are insane to have come directly in front of them like that. In response, the leader of Team 3 states that they have an unbeatable psychic, which will make it easy for them to defeat Team 9 and take their flag. With that, Del activates his telekinesis, and the members of Team 9 charge at him to defeat him before he can use his ability. However, before they can reach him, all of their weapons disappear, leaving them shocked and confused. Looking at Del, they find him wielding extraordinary powers, causing their weapons to float in the air, and they wonder how he did that. Just then, Del causes their weapons to come toward them at great speed and slashes their bodies. While the rest of his team members charge forward to take the flag, overpowering the members of Team 9, Del's team easily takes the flag away, leaving the other squads astonished. Understanding the importance of having a great psychic during a mock battle, Soki turns to Kiro, stating that they can also follow the strategy since they have him on their team. However, at this moment, Han calls out to him, stating that he has a different idea. He explains that Squad 9 did not use any particular strategy, and only pressed forward based on their individual capabilities. Stating this, he is about to say something else but hesitates, while Soki tells him to go on, asking if he wants to say that he would have proposed a different strategy if he were the leader. Looking at his rude expression, Han realizes why Soki hates him so much. When another member of the squad signals him to come with him, taking him to a corner, the person states that both he and Soki acknowledge the fact that he is outstanding but he does not fit into their squad, upon which all the members agree. Realizing that they have been observing him, Han asks why he does not fit into their squad. In response, the person explains that this is because he is not afraid of voicing an opinion that contradicts Soki, acknowledging that he sometimes makes better decisions. The person states that there should only be one captain since having even a little doubt about Soki can lead them to be divided. He reveals that as long as Soki is the leader, Han can never get a chance to participate in mock battles and advises him to submit a transfer request to another squad when the timing is right. This makes Han realize that all the squad members must have faith in their leader, and he is the person who has threatened the authority of Soki, causing all of them to hate him. Contemplating the transfer request for some time, he goes to Wei Chen's office the next day, giving him an application. Reading the application, Wei Chen inquires if Han really wants it, and Han agrees. Chen states that this matter needs to be discussed by all the level 2 instructors, so it might take some time. Returning to his room, Han thinks that Wei Chen has made it easy for him since he needed some time. He decides to dedicate the time of mock battles to training his own abilities and analyzing the strategies used in squad battles to formulate his own. While he is thinking about that, Kiro comes to his room, asking what he talked to the vice squad leader about, but he changes the topic, asking about the preparations for his airborne training. In response, Kiro reveals that he can maneuver up to 4 air bits with people on them, causing Han to become astonished, stating that he seems to be one of the highest performers at level 2. This causes Kiro to become a little more confident, while Han smiles, thinking that he will always be there to cheer him up. The next day, all of the squad members gather in the training hall once again, discussing that there is an amazing psychier in Squad 7 named Kiro. Meanwhile, the competition is about to begin, and all of the squad members stand ready in their positions. Turning to Kiro, Soki states that it is all upon him, telling him to take good care of them, while Kiro stands confidently, determined to try his best. A few moments later, it is announced that the battle between Squad 1 and Squad 7 is about to begin, causing everyone to look at the screen in excitement. Han recalls that the most significant thing in airborne training is the air bit, which is a type of robotic drone that acts as steps mid-air. A single person generally manipulates air bits either to travel or to use them as a weapon against their opponent. Considering that the most important position during the airborne battle is that of a supporter who manipulates multiple air bits simultaneously, Han thinks it's a suitable position for Kiro. Meanwhile, Soki signals his squad members to proceed forward, stating that if they follow the strategies, it's going to be a sure victory for them. With that, his squad members stand on the air bits and proceed forward, causing the captain of Squad 1 to signal his team members to move as well. Looking at the members of Team 1 moving forward together bit by bit, the vice leader of Squad 7 considers it to be according to their expectations. As soon as the members of Team 1 reach them, they split up their air bits and start moving in different directions. However, before they can move away, the vice team leader reaches near one of them and hits him with such force that he crashes to the ground. Following that, Soki himself hits another squad member, causing him to fall down, and smiles, thinking that everything is going according to their plan. Realizing that Squad 7 has eliminated 2 members of the opposite team right after starting, the people watching the fight become astonished, wondering if their team was always that strong. Han remembers Soki explaining his strategy, and telling Kiro to take responsibility for his and the vice team leader's air bits. Soki instructed Kiro to use his foresight ability to see their moves ahead of time, and then maneuver the air bits accordingly, causing Kiro to feel a little nervous. Hearing the strategy, the vice team leader turned to Soki, asking if he planned on eliminating the members of the opposite team based on their close combat ability, and he agreed. Remembering that, Han realizes that Soki's strategy is working quite well for the time being, while they confidently keep fighting. Operating the air bits, Kiro feels increasingly anxious, thinking that even a single mistake of his can lead everyone to lose. Just then, his foresight ability shows him the next move the opposite team is going to take that can cause some damage to their team member. The very next moment, the leader of Squad 1 hits the member of Squad 7 with a stick, causing him to become a little injured but not fall. Astonished by their capability, the members of Team 1 wonder if they're always this strong and realize that there are only 2 members left on their team. Looking at the members of Team 7 standing confidently in front of them, the captain of Team 1 watches Kiro, thinking of going for him instead of his team. Therefore, deciding to go with their first plan, he signals the only remaining team member of his, who nods in response. The team member starts to move ahead, with the captain himself jumping upwards, causing Soki and his team to wonder if they are coming for face-to-face combat. However, to their surprise, the captain of Team 1 jumps above them and lands on the air bit behind them, while the other member of his team collides with Soki and his fellows, and the bulky member of his group pushes them downward. the captain of Team 1 swiftly travels in Kiro's direction, eliminating all the squad members in his way. Telling his squad members to avoid chasing the captain, Soki instructs them to come and help them, stating that the person holding them plans to take them down. Watching this strategy, all of the people in the hall, including Han, become shocked, thinking that they should have gone to save Kiro. Meanwhile, Kiro remembers Soki telling him that Air Bits 4 and 8 will always be on standby behind him for emergency situations. Looking at the captain of Team 1 coming towards him, Kiro decides to utilize those air bits and starts to maneuver them. Just as the team leader raises his weapon in the air, Soki and the rest of the squad members successfully overpower the second member of their group, causing him to crash to the ground. After eliminating that person, they quickly turn towards the rear, finding Kiro lying unconscious on the ground while the team leader stands beside him, smiling. Just then, the air bits controlled by Kiro become dysfunctional, causing Soki and the vice team leader to crash to the ground. This causes all of the people standing in the training hall to make different remarks about the squads. They realize that Soki's strategy solely relied on Kiro's remarkable psychic ability. However, when he operated the air bits on standby to hit the team leader of Squad 1, both of the air bits collided with each other and got destroyed, making him more anxious. This is how a single mistake by Kiro led all their plans to be destroyed. With that, the victory of Team 1 is announced, and Han starts to walk out of the hall, thinking that he would never have left Kiro alone if he were the squad leader. Visiting Wei Chen's office, Han then inquires about the status of his application, and Wei Chen informs him that his team establishment application has been accepted. Stating that his leader of evaluation was outstanding, Wei Chen reveals that all of the instructors agreed to give him a chance. With that, he gives him a paper mentioning the conditions for forming a squad, stating that there must be at least 4 members in the squad and he can appoint the members from other squads. Reading this condition, Han thinks that following it will cause all the other squad leaders to start hating him and formulate strategies to avoid losing their core members. However, still determined to try it, Han leaves the office thinking that the 2 members he would want to have on his team are Joyce and Kiro. Yet because Joyce is not level 2 currently, he decides to try talking to Kiro first. However, just then, he remembers one more person who can come into his team, and goes to one of the rooms, knocking on the door. Opening the door, the person turns out to be Dimitri, greeting him warmly. After losing the airborne battle, Soki becomes disappointed that their ranks keep dropping because of Kiro. Agreeing, the vice captain states that they should have pushed harder to bring Del Simon to their team. Soki concurs, praising Del for his incredible combat and psychic abilities, capable of handling at least 3 opponents simultaneously. In contrast, Soki dismisses Kiro as incapable, believing his abilities to be lies. Unknown to them, Han secretly overhears their conversation. Soki admits that he has no one else to replace Kiro, which is the sole reason for keeping him on the team. When Han approaches Dimitri to share his plan for forming a new team, Dimitri is astonished and asks Han whom he plans on recruiting besides him. Han reveals his intention to convince Kiro to join his team, but Dimitri remarks that squad leaders won't let their members leave so easily. Hearing this, Han asks Dimitri for his answer, and Dimitri politely refuses, stating that he has to become the next squad leader for Squad 5, making it difficult for him to leave his current team. Hearing that, Han lowers his head, deciding not to convince him further, while Dimitri goes on to state that he would rather be his opponent since it is more fun. Hearing this, Han smiles, warning Dimitri not to complain when he defeats him in the competition, and Dimitri playfully threatens to break both of Han's arms in response. As Han leaves Dimitri's room and walks through the corridor, the other squad leaders watch him with disgust, jealous of him and his attempt to establish a new squad. Just then, Soki blocks his way, asking if this is how he is going to stab him in the back. Stating that he does not care about him leaving the squad and forming a new one, Soki declares that he will not let him take Kiro from their team. Having no authority to say anything, Kiro also turns his gaze aside, while Han explains that he will not be able to show his full potential. Under their guidance, Soki responds that Kiro will gradually improve and become a core member of their squad. However, Han argues that they cannot ask their opponent to wait if the war breaks out immediately, and claims that he can draw out the maximum of Kiro's potential immediately, stating that a commander has to win with limited manpower, and that they cannot change the results later, no matter who they blame. Han causes Soki to become enraged, grabbing him by his clothes. Soki states that no matter what he says, they are not going to let him take Kiro. In response, Han states that they are no one to decide, and it will all depend on Kiro's decision, causing Soki to turn around and angrily call out to Kiro. Soki states that in case Kiro decides to leave, he threatens to kill him, causing Kiro to become frightened and ask if he can really do it. Han states that Soki talks uselessly too much, and that if he ever falls in water, his mouth will be the only thing to float. In response, Soki punches him forcefully, causing him to crash to the ground. Looking at him, Han states that he will let that one slide because it will be annoying to get dragged around over something like this. With that, he starts to walk away, telling Kiro that he will be waiting for him, while all the captains confidently state that no one will leave their squad for a person who has not even proven himself. Kiro feels bad and confused hearing their rude remarks. Meanwhile, Han thinks that he has suggested joining his squad to all the people who were on their team, and wonders what his next move must be. While lost in thought, he accidentally collides with someone wearing a skeleton face and a hoodie and apologizes, but the person quickly moves away without responding. Looking at the person's dress, which looks very unusual and different from others, Han wonders if something like that is even allowed. Just then, he receives a notification telling all squad leaders to gather in front of the second building. After some time, all the squad leaders arrive to meet Sasha, who introduces them to the 6 newly advanced individuals, stating that they need to be assigned to a squad. She states that she is going to give the first choice to the new squad leader and calls Han, causing him to think of it as a good opportunity. Stepping forward, Han introduces himself, stating that his group is currently lacking members and giving all of them a choice to join whoever wants. Hearing that, all the other squad leaders start to laugh. However, just then, one of them volunteers to join Han's squad, causing him to look up in surprise and find it to be Joy's, which makes him happy. At night, Han tells Joy's everything about his squad, causing him to become a little disappointed, thinking that more people should have joined him. However, happy for his collaboration, Han thanks Joy's for showing his trust and support, stating that he always wanted to be on the same team as him. In response, Joy states that the people who are not joining his squad are fools, and if they come to know about his abilities, they will be lining up at his door. Getting up, Joy states that they should try to recruit more people. The next day, as they prepare to leave, someone knocks at the door. Opening the door, Han is shocked to see Kiro with a bruised face and asks what happened to him. In response, Kiro reveals that he told Soki about his decision to leave the squad, and all Soki could do was torture him a little. Astonished to hear that, Han remarks that Kiro has become quite confident and has changed a lot. Joy's remarks that they formed the same team as they did on the deserted island, making them an unbeatable trio. Just then, someone walks into the room and asks if he can also become a part of the team, causing them to turn around. Stating that everyone is talking about Han, the person says that their squad seems to be the most fun. While surprised, Han stands still, staring at him. Putting his hand on Han's shoulder, Joy states that he knows the person since they were in the same class, and Han smiles, stating that he is the person their squad needs at the moment. Recognizing him as Knut Meyer, Han welcomes him into the squad. While Han shares his hopes to have a good experience, Knut asks if his joining has made their squad official. Agreeing, Han states that they are an eyesore to the other squads, and if they are not careful, they might be disbanded, which will not be good for them. In response, all of them assure him that they are ready to face whatever comes in their way. Looking at them, Han thinks that his shoulders feel heavy with responsibility, but also feels confident in his ability to do it. The next day, Han takes his squad members to meet the head instructor, who greets them warmly and introduces himself to them. Turning to the squad members, Grossman, the head instructor, calls out the names of all of them, becoming familiar with their faces. While calling out to Kiro, he looks at his bruised face and asks what happened to it. In response, Kiro smiles, stating that he slipped from the stairs, causing Grossman to become a little surprised and then instruct him to be careful. Coming to the point, Grossman states that they will be allotted a grace period for the competition starting that day that will last for 3 weeks. Stating that they will have to participate in the competition after the period, the instructor advises them to work hard and prepare well in advance. A few days later, Han gets ready for a competition along with his team, realizing that they should not take this lightly. The first competition that is decided for them belongs to the category of gun survival against Squad 9, which is one of the strongest squads with the most victories. While he is thinking about that, Knut takes off his helmet, remarking that it is stuffy and asking if it is fine to not wear it until they get shot. Forcefully making him wear the helmet, and asks if he wants to die, and instructs him not to take it off, stating that he is not permitted to do that under any circumstances, causing Knut to become a little scared. Wearing his own helmet, Han states that the strategy they will be using is called the moving bunker, name he has just made, up telling them not to laugh. Confused by such a strange name, all three of the squad members stare at him. After a few moments, their competition begins, with the members of Squad 9 standing confidently, thinking of finishing the competition quickly. On the other hand, Han shows an equal level of confidence, stating that they will definitely win when the competition begins. While watching the competition from the training hall, all the other squads encourage Squad 9 to beat Han and his team in order to punish them for standing up against them. Standing among the crowd, Dimitri remarks that Han and his group have become quite popular, while Del thinks that there is no way they can win the gun survival game. Meanwhile, the members of Squad 9 start to proceed but are unable to find Han and his group, wondering if they are sticking to the starting point. Thinking that this is all they can do against a powerful squad like them, the members of Squad 9 decide to reach the place when Canute, who is hiding behind a tree, remarks that they are very fast. Turning to his wristwatch, Canute informs his team members that the opponents are within 200 meters of their range and that he will be joining them shortly. Reading the message, Han is surprised, thinking that they have quickly started moving in their direction. In response, Joyce remarks that they are the type of people who will never allow them to rest but shares his relief at finishing all their preparations. Han thinks that Canute should already be aware of their situation and, instead of trying hard to get to them, he should stay back and keep hiding. However, in contrast to that, Canute leaves his place and reveals himself to the opponents, who strike a bullet at his leg, causing him to feel intense pain. Looking at them advancing towards him at a great speed, Canute starts shooting blindly, thinking that this will help strike at least one of them. However, all 9 members of Squad 9 quickly take their places behind trees, saving themselves from the bullet strikes. After firing some bullets, Canute crashes to the ground. Again, wondering where the opponents went, they suddenly open fire once again, causing him to quickly drift aside and hide behind the tree. Thinking of the original strategy to get back to his team, Canute realizes that he will only become a burden to them with his injured leg and considers it better to buy them some time. Watching Canute, members of Squad 9 wonder why he is the only one facing them, when one of them states that the battle is going to end with a direct encounter anyway. After thinking about something, the captain of the squad turns to his team members, stating that he is going to go inside and instructing them to give him cover. Meanwhile, Han, Joyce, and Kiro stand ready for battle, having fully recovered their lost stamina, and decide to start immediately. Han, expressing gratitude for Canute's strategic sacrifice, remarks that he must be injured, choosing to buy them time instead of regrouping. Joyce acknowledges that their energy recovery is due to Canute, recalling his earlier lack of stamina due to using telekinesis and fire to cut a tree. Asserting that it is time to prove themselves, Han commands his squad to advance, and they proceed while using a tree log as their shield. Observing this, everyone in the training hall is surprised by their strategy, with Dimitri and Del crediting Kiro for it. Meanwhile, Canute, still hidden behind the tree, opens fire again, wasting all his bullets. As he sits down to reload, the captain of Squad 9 reaches near him, remarking that he is indeed alone, while they were suspecting it to be a trap. Seeing one of Han's squad members defeated, Dimitri comments that it is still a good tactic, assuming the log shield is their last defense. However, Del points out a weakness in the strategy, suggesting that Han must be aware of it. Meanwhile, Han and his group keep getting closer to Squad 9 members, who are unable to stop them. They realize that they selected their members based on shooting abilities, and none of them have strong psychic powers to blow the gigantic log away. Han recognizes this weakness and begins to exploit it, causing Squad 9 to take cover behind trees for protection. Their captain instructs them to prolong the battle, anticipating that their psyche will tire from using telekinesis, giving them an advantage. Hearing that, Han thinks that he is already aware of this weakness, and is using this log only as a means to bring them close enough to the targets. As soon as they reach Squad 9, Joyce uses his combustion ability to set surrounding plants on fire, leaving the opponents bewildered in the smoke. Seeing the members of Squad 9 covered in smoke, the people in the training hall question the legitimacy of such tactics. After creating a smoke screen, Joyce informs Han that Squad 9 members won't be able to see their surroundings. With a smile, Han directs his teammates to deal with those emerging from the smoke and swiftly defeats 2 members of Squad 9 who are coughing in haste. Realizing that 2 of their team members have already been eliminated, the third one feels anxious while their captain tells him to calm down, stating that the opponents cannot see them either. However, to their surprise, bullets come flying in their direction and strike both of them, with Han emerging from the smoke and stating that they have eyes that can see everything. With that, they fire a few final bullets, causing their squad to win, leaving all the people standing in the training hall surprised. While Dimitri feels happy for them to have won, Del becomes frustrated as well as jealous. Meanwhile, Kiro and Joyce happily turn to Han, giving him a thumbs up on their victory, and he reciprocates the same. Watching Han on the screen from a distance, Grossman, the head instructor, becomes surprised to have figured out his true capability. In celebration of their victory against the powerful Squad 9 members, Han and his team enjoy a special meal, feeling more encouraged to proceed forward. Stating that it is time for them to hear a few words from their squad leader who led them to this victory, Joyce turns to Han, asking him to say something. In response, Han shares his gratitude with everyone, stating that their victory was only possible with everyone's collaboration. Adding to that, Kiro calls his plan incredible, which became the reason for their victory. Han states that luck also played a part in their victory since they had already figured out that Squad 9 would send those members who are the best at shooting for this competition. However, Canute gives credit to Han, stating that it was only possible because of his ability to read his opponents, and remarking that his decision to join Han's team was the right one. Just then, he begins to feel an intense pain in his stomach, causing Joyce to tell him to go and rest. However, he assures them that he is fine and will never miss a feast like that, no matter what. Meanwhile, the head instructor sits in his office, watching the footage of the competition, while feeling surprised that Han's squad defeated Squad 9, whose victory was guaranteed. He's thinking that he must squash them before they become overconfident in their abilities. Grossman wonders who will be the best for this plan and considers Soki as an option. Considering that Soki's squad will try their best to defeat Han's squad, Grossman wonders what will happen if Squad 7 loses to them. However, dismissing that thought, he decides to make it impossible for them to lose. Meanwhile, Han lies on his bed, unable to sleep, and recalls the time when he could not sleep due to the fear of getting expelled, which he doesn't need to worry about anymore. Confident in the abilities of his squad members, he thinks that no matter how strong the opponent is, they must be able to beat them with collaboration. The next day, their squad is nominated for a captain's battle against Squad 1. Standing ready for the competition to start, the squad captain of Team 1 reminds his members about their strategy for targeting Joyce and Kiro, stating that both of them have incredible psychic abilities. The squad captain nominates another individual along with him to deal with them exclusively, stating that he does not know about the abilities of the other two members of Han's squad. The squad captain states that they will not mean much to them. Therefore, he turns to the bulky member of their group, giving him the task of targeting the rest. Watching the competition on the screen, Dimitri wonders how much hatred they have with the instructors to go against Squad 1 in a captain battle. After a competition against Squad 9, with the strongest member of Team 1 wearing a headscarf, it is announced that in the captain battle, the opposite team needs to take down the person wearing a headscarf to win. Considering the nomination of that bulky person to become the captain, all of the people standing in the training hall think their victory is guaranteed. Excited for the competition, Dimitri wonders how Han is going to deal with the situation, while Del tells him to keep quiet and watch. However, as soon as the squad members reach Han and his team, they are surprised to find Kiro as the captain. Thinking of it as being against their strategy, the members of Squad 1 become confused and are unable to find Han. Meanwhile, Kiro, who is increasingly feeling nervous and anxious, tries to calm himself down, and the other two members of their group assure him that they will protect him no matter what. Thinking that, they proceed quickly as planned while the captain of Squad 1 assures himself that the opponents will not be able to find the opening even if their members hide somewhere. Therefore, he commands his team members to charge forward, and they comply as they start proceeding forward at great speed. Han stands on a tree branch right above his team members, recalling that this is a competition in which they only have to take down the captain. Meanwhile, the squad members reach Joyce and Canute, attempting to launch an attack, while they also come into action, activating their abilities, stating that their unique abilities will not work. The squad members utilize their specialty of physical combat and try to overpower them. Watching the fight from above, Han looks at Kiro, who is waiting for his signal, and tells him to proceed with the plan while jumping down himself. Meanwhile, the nominated captain of Squad 1 comes forward and grabs both Joyce and Canute tightly, making them unable to move. Instructing him to keep grabbing them, the leader of the squad rushes towards Kiro in order to take him down. While Han reaches for them, declaring it to be their victory, the squad members charge at Kiro, who keeps looking upward, making them confused. Just then, something crashes to the ground, causing smoke to spread everywhere, leading them to turn around in bewilderment. As soon as the clouds of smoke dissipate, the members of the squad become shocked to find their captain lying on the ground with Han sitting next to him, declaring their victory. Watching that, all the people standing in the training hall become surprised, while astonished at Han. Jumping down from a tree that is almost 5 stories tall, the entire hall begins to praise him, calling him an incredible individual. Watching their reaction, Dimitri laughs, stating that they were talking negative things about Han a while ago, and he has proven himself yet again through his ludicrous strategies. While all of the squad members get impressed by Han, wondering why he did not take part in competitions, Soki becomes enraged and frustrated. One day before their battle with Squad 1, Han and his team were practicing in the training hall, confident in their abilities and progress. Han noticed Kiro using telekinesis to control a living human, which he found incredible. In response, Kiro complimented Han for his courage in jumping from such a height. Han explained that telekinesis was a rare ability, which was why most Psycheers couldn't fly. He went on to discuss their strategy, instructing Kiro to control his descent speed to ensure their team's safety. Remembering this, Kiro kneels down, apologizing to Han for his broken arm, thinking that it happened because of him. In response, Han tells him not to apologize, stating that no one died and he surely did his best. Canute chimes in, reminding Kiro that his actions have successfully caused the captain of Squad 1 to fall. However, they feel glad that until Han's arm fully heals, they will not have any more scheduled battles. To their surprise, their wristwatches suddenly ring with a notification. They will be facing Squad 7 in an airborne battle in 2 days, leaving them shocked. Soki, receiving the same notification as Han and his team, walks straight to the office of the head instructor, his frustration and questions filling his mind. In a discussion among themselves, Joyce expresses concerns that battling while injured will lead them to defeat, with Canute agreeing and anxious about facing Squad 7. Frustrated by this decision, Joyce calls it unfair and suggests they file a complaint. Meanwhile, the head instructor explains to Soki that the battle with Squad 7 has been arranged for them to win, questioning Soki's confidence in his victory. Soki responds that even without the disadvantage, his squad would have won, making the head instructor smile and urging him to ensure his victory. Leaving the office, Soki feels frustrated with the instructor for not listening to him as he walks away. Meanwhile, Han arrives at the training ground, stating that crying won't change anything. Their focus should be on winning. He acknowledges that he hasn't devised a strategy yet but promises to create one to secure their victory before the battle. As they discuss this, Soki approaches them, remarking that Han's plans are fascinating, and he asks if Han will be okay with his broken arm. In response, Han raises his other arm, claiming it will be enough to defeat Squad 7. Soki reminds him of the difficulty of airborne battles and tells Han to keep it in mind. Han replies that he will prepare something unique for them and encourages Soki to do his best. Frustrated, Soki threatens to kill both Han and Kiro, but Han warns him against making empty threats. Frightened by Han's response, Soki angrily walks away, telling them to wait and see, while Han and his team remain unfazed. Acknowledging that Squad 7 won't be an easy opponent, Han instructs his team to head to the gym. Sometime later at the gym, all 4 of the team members practice operating their air bits, with Han unable to do that despite continuously trying, which makes him frustrated. Looking at Joyce, Han thinks that it is not going to be easy for him either, considering that he will have to use his combustion ability alongside telekinesis. Thinking that the only option left for them is to solely depend on Kiro like Squad 7, Han considers the heavy psychological pressure it will put on him, which he does not want to do. Considering the power of the members of Squad 7 and their strength and teamwork under the supervision of Soki, Han thinks that it will not be easy to defeat them in a head-on battle. Just then, Joyce calls out to him, stating that there is a problem and reveals that since there is nothing combustible in the air, his ability will not pose much threat to the opponent. In addition to that, he states that because everyone will be flying in the air quickly, it would be very difficult for him to target someone, causing Han to become silent. Watching them practice from a distance, the vice team leader of Squad 7 turns to Soki, stating that the skill level of their opponent shows that they do not need to worry about the battle. While Han tries to find a way for them to win, Soki thinks of a reason for them to lose, but both of them find none. 2 days later, all of the students gather in the hall again, surprised to find that Han and his group have another battle despite him being injured. Looking at the schedule in the opponent team, Dimitri realizes that Han's team is intentionally set up to lose. Remarking that Grossman is an awful person while Dell remains silent, Dell justifies the battle by explaining that Grossman aims to maintain a balance and winning probability for all squads, determining battles and opponents based on his analysis. Concerned about facing Squad 7, Dell wonders what strategy Han will employ this time. Facing Han and his team in the battling compartment, Soki vows to destroy them completely, showing them the consequences of being traitors. Meanwhile, Han turns to Joyce, inquiring about his condition, and Joyce assures him that he is more than ready to use his abilities and burn down everything, telling Han not to worry. In response, Han tells him to take good care of them, stating that he is the core of their battling strategy. Just then, the announcement to begin the battle is made, and both teams are instructed to launch their air bits. As they observe the number of air bits launched by Han's team, the entire hall falls into shocked silence. Meanwhile, Soki stares at the 16 air bits floating in the air, considering it impossible. He knows that an average person can control 2 air bits, and a skilled individual can manage up to 4, making this display utterly bewildering. Watching their expressions, Han smiles, remarking that he certainly looks very confused and asking to allow him to clear up his mind in a moment. Gazing at the 16 air bits suspended in the air, Squad 7 members become astonished, wondering if it's even possible. Soki, in the meantime, instructs them not to be swayed by the sight. He urges them to proceed according to the plan, emphasizing that they will calmly dismantle their opponents one by one. Meanwhile, Joyce and Canute jump onto the air bits and advance forward, as Han charges his hand. With telekinesis, he reflects on how he never stopped honing his telekinetic abilities, even during training. Despite his telekinesis being below average, Han believes he has acquired the skill to focus his powers where he desires. Gripping one of the air bits, he contemplates how he could use his ability for more than mere object control, possibly sending them flying even faster. Acting on this thought, he sends one air bit hurtling towards Soki, who reacts by evading it skillfully. At the same time, Joyce activates his combustion ability, recalling Han's strategy of using something combustible in the air. He directs his ignition powers at the air bit sent by Han, causing it to explode amid Soki's team, leaving them all stunned. Wondering if they just witnessed an air bit explosion, onlookers in the training hall comment on the expense but express excitement, urging Han's team to explode them all. Meanwhile, Han continues sending air bits towards Soki's group, while Joyce keeps directing his ignition powers, causing continuous blasts, which result in 2 Squad 7 members falling down. Recognizing the risk of exploding all their air bits, Soki urges the Vice Team leader to block the attacks, while the Vice leader argues that getting closer might expose them to the explosions. Just then, the head instructors come running into the training hall, commanding them to stop the competition right away and calling Han to his office. The head instructor keeps silently staring at him, causing him to wonder if that was what he called him for. After some time, the instructor speaks up, asking if he is aware of the cost of 1 air bit. In response, Han states that he is aware of how expensive they are, causing the instructor to remark that if he were not a member of ARC, it would have taken a lifetime for him to pay that amount. Hearing that, Han asks if he was not called to inquire about his strategy. In response, the instructor states that it was not against the rules, but he should have realized that it was going to be highly controversial, stating that he is against such a strategy. The instructor tells him to inform him in advance if he ever plans on using such a strategy again in the future. Complying, Han states that he wants to ask one thing, which the instructor allows, stating that if they were battling dragons, Han asks if it would not be considered controversial, or if he would ask about the cost of the air bits, emphasizing that they need to win no matter what. Han calls it the main point of their training. Grossman starts laughing, stating that he is speechless, and that Han reminds him of someone he knows, remarking that it is a good attitude to have. Grossman states that he looks forward to his future competitions. With that, the head instructor dismisses Han, who leaves the office only to find Soki standing at the door. Soki recalls Han's strategy of exploding air bits and then falling with him, asserting that even after winning, they won't impress anyone. Stating that it will be decided at a later time, Han asks if Soki was waiting outside just to say that, to which Soki becomes frustrated and denies it, claiming he was just passing by. As Han starts to walk away, Soki vows to trample on him and his team, urging them not to lose to anyone else until then. Sometime later, Han returns to his room where his team members await him at the dinner. As he gets inside, Kiro remarks that the battle was a victory for them, while Joyce shares his worry that their strategy might have gone against the rules. With a serious expression, Joyce starts to look at his wristwatch, causing Kiro to ask if everything is all right. Joyce explains that they typically receive the announcement for their next competition during the feast, which is what he was checking. As expected, the announcement arrives, and it causes all of them to react differently. Upon reading that their next competition will be capturing the flag against Squad 5, realizing that Squad 5 is the team with Dimitri on it, who is even better than him in physical combat. Han thinks that Grossman really used his head to decide the schedule. Meanwhile, Dmitri walks out of the gymnasium after completing his daily workout and feels hot, thinking that he will take a shower immediately after getting to his room. Just then, he comes across a person who watches him, quickly starts to walk away, recognizing him to be the ex-squad leader of Squad 5. Dmitri stops him, stating that he cannot ignore him after ascending to level 3, and starts to inform him about the squad doing well. To his shock, the person responds by rudely telling him to get away before he is killed. Surprised at such an unexpected reply, Dmitri becomes excited, thinking that he will now surely get the details after fighting it out. Badly injured and exhausted from the battle, Han looks at the person approaching him from the front during the flag-obtaining competition, wondering who he is. Han realizes that the person wearing a skeleton mask and holding 2 swords is incredibly strong. When the person suddenly vanishes in front of him, suddenly appearing right next to him, the person hits Han with his sword, causing intense pain and making Han crash to the ground. 6 days ago, the head instructor called Han to his office and told him something that left him shocked. The instructor, stating that he couldn't reveal the details at that moment, informed Han that Dmitri had suddenly been injured and wouldn't be able to participate in the upcoming competition. However, he also mentioned that the competition would proceed as scheduled, leading Han to believe that Squad 5 without Dmitri would be like a headless chicken, giving them a free win. Setting that matter aside, the instructor showed Han certain documents, explaining the reason for summoning him. Han, taking the documents, asked about their contents, and the instructor revealed that they were all applications for squad transfer requests to his squad. The instructor explained that he had become famous for fairly utilizing his squad members, something Han had expected. Looking at the applications, he noticed that most of them were from people who had recently advanced to level 2 and wanted to become prominent. The instructor advised Han to take some time to consider this carefully, but Han readily accepted all of them into his squad, stating that he wasn't in a position to be selective. Sometime later, all 4 of the new squad members came to Han for an introduction, and he warmly welcomed them. Han informed them that they would begin preparing for the competition the next day, asking them to observe their specialty skills and choose roles accordingly, and inquired if anyone had objections. At that moment, one of them spoke to him in Korean, prompting Han to ask if there was a problem. In response, Jong Jijo, the individual, tried to take advantage of their shared nationality, requesting that Han take good care of him. In response, Han simply stated that their nationality didn't guarantee special treatment, and that they needed to prove themselves with their skills, making him feel embarrassed. He then instructed them to leave, leaving Jijo feeling annoyed and walking away in frustration, muttering something in Korean that left his companions confused. An hour before the actual incident, the flag-obtaining competition began with the downlight closing, plunging everything into darkness and confusing Han's team members. Han reassured them, reminding them that their opponents were in the same environment, and they only needed to wait for their eyes to adjust to the darkness. He explained their strategy, assigning Canute and his team to the actual action and Joyce and his team to back up. Meanwhile, Han, Kiro, and Jijo were supposed to attack from the side. Despite Squad 5's perceived weakness without Dmitri, Han advised his team members not to let their guard down. 10 minutes earlier, the leading team made their entrance, followed by the backup team. Han and his group members, within 5 minutes, collectively eliminated all members of Squad 5. However, one of the group members pointed at a person sitting by the flag, suggesting that he is the sole remaining member who had quietly observed his team members getting defeated. Suddenly, the person got up and approached them, swiftly eliminating all of Han's team members, leaving Han shocked. Just then, Kiro pushed Han to the ground, warning him to be cautious, and took the hit directed at Han himself. Realizing that the person had teleportation abilities, Han watched as he moved swiftly. Thinking that there was no time to be surprised, he quickly took action, swinging his sword and causing the person to drift backward. Jijo, the only remaining member of his group, attempted to approach, but the person executed a backflip in the air and kicked Jijo with such force that he crashed to the ground. As the entire squad was eliminated, the people in the training hall wondered who was behind the skeleton mask, noting that he seemed to be a person known as Silence. Hearing the name Silence, the entire hall was surprised, realizing that he was indeed the same person. Dell recalled that Silence was the individual whose central nervous system had been damaged during training, rendering him unable to speak but granting him extraordinary strength. While everyone shared their thoughts about this mysterious person, Han retrieved his weapon from the ground, causing Silence to turn around. Han, unaware of Silence's identity, declared that he had no intention of losing, addressing him as Skeleton Mask. With that, he charged his hand with overwhelming energy and tightened his grip on his weapon. Observing this, the opponent also charged his entire body with overwhelming energy, preparing for the battle. Realizing that the person fighting against Han is a level 3 individual, which is on an entirely different level, Del becomes surprised. He thinks that there is no possible way of winning against such a powerful individual, and wonders what Han is going to do, thinking that being unable to block the next attack by that person will cause them to lose. Han vows not to give up that easily. Therefore, before starting the battle, he decides to analyze the situation by remembering how he eliminated the rest of the group members. Considering the winning condition to be capturing the flag instead of taking down the individual, Han thinks that interrupting the person momentarily can lead him to victory. While the person becomes ready to run, Han concludes that he can interrupt the person while he is using his ability. With that, the person teleports once again and travels swiftly, and Han, in the same direction, appears right above him, leaning down to block the attack launched by the person. Han quickly gets up, making the person confused and attempting to launch a forceful punch. However, to his surprise, the person dodges the attack and launches a forceful kick, causing Han to crash to the ground. Putting his foot on Han's body, the person is about to strike him with a sword when Han suddenly smiles and looks at the stick floating in the air, which comes toward the person at great speed. Before the person can turn around to see it, the stick comes down swiftly and strikes the person, causing him to momentarily lose consciousness. After 3 seconds, when the person regains consciousness, he finds Han having already obtained the flag. Han remarks that this time was enough for him to win the competition. Turning to the person, Han smiles, declaring it to be their victory, which causes the entire training hall to shout out in surprise, while leaving Del frustrated. The next morning, Kiro sits outside the dorm, giving food to a cat while remembering that there used to be a similar cat outside the orphanage. He recalls that because he had no friends and was considered an outcast, he used to spend time with the cat. However, he states that it is different now since he is not an outcast and has a lot of friends. When Jijo comes from behind, thinking Kiro is insane, he calls him out, asking what he is doing. Feeling a little embarrassed to see Jijo, Kiro asks why he is standing there. Jijo states that he thought they should discuss something on their off day. Confused, Kiro gets up, asking what he wants to discuss, and Jijo explains that their squad currently does not have a vice leader, and he wants to volunteer for that and requires his support. Just then, the cat that was eating the food comes near Jijo, causing him to kick it away, leaving Kiro shocked. While Jijo tries to continue the conversation, Kiro, who is enraged by his act of kicking the cat, activates his powers, causing everything around them to shake badly. Looking at the dustbin behind them shaking badly, rising in the air, and then constricting like a paper ball, Jijo becomes scared while Kiro warns him never to do anything like that again. Frightened by his anger, Jijo agrees never to do anything like that again and crashes to the ground, trembling with fear. Meanwhile, Kiro runs to the cat, which goes away, having become frightened by the kick. Meanwhile, Han sits in a hospital room with Dimitri, who asks about the reason for his arrival. In response, Han states that he can only make assumptions since Ark keeps a lot of things secret, and asks if it was a level 3 who did that to him. Agreeing, Dimitri reveals that their previous squad leader did that to him and remarks that a level 3 is definitely on a different level. He remembers that he could not even make a move before he was defeated, while Han notices his expression, realizing how sad and disappointed he is feeling. Dimitri reveals that the squad leader was not acting like himself, and it was as if he went insane. Hearing that, Han remarks that it is related to level 3 activities, noting that the level 3 facilities in Ark are quite lacking, and encountering them is very rare. Stating that they have to do a lot in order to finish their level 2 training, Han shares his belief that they will be able to fight in a real battle when they reach level 3, making Dimitri excited. Meanwhile, a person wearing a special armor suit comes out of a secret compartment, finding the same cat that was kicked by Jijo. Running behind the cat, Kiro also comes to the place. Happy to have found it, Kiro lifts it up, asking if it got hurt anywhere because of the kick and promising to give it more snacks. Just then, he turns around, shocked to see the person standing in front of him, asking who he is. Hearing the person's voice, Kiro becomes a little confused. When the person removes his mask, revealing himself to be their level 1 instructor, John, Kiro becomes equally surprised to see him. Stating that this is the Ark Development Center, John asks if he got lost, remarking that he has come too far. John takes a drink and gives it to Kiro, telling him to have it and wait until a car comes to take him back to his dorm, making him surprised by the special treatment. Confused at something, Kiro asks if he is not angry at him, causing John to ask if he was expecting him to be angry for coming there. John reveals that the armor he was wearing is a second-generation psycho frame that will be revealed soon, and it was not a problem for Kiro to see it sooner. In response, Kiro states that their reinforced bodies are not allowed to leave the place until they are unable to battle because they are assets that belong to Arc. Agreeing, John states that the people who get angry for no apparent reason have very different personalities, causing Kiro to become a little embarrassed. Just then, an older person walks into the room and asks how the test went. John smiles, stating that it was as expected and that the response rate to psychic abilities was great. However, he suggests decreasing the amount of dragon material for the internal system, since it would become harder for them to control. He states that, unlike them, the first-generation people like Kiro can manifest their psychic abilities as easily as breathing air. In response, the person turns to Kiro, introducing himself as the chief of Team 1, Charlie Smith, and shakes hands with him. Kiro also introduces himself, while John tells him that Charlie is the person who designed the psycho frame. Charlie explains that the first-generation psycho frame was put together in a rush and was a little crude, but the one made for the second generation is much better. Turning to Kiro, John states that it was something made for them. He himself can barely maneuver it, causing Kiro to realize that he will have to wear that suit and fight real battles. After some time, the vehicle arrives to escort him back to the dorms, and John takes him to the gate. After he leaves, John wonders what is going to happen to the mainframe he tested earlier that day. In response, Charlie states that it needs to be disassembled and recycled for parts because they are always short on dragon material due to its rarity. Hearing that, John suggests leaving the suit for them, stating that there might be someone who would want to wear it. Despite the schedule of ARC starting at 5 o'clock a.m., Han gets up at 4 o'clock a.m. to write down the strategies for the competition for that day. He thinks that his psychic powers are still below average and have a very low output. However, he recently discovered an ability that he can only use among people his age, which is absolute precision in using his psychic abilities. He discovers that he can outshine anyone else when it comes to psychic control and thinks that he should train harder to refine his precision. While he is thinking about that, he suddenly looks at his watch, realizing that it is about time to head out. Reaching the training ground, he starts running laps along with a few other people. Dimitri, who is also running beside him, calls out to him, causing Han to turn around and ask how the dimensional crack was, which he saw the previous day. In response, Dimitri remarks that it was a very enchanting location. Han remembers that the dimensional crack is a place that formed when the dragons attacked, and the gates were closed. Two groups made by the head instructor were told to go and see the place. The head instructor told them that it was the place where the Earth and another world were directly connected, and the theory was that it influenced the appearance of Psycheers, revealing that it was formed about 25 years ago. The instructor told them to go and see it, stating that there was no danger. Remembering that, Han turns to Dimitri, sharing his belief that Psycheers feel a strange sensation when they reach the place, and Dimitri agrees, revealing that they do feel a bit dazed. After completing the laps, Han instructs his squad members to gather at the helipad at 10 o'clock a.m., telling them to spend the remaining time however they like. Excited for the experience, Joy states that it feels like they are going on a field trip, while Han tells them all to go, and they leave as they all go away. John, the leader of Squad 10, arrives asking Han to have breakfast with him, causing Han to reply in a very friendly manner. Han remembers that after Silence was defeated by him, the head instructor did not pressure them to lose so openly, but they did lose to some of the squads, and Squad 10 was one of them. Walking inside, Han states that he always learns a lot from the strategy John uses, and he also wanted to have a chance to speak to him, causing John to act humbly in response. At the designated time, the students board the helicopters and start to move toward the dimensional crack. One of the instructors explains to them that it is one of the 6 places where gates opened, causing the dragons to cause devastation in Korea and China, leading them to get almost destroyed. He reveals that, due to the nuclear attack North Korea used to defeat the dragons, this caused a heavy loss, which led to their economy being completely destroyed. Hearing about Korea, one of the team members turns to Han, asking if it is the country from which he belongs, and Han agrees, stating that it is his birthplace. Sometime later, the helicopters finally arrive at the dimensional crack in Sinuiju. After approaching the crack, the rear hatch of the helipad is opened, causing all of the students to view it. As soon as Han is exposed to the overwhelming psychic energy of the dragon, he starts to feel intense pressure, as if he is going to be swallowed whole any moment. As soon as the helicopters enter the dimensional zone, all of the group members start to feel tired and dizzy, wanting to go back and have a peaceful sleep. Meanwhile, Han sits quietly, looking out of the window when he finds another helicopter flying beside them, carrying the members of Squad 10. Noticing him, John, the leader of Squad 10, also smiles and gives a thumbs up, causing Han to smile back in response. However, all of a sudden, overwhelming energy starts to emerge from the Squad 10 helicopter, causing it to blast. Shocked to see the sudden blast, Han wonders what type of light obliterated the entire squad and remembers that John was a person whom he greeted for the first time in the morning. Just then, the instructor urgently calls out to Han, informing him of an emergency and instructing him to guide his squad members in skydiving. The instructor reveals that the aircraft is going to crash soon and that he will contact headquarters for backup, urging Han to hurry, to which Han complies. Swiftly donning their parachute bags, all the people aboard the helicopter start jumping one by one. As Han is about to jump, the instructor instructs him to assemble the squad members upon landing and wait for rescue. The instructor adds that if he can't join them, Han will be in charge of the team. Suddenly a bright light engulfs the helicopter, causing it to explode. Just as Han jumps, moments later, he opens his eyes, realizing he's alive but remembers that the instructor was killed in the blast. With his parachute caught in a tree, Han takes a deep breath and resolves to stay calm, knowing this is the kind of situation they were trained for. Suspecting that there might be injured or panicked individuals, Han decides to follow the source of the smoke to locate them, thinking the smoke might indicate a crashed aircraft or a signal from Joyce. Han retrieves a knife and cuts the ropes of the parachute bag before jumping to the ground. As he senses movement in the bushes, he turns, brandishing his knife defensively, only to find Jijo suddenly emerging, leaving him confused. Jijo explains that while skydiving, he observed the aircraft and knew Han would be the last to jump, understanding the need to regroup with the squad leader first. Impressed by Jijo's judgment, Han instructs him to follow and emphasizes the need to regroup quickly. With that, they proceed forward, breaking twigs and making marks on trees with the dagger to prevent losing their path. Eventually, they reach a fallen aircraft from Unit 2, realizing it was the helicopter carrying Squad 8. Opening the rear hatch of the helicopter, they find the lifeless bodies of all the squad members, realizing that they should have met a similar fate if they had not skydived. Feeling traumatized by the scene, Jijo quickly runs out, while being surprised at Han's expressionless face, wondering if he is emotionless and asking if the scene did not affect him. In response, Han states that it's not the first time they've seen dead bodies and urges Jijo to hurry and proceed forward to prevent further casualties. Suddenly, Han looks ahead of him and is shocked to find a werewolf above the helicopter. Calling out to Jijo, Han tells him to find something useful in the aircraft, stating that he will distract the monster. In the meantime, hearing that, Jijo asks if they cannot simply run away, but Han explains that this act will lead them to die since the monster has higher mobility than them. Just then, the werewolf jumps down toward Han and ensnares one of his arms, while he urges Jijo to leave. Complying, Jijo starts running toward the aircraft, while Han struggles to free himself from the monster's grasp. Watching Han's efforts, Jijo realizes he needs to quickly run away instead of stopping. Meanwhile, Han uses his dagger to cut the monster's strong tentacles, snaring his arm, which rapidly regenerates, causing him to become anxious just as the monster is about to attack. A large broken piece of the helicopter hurtles toward it. Confused, Han turns to see Jijo, who uses telekinesis to throw the debris at the werewolf while apologizing for the delay. While throwing the pieces of the helicopter toward the monster, Jijo lifts his weapon made by tying a dagger at the tip of a rod, thinking that Han must notice his action and react accordingly. With that, he throws the weapon in Han's direction, although the werewolf approaches him, causing him to fall down. Opening its mouth, the monster is about to bite and kill him when the weapon pierces through its mouth, causing it to crash to the ground and die. Han stands behind him, badly exhausted. As the monster crashes to the ground, Han starts to take deep breaths, relieved to have finally killed it. Stuck under the dead body of the monster, Jijo confirms if it is lifeless, and Han agrees, commending him for his effort and helping him get up. Helping him move forward, Han tells him that the rescue team from ARC will reach the forest soon, telling him to endure it for a little longer. Meanwhile, the other members of his squad gather at one place and light the fire, expecting Han to see the smoke and come to them. They express their great faith in Han, confident that they can face any situation as long as he is with them, since his strategies are the best. Looking at the amount of trust they have in their leader, the members of the other squads become astonished. Just then, they see the shadows of someone beside them and turn around expecting it to be Han, but find the members of Squad 9 instead, realizing that they are only 6 in number. Canute asks if they also skydived and got separated from each other, but they disagree. They reveal that they were ambushed, during which their instructor and squad leader died, and they were the only ones who managed to survive by running away. Just then, Han and Jijo also come, while the Squad 9 members reveal that there were 3 hunter-type Ellis that were handling a werewolf like their hunting dog. Hearing that, the rest of them become anxious, wondering what they are going to do, thinking that they do not even have the weapons to fight at the moment. Telling everyone to calm down, Han states that he has a plan, asking everyone to lend in their strength. He states that even if the rescue team arrived as soon as possible, it would take at least 5 hours based on the distance until which they need to build a fort. 2 hours later, all the preparations are completed by building a fort using tree logs with fire burning on all its corners, which makes them wonder if it would not put them in danger. Thinking that all that is left is to wait, Canute turns to Han, asking what will happen if the rescue team arrives and gets hit by the same light, thinking that they might not know about the situation. Stating that they can think about it after they survive, he instructs him to focus on carrying out the plan for then. Hearing that, Canute wonders if the real battles are this bleak, realizing that the competitions they have gone through so far feel like child's play in this situation. Just then they hear a strange sound, which makes them all attentive, and Han calls out to Kiro, who activates his ability to form a protective shield above them. Realizing that Kiro possesses such an incredible ability, the other squad members wonder when he got it. Just then, Han calls out to them, telling them about a werewolf approaching from their side, commanding the group of people holding the spears to proceed forward. Han rushes to the monster, heading the group himself. After getting their position, Han instructs the squad members to use their psychic abilities to toss their spears as if they were pushing them. Complying, all of them throw the spears in the werewolf's direction, causing it to get struck and lose some of its power. Taking advantage of the situation, Han climbs up on its body and strikes it with a spear, while Canute does the same from the other side. However, the werewolf quickly retaliates, hitting Canute with one of its tentacles, causing him to crash at a distance, leaving Han shocked. Telling them not to worry about him, Canute urges them to focus on the approaching monster who, after getting struck, grows furious. However, before it can attack them, the team members launch more spears in its direction that hit it, causing it to experience intense pain. After successfully killing the monster, Han turns to Kiro, asking where the next one is, and he informs them that there are 2 more approaching them from the opposite side. Hearing that, Han quickly calls out to Joyce, telling him to light the barricade, and he complies, causing the monsters to stop. Having bought a little time, Han instructs the ones holding the spears to target the monster that is approaching. First, they follow, hitting it with multiple spears, causing it to fall in flames. With that, only one monster remains for them to kill. They hurl their spears toward the monster, but it shields itself with its back, causing them to wonder if it's going to wait until they are out of spears. Telling Jijo to follow him, Han rushes toward the monster and pierces his spear into its foot. Feeling intense pain due to the attack, the monster opens its mouth, letting out a scream when Jijo pierces his spear into its mouth. While Jijo stands still after attacking, Kiro calls out to him, telling him to watch out, and Han pulls him back when the monster crashes to the ground. While attempting to launch a last attack, it wonders if it was the monster's last attempt. Jijo becomes relieved that it only tore his clothes when a ray of light suddenly passes through his body, causing him to crash to the ground. Apologizing for that, Kiro states that they could not avoid everything and that it was better to be shot by an arrow than to be attacked by a werewolf. Considering the attack by an arrow, Han realizes that they must be Ellis hunters, and quickly instructs Kiro to locate them, stating that it is time to use the surprise attack team. Meanwhile, the last 3 members of their group, who act as Han's trump cards, hide in the bushes holding pieces of wood that they are going to use as their bits. They remember Han explaining that the Ellis hunters would show up themselves after confirming that they had utilized all their resources. Therefore, as soon as the hunters reach their destination, Kiro guides the team towards the creatures, and before the creatures can detect their presence, the team assassinates them all. After doing that, Kiro becomes extremely exhausted, stating that he does not have any more strength left, and crashes to the ground. Considering that they have used every strategy they could use, Han looks at the condition of his team members and thinks that they must leave the place before more opponents appear. However, Just then he hears a loud voice and turns around in shock, finding countless werewolves approaching them. Looking at the werewolves approaching from all directions, Han and his group members stand with their backs turned towards each other. Thinking that the monsters are trying to surround them, Han realizes that they must have a leader somewhere and starts to look around. A few moments later, he is shocked to find a white fang emerging from the pack, recalling it to be a more intellectual one. Following its emergence, Han's body starts getting bound with the feeling of despair. Looking at the approaching wolves, he wonders what to do when he suddenly sees lights shining up in the sky, giving him hope of survival. He frees himself from the feeling of despair and turns to his team members, telling them to retrieve their spears, thinking that they only need to last a little longer. Kiro gathers his strength and activates his ability once again, while the rest of them start to fight against the monsters. A few moments later, a helicopter finally lands above the white fang, killing it and causing a strong wind to blow, making all of them cover their eyes. Just then, the lid of the helicopter opens, and a person steps down, revealing himself to be John Red, who states that it's a miracle that they survived this long. The next day, while watching his burned hand, Joyce remarks that it was certainly a miracle, and Canute agrees, stating that half of the troops died in the incident and they managed to survive. Remembering the psycho frame worn by the instructors, Joyce remarks that it's incredible, and Canute agrees, stating that the monsters were difficult to kill and were easily sliced with it. However, he notes that everyone was cheering and shouting happily to have survived, yet amidst all that ruckus, Han stood quietly engrossed in thought with an expressionless face. Meanwhile, Han sits in his room, remembering that after returning from such an incident, the minor grudges between squads lost their value, uniting them all. He remembers that Soki came to him, saying that he used to hate him so much, but now he is relieved to see him alive. Soki stated that he has realized that he was never ready to kill anyone or watch anyone being killed and that they are not enemies. Their real enemies are the monsters. While lost in thought, someone knocks at the door and then breaks the door with a bare fist, displaying a message on his wristwatch telling Han to come for a meeting. While following the person through the corridor, Han thinks that he managed to temporarily patch up the door of his room, but the strength of the person is astonishing. Thinking that, he calls out to Silence, asking who called him for a meeting. In response, Silence begins to type something on his wristwatch, and then shows Han the text, revealing that he was called by John Red and telling him to stop bothering him. Confused by the response, he wonders if Silence does not like him after their last competition. Sometime later, they enter the meeting room. Finding John sitting with Del, Han is surprised by his presence. John instructs him to take his seat, stating that the meeting is going to take some time. Remembering the meeting between the heads in which the death of a quarter of the level 2 was discussed during the incident, Alexander, the person presiding over the meeting, stated that they must question the commander in charge and reveal the truth behind this unprecedented damage to their assets. He remarked that it was the final decision of the Supreme Council, and all the responsibility was put on Grossman's shoulders. Moving to the actual topic, they discussed the incident, stating that from the footage of the helicopter cameras, they have concluded that the attacks were launched by the LS Mage. Hearing that, the instructors became surprised, remarking that it's the first time after the war that the LS Mages have shown up themselves. Considering that those creatures possess the ability to open up all the gates, they realized that the prophecy of the war might come true before the expected time. Therefore, it was suggested that they needed to awaken the Oracle. Remembering that, John states that they will have to form a team, for which the only left code letter is W, telling them to make a choice between white and whiskey. Han wonders if he will have to make up a team with these individuals. While he is thinking about that, Silence types the word white on his wristwatch and shows it, following which Del and Han also choose white. Hearing that, John names their squad whiskey, making them confused. He states that he will fill them in on their objectives, remembering that when Alexander remarked that it was better to awaken the Oracle at some later time when they desperately needed it, he agreed, asking for some time to be able to form a team. He suggested that they capture the Ellis and torture them, which is the easiest method to gather any intelligence about the enemy. Remembering this plan, John informs Han, Silence, and Del about it, stating that they are going to capture the Ellis Mages in Shinuigu. After the meeting, Han and Del are directed to Octo, who welcomes them and tells them to choose their standard dragon weapon while making sure to return them after using them. Taking a spear from the weapons, Han looks at them, wondering if this is how a dragon weapon looks when it begins to shine, making him confused. Smiling with confidence, Octo reveals that the weapon is storing their psychic energy. When Del asks if there is any other variety of the weapon available, like a narrower or longer blade, Octo states that they can request a personalized weapon when they reach level 3. After that, he gives them an item, resembling a ball, which begins to shine brightly in their hands, causing Han to ask if it is an airbit. Octo reveals that it is the smallest and lightest version of an airbit, which only has the option of personal maneuvering. Having gotten all of the necessary equipment, Han and all the other members of the team move towards the helicopter in order to begin the mission. Sometime later they land at some distance from the dimensional crack and decide to walk to the operational area in order to avoid being bombarded. Revealing the name of the operation as Catching Wizard, John states that their sole objective is to catch the Ellis Mage in return. He explains the search line order to be Silence, him, Han, and Del, respectively. While proceeding forward, Han remembers the time when he asked John about the reason for including him in the mission despite there being so many level 3s who were stronger than him. In response, John stated that if he were looking at overall combat ability, he would agree, but it was a different story from a strategic point of view, reminding him that the group he was leading managed to survive without having any equipment. John stated that this was his strength. Moreover, unlike all the other people who were in extreme trauma after coming back, which is normal, Han was completely fine, which made them view him as a monster or a psychopath. Remembering John's remark that the only thing he lacks is real-life battle experience, Han realizes why John selected Del and him for the mission. Meanwhile, Del continuously looks at him, remembering the time when he made his team win the competitions and even overpowered a level 3. Considering that, he vows to show Han and Silence who is the superior one during this operation. Just then, John calls out to him, stating that they will be taking turns to rest in a moment and divide themselves into 2 teams. Stopping at a distance, they start to build up a fort and stand to guard it while the first team comprising Han and Silence sit inside to rest. Looking at the forest in front of them, Han remembers his team members who were not able to return, in hopes they are still alive inside, despite the low chances. While remembering that, he suddenly notices Silence and, feeling suffocated due to his helmet, tries to remove it. But at the next moment, he changes his mind and does not remove it. Han states that he will turn around and asks why Silence does not remove his helmet. In response, Silence begins to type something on his wristwatch and shows him the message stating that he is not feeling hot. A few moments later they start moving once again when John instructs them that from this point on their communication devices will not be working, due to which they will need to transfer to a local squad network. After surveying the surroundings for a moment, Silence finds 2 Ellis scouts at a distance and informs his team members about that. In response, all of them point their weapons towards the creatures while holding fire. Grabbing his sword tightly, Silence moves forward and slashes both of them right after getting the signal. Realizing that his efficiency in informing about the creatures was because of his pre-made messages on macros, John, as well as all other team members, gets impressed. While discussing that, Silence suddenly senses the presence of more Ellis around him and turns around, finding 2 creatures at a distance. Grabbing his swords tightly, he is about to kill those creatures as well when Han stops him, stating that it would be better to follow them instead of killing them, causing John to ask why. Han explains that because they are heading in the direction of the crack and have their guard down, there is a high chance that they are returning from their scouting mission. Hearing that, John becomes impressed, remarking his observation to be excellent and telling Silence to follow them. Making Del jealous, realizing that he was also thinking about killing the creatures, Del vows to defeat Han in some way. Meanwhile, Silence, who has attached a camera to his helmet, follows the creatures from a distance until they reach near the crack and joins some other scouts in front of an Ellis mage. Looking at the gem at the end of the staff held by the mage, John reveals that it is a psychic crystal, which they must have studied about in their first year. Hearing that, both Han and Del realize that this is the type of crystal that allows one to store a massive amount of psychic energy, and is the object they use to shoot down the aircraft. Judging from its brightness, John states that the crystal must be able to fire at least once more. Considering that their current opponents comprise 1 Ellis mage and 6 Ellis warriors, they think of themselves as lucky since there aren't any werewolves. Instructing all of the members to regroup with Silence, John announces the beginning of their mission of Catching Wizard, stating that the Ellis mages possess the ability of teleportation. John emphasizes the need to catch it before it can notice them and gives the responsibility to Silence. Meanwhile, the other members of the group, including himself, are supposed to eliminate the Ellis warriors with no room for mistakes. Determined to succeed in the mission, Han grabs his weapon tightly while trying to see what is lying in front of the altar. Realizing that the people lying in front of the mage are their fellow psychiers, including 2 of his squad members, Han becomes enraged. Watching Han's expressions after seeing his squad members, John notices an overwhelming amount of psychic energy flowing out of him, and wonders why he is behaving that way. He knows that such an overwhelming amount of psychic energy can put them in danger because of the ability of an Ellis mage to detect the energy. Thinking that it cannot be helped, John instructs all of the squad members to retreat, making them confused. Watching Han ignore the call, John thinks that he will have to look after him when the energy flowing out of him starts getting more and more intense, leaving him shocked. Having detected the psychic energy, the Ellis mage quickly turns around and is about to launch an attack, when John runs to Han and pushes him away, making him confused. As soon as Han falls to the ground, a powerful lightning strike hits the ground, damaging the entire forest while injuring John, making Han shocked. Asking if he has finally come to his senses, John reveals his injured leg, stating that he is now no longer in the condition to fight and making him the second in charge, telling him to move. Feeling frustrated because of his mistake, Han connects with his squad members, telling them to cover them while they are retreating. With that, he holds John up and starts to move backward while feeling too exhausted. Uttering a few words in a strange language, the Ellis mage commands his warriors to follow and catch them. However, before they can do that, silence blocks their way, killing all of them one by one at a swift speed. Standing at a little distance, Del also opens fire, shooting the ones who manage to escape Silence's attacks. However, considering that the bullets are not effective against the creatures, he drops the gun and uses telekinesis to raise huge rocks from the earth, bringing the rocks exactly parallel to the creatures. He launches an attack, causing the rocks to hit the monsters, making them crash to the ground. However, because his attack takes time, some of the monsters still manage to reach him and raise their weapons in the air, causing him to wonder if this is the end. However, before the monsters can attack him, Silence uses his teleportation ability to reach the monsters and slash them from behind, leaving Del astonished. Just then, the mage starts to give another command to the warriors, causing them to turn around and walk towards the crack, realizing that the creatures have given up on coming after them. Del and Silence move towards Han, who stands still and states that it is all his fault. Enraged at him for destroying their plan, Silence goes near him and punches his face so hard that he crashes to the ground. Stopping him from doing that, Del states that they cannot proceed with the plan anymore since doing that will make the situation worse for them. Therefore, he suggests that they should retreat, but Han disagrees, stating that they will stick to the plan. Then Silence frees up his hand from Del's grasp and goes near Han, hitting him once again. Forcefully stopping him from doing that, Del states that Han is their commander at the moment, and tells him to stop reacting like that. Hearing that, Silence backs away and stands still, folding his arms. Del then turns to Han, reminding him that it is only because of him that the situation has turned out to be like that, and threatening to beat him badly if his plan fails. Stating that he will decide after hearing his plan, Del remarks that Han surely has the best ability for strategizing among all of them. In response, Han stands up, telling them to listen silently and states that the situation is not that bad. Causing them to feel annoyed, he states that the only reason they were urged to proceed was because of the psychic crystal of the mage and his teleportation powers, both of which they no longer need to worry about. Agreeing, Del states that the mage has used the last blast it could but asks why it would not use teleportation. In response, Han explains that these creatures have been hiding for the last 10 years out of caution but are now putting their lives at stake in order to continue the formation. Considering that they tried their best to eliminate them, and the warriors returned instead of following them, Han states that there is something special that is stopping them from leaving the place. Hearing that, both Del and Silence stay quiet and look at each other for a while and then agree, asking him to tell his plan. Holding his air bit, Han states that he is going to capture the Ellis mage by ambushing them from across the dimensional crack. Telling Del and Silence to distract them from the front, Han states that even if the mage senses the psychic energy, since it will be coming from across the crack, it will be difficult to detect. Moreover, he states that the mage's vision will be blurred because of the light emerging from the crack. In response, Del argues that he is going to experience the same because he also felt pressure from the crack when they came for the first time. Highlighting that, Del warns him not to make any mistakes, and Han assures him that he is confident in his psychic controlling ability. He states that the reason he is volunteering to do that is not to cover up his mistake but because he knows that he is the most likely one to succeed. In this passage, Del reflects on Han's leadership during a critical moment. Despite Han's initial frustration at seeing his peers killed by the Ellis mage, he manages to compose himself and devise a new plan. Del acknowledges Han's resilience and strategic thinking in the face of adversity, recognizing that despite a previous plan's failure, Han's ability to regroup and lead impresses him. Del concludes that Han's determination and capability are why Squad 13 trusts and follows his leadership without question. In this scene, Han stands before the dimensional tear, feeling confident that everything is in place for him to seize his opportunity. He prepares by discarding unnecessary heavy equipment and readies miniature airbits, small devices crucial for his plan. As he gazes down at the tear, he reflects on the high stakes, realizing that failure today could mean his demise. At the designated time, signaled by the 15-minute mark, Del and Silence prompt Han into action. With resolve, Han releases the airbits ahead of him and utilizes his telekinetic ability to manipulate them. This action symbolizes his literal leap of faith into the unknown, demonstrating both his physical and metaphorical courage as he ventures through the dimensional tear. In this intense scene, Silence and Del spring into action with a clear objective: to eliminate the Ellis hunters and divert the attention of the Ellis mage. As they rush towards their targets, Del notices a troubling detail: the presence of a significantly larger number of Ellis hunters than anticipated. He questions whether the mage summoned additional guards for protection. Despite Del's concern, Silence charges ahead fearlessly, disregarding the increased danger. He engages the Ellis hunters directly and swiftly begins neutralizing them. Del follows closely behind, unleashing a barrage of gunfire from his fully automatic weapon to create a distraction and draw the attention of the hunters away from Silence. In the chaos of the firefight, Silence demonstrates his exceptional combat skills by swiftly dispatching one of the hunters before they can strike Del. His decisive action not only protects Del but also contributes to their overall strategy of disrupting the Ellis mage's defenses. In a critical moment of the battle, Silence momentarily lets his guard down, which nearly costs him as an Ellis hunter prepares to strike from behind. Acting swiftly, Del reacts with precision, aiming down his sights and firing a shot that intercepts the hunter's attack, saving Silence's life. The bullet flies past Silence's face, striking the Ellis hunter dead. Acknowledging each other's quick saves, Silence and Del share a nod, silently affirming their mutual trust and support in combat. The rapid exchange of life-saving actions reinforces their camaraderie and teamwork under intense pressure. Reflecting on the intensity of the situation, Del takes a brief moment to gather himself. Despite the escalating danger and the challenges they face, he resolves internally that failure is not an option for their first mission. He finds himself silently rooting for Han, underscoring his commitment to the team's success and his belief in Han's ability to achieve their objective. In the midst of the action, Han finds himself deep within the dimensional tear, encountering a familiar and dreaded sensation known as dragon fear, a dark aura inducing hallucinations of horror and despair. Determined to overcome this debilitating sensation, Han takes drastic action by biting down on his thumb until it breaks, activating his latent psychic energy to counteract the effects of dragon fear. With renewed focus, he propels himself forward. Meanwhile, Del, with a precise headshot, swiftly eliminating a Ellis hunter. Catching his breath after the intense firefight, assesses the situation. He notes that only 2 Ellis hunters remain, positioned protectively in front of the Ellis mage. Del observes that their primary directive now is likely to defend their leader rather than attack him and Silence. Recognizing this strategic advantage, Del decides to engage from a distance, using his firearm to target the group. As Del's bullets approach their target, the Ellis mage swiftly reacts, deploying a surge of psychic energy to erect a barrier shielding both itself and the remaining hunters from the incoming attack. Del acknowledges the mage's formidable defensive maneuver, remarking on the effectiveness of the psychic shield in deflecting their assault. In a climactic moment, a silhouette emerges behind the Ellis mage through the dimensional tear, heralding the arrival of Han, our main character, who hurtles forward with a syringe poised for action. With swift and decisive action, Han launches himself at the Ellis mage, tackling it from behind and gripping its neck tightly. This surprise attack startles the Ellis hunters guarding the mage, causing their psychic barrier to falter and collapse. Silence, fully aware of his role, swiftly dispatches the Ellis hunters with precise strikes before they can react. Meanwhile, Han seizes the opportunity to administer the syringe, aiming for the mage's neck. However, He encounters unexpected resistance as the mage's skin proves tougher than anticipated, preventing the syringe from penetrating deeply. As panic sets in, Han realizes the mage's capability to teleport, intensifying the urgency of his task. With determination and desperation, Han channels all his strength into pressing the syringe harder against the mage's neck. The Ellis mage initiates its teleportation process, emitting psychic energy as it begins to vanish from Han's grasp. Fearing failure, Han redoubles his efforts, exerting every ounce of strength into the syringe. A brilliant flash of light erupts, momentarily blinding everyone present. As the light subsides, Han looks down to find the Ellis mage lying unconscious in his arms, crucially alive. Relief washes over him as he realizes the syringe successfully pierced through the tough skin, achieving the mission's critical objective. The next morning at Ark's compound, Han appears visibly troubled as he visits John Red, who is recovering in his hospital bed with one leg missing. Despite Han's somber demeanor, John brushes off his concern with sarcastic humor, mentioning the availability of prosthetic legs and reassuring Han that he's eligible for disability benefits and retirement. John acknowledges Han's role in the mission and reassures him that their capture of the Ellis mage validates the difficult decision to proceed, preventing his sacrifice from being in vain. With the mage securely restrained, Han raises a practical concern about how they can extract information from an alien who doesn't speak their language. In response, John reveals that Ark possesses the world's only psyche capable of telepathy, suggesting this individual's unique ability could facilitate communication with the Ellis mage. This revelation hints at a potential breakthrough in their efforts to understand the mage's motives and intentions. As Silence approaches the doorway and sees Han inside the room with John, he initially starts to step back to give them privacy. However, John warmly invites Silence in, signaling him to join them. Silence communicates silently through a message on his watch, asking John how he's doing. John responds with humor, mentioning his plans to lose weight, joking that losing his leg has helped him achieve the perfect weight. This unexpected remark prompts Silence to giggle, surprising Han, who observes Silence showing a rare display of emotion. The atmosphere in the room lightens as Sergeant John and Silence share laughter, showcasing a camaraderie and bond that catches Han off guard. He realizes that Silence and John have developed a meaningful relationship, contrary to what he might have expected. As the day draws to a close and the sun sets, Han and Silence eventually leave John to rest, recognizing the importance of allowing him to recuperate after the ordeal. Silence inputs a message into his watch, acknowledging the tension caused by Han's emotional response to their fallen comrades, which inadvertently endangered their mission. He expresses regret for striking Han in the heat of the moment. Han replies, admitting that his outburst was warranted, considering the jeopardy he placed Squad Whiskey in. Despite this, Silence praises Han for maintaining his focus and successfully completing their objective, noting John's high regard for him. As they walk together, Han reflects on Sergeant John's demeanor, remarking that John's tough attitude is consistent across the board, making it difficult to discern his true sentiments towards anyone. Silence chuckles knowingly, understanding Han's observation about John's tough but fair approach. Approaching an intersection in the compound where second and third year squads split off, Han and Silence exchange farewell waves, parting ways as their paths diverge. Just as Han begins to move away, Silence swiftly types a message on his watch, and to catch Han's attention, Silence tosses a pebble in his direction. Han, turning back with a smile, reads the message displayed on Silence's watch. "Get your dumb ass over to third year already, young buck." Silence then walks off with his characteristic gesture.
Bright and early the next day, a jet lands at the Ark compound, carrying international visitors, including James Oryu from the United States. The tropical humidity prompts James to unbutton his collar as they disembark. Ark soldiers await their arrival and quickly inform Chief Officer Alexander that the Supreme Council inspectors have arrived. Chief Alexander directs the soldiers to escort the inspectors to the conference room. As the inspectors approach, the soldiers stand at attention and distribute GPS watches equipped with a map of the compound, acknowledging the complexity and size of Ark, which could easily confuse newcomers. They emphasize the importance of using the GPS to navigate and guide them to the main conference room. Inspector James Oryu, displaying a composed demeanor, privately notes the usefulness of the GPS watch, ensuring he has a comprehensive understanding of the compound layout. He hums to himself in satisfaction, recognizing that having a map is crucial for their inspection purposes. Inspector James displays a confident and assertive demeanor upon arriving at Ark's compound, dismissing the soldier's attempt to direct him to the conference room. He asserts his independence, stating he operates on his own schedule as an inspector, leaving the soldier begrudgingly compliant and foreseeing potential challenges ahead with James's approach. James acknowledges the likelihood of encountering withheld information at Ark, prompting him to resolve to conduct thorough investigations independently. Before leaving the soldier, James abruptly inquires about Han, indicating a specific interest in meeting the young prodigy. Later, at the training grounds, Jose Knut and Kuro are taken aback by the sight of candy in their hands, their surprise evident in their wide-eyed expressions. Inspector James approaches with a grin, introducing himself warmly and teasing about more treats to come. Despite their mature appearances, James perceives them as still youthful at heart. Han remains focused on the task at hand despite Inspector James's friendly approach at the training grounds. Asserting his authority, Han makes it clear that they have responsibilities to fulfill. Recognizing Han's determination, Inspector James acquiesces without resistance, assuring Han that he won't interfere. Han efficiently organizes his team, directing them to prepare for shooting practice at the gun range. As they commence training, Inspector James observes Han closely, reflecting on the young man's transformation from an unremarkable newcomer to a respected leader within Ark. James acknowledges Han's impressive track record, noting his significant achievements in battles and his pivotal role during the recent dimensional tier incidents. While gunfire echoes from the range, Inspector James takes a moment to stretch outside, contemplating the intense dedication displayed by Han and his squad. He contrasts their diligence with other squads, who appear to be on break due to the absence of scheduled matches since the dimensional tier events. As the automatic gates open, signaling the end of Squad 13's shooting training, Inspector James takes notice. Han immediately commands his team, directing them swiftly to the weapons training gym without hesitation. This decisive action surprises James, who silently acknowledges the intensity and discipline of the young squad. With the sun beginning to set over the compound, Inspector James observes from a vantage point as Han calls out his next order, a one-on-one sparring session between himself and Kuro. Despite Kuro's superior psychic abilities compared to Han, he hesitates, feeling apprehensive at the prospect of sparring with Han. Both warriors equip themselves with staffs, and Han instructs Kuro to assume his position. Inwardly, Kuro questions Han's motives for challenging him to spar. He senses a newfound determination and intensity in Han's gaze, realizing that Han has learned valuable lessons since their recent mission at the dimensional tier. Han understands that in real battles, relying solely on elite psychic abilities is insufficient to secure victory. He recognizes the need for Kuro to diversify his combat skills and enhance his strategic mindset. Han engages Kuro in a rigorous sparring session, demonstrating his agility and determination as he swiftly closes the distance between them. Kuro, preparing with his staff, activates his foresight ability to anticipate Han's movements before they occur. This precognitive ability enables Kuro to narrowly evade Han's initial strike, showcasing his defensive prowess. However, Han presses forward relentlessly, unleashing a rapid succession of attacks that force Kuro into a defensive position. Despite Kuro's foresight, the sheer intensity of Han's assault overwhelms him, leaving him physically drained and struggling to keep up. As Han continues to push, Kuro realizes his exhaustion has compromised his ability to effectively utilize his foresight. Finding an opening in Kuro's defenses, Han exploits it, knocking Kuro off balance and placing his weapon against Kuro's jaw. Han emphasizes the importance of combining defensive abilities with offensive tactics, highlighting the limitations of relying solely on foresight in combat. Stepping back, Han challenges Kuro to counterattack. Caught off guard and visibly nervous, Kuro takes a hesitant stab at Han, but Han easily anticipates and deflects the attack, disarming Kuro in the process. Disheartened by his perceived failure, Kuro apologizes, his confidence shaken. In response, Han offers encouragement, reassuring Kuro that mistakes are part of learning. He urges Kuro to refocus and directs him to attack with full determination and intensity. In the next round of their sparring session, Kuro, Knut, and Jose are struck with astonishment and a hint of fear as they contemplate the impending sparring match between Kuro and Han. They all recognize Kuro's immense psychic power, adding an air of tension to the atmosphere. And sure of what to expect, Kuro and Han face each other with uncertainty. To clarify the situation, Han addresses Kuro with a confident aura, his psychic energy visibly emanating around him, and his eyes gleaming with determination. He announces his intention to give his all in the upcoming spar, encouraging Kuro to do the same. Knut and Jose understand that while Han's physical combat skills are formidable, Kuro's psychic abilities could tip the scales unpredictably. Han lightens the tense mood with a playful comment, teasing Kuro about his concern over potentially harming him. Kuro exhales deeply, acknowledging Han's challenge while recognizing that there's likely a purpose behind Han's unconventional approach. The gymnasium vibrates with anticipation, heightening the nervousness of onlookers like Knut and Jose. Summoning his resolve, Kuro harnesses his psychic power and accepts Han's challenge, promising to meet Han's expectations and engage in the sparring match with full commitment. Han visits Instructor Chen in his office, where he receives a cup of oolong tea, which he thoroughly enjoys and expresses gratitude for. Instructor Chen observes Han's genuine appreciation, noting that it's a rare moment to see Han act bashfully and his age. Han confides in Instructor Chen about his concerns regarding Kuro's combat readiness. He explains that while Kuro possesses powerful abilities, he lacks the assertiveness and aggressiveness needed in real battle scenarios. Han fears that this deficiency could endanger Kuro's life in a critical situation. Instructor Chen listens attentively and offers insights into the concept of emotional distance in combat. He explains that emotional distance determines how effectively a person can detach themselves emotionally from their actions in combat. Drawing an analogy, Instructor Chen contrasts the difficulty a trained killer may have in killing someone with their bare hands versus the detachment someone might feel when operating a drone to carry out attacks remotely. Instructor Chen underscores the importance for Kuro to have a personal motivation or reason to fight beyond mere orders. He recalls Kuro's earlier years at ARC, highlighting moments when Kuro displayed his formidable abilities out of trust and loyalty towards Han. Instructor Chen emphasizes the need for Han to rekindle that trust and belief in Kuro, encouraging Han to find a way to inspire Kuro to fight with purpose and determination. Han, as he undoes his jacket, contemplates the message he received from Instructor Chen. Meanwhile, Jose comments on Kuro's extreme nature, stating, "Kuro is either at 0 or 100, man." Knut then suggests that they should intervene before Kuro reaches a point of unleashing his devastating power with no possibility of turning back. Inspector James observes the situation and marvels at Kuro's abilities, thinking, "Wow, so that's what a class A psyker looks like." Han, however, is not surprised by Kuro's impressive capabilities. Jose and Knut continue their conversation, expressing concern that Han won't be able to avoid the incoming spears, as Kuro's foresight will allow him to predict Han's movements. Kuro uses his telekinesis to hurl spears at Han, who activates his psychic energy and catches one before it lands. Han thinks to himself that he could have thrown the spear harder with his bare hands than Kuro did with telekinesis. Knut suggests that Han should catch the spear instead of dodging it, to which Jose responds that Knut wouldn't be able to catch it even if his life depended on it. Smirking, Han taunts Kuro for only sending one spear his way and challenges him to escalate the intensity. Despite the taunt, Kuro still holds back a bit. Han then calls out to Kuro, urging him to use the spear in his hand to fight and show what he's truly capable of. Han charges towards Kuro, who responds by launching multiple spears at him. Han skillfully dodges and deflects the spears as he advances. When Kuro sends the final batch of spears, Han undoes his jacket and, using his telekinesis, knocks all the spears away. Jose, astonished, exclaims that Han used telekinesis on his jacket to block the spears. Knut urgently shouts to Kuro to use his staff. As Han closes in, Kuro swings his staff, but Han swiftly breaks it in half. Now face to face, Han flicks Kuro on the forehead and triumphantly says, "Gotcha." Han congratulates Kuro for keeping his eyes open during the attack, noting that most people would have closed them. Cut and hose a cheer for Han's impressive performance. Han then advises Kuro, pointing out that his only weakness is his kind heart. He explains that Kuro should have varied his attack instead of aiming all the spears at Han's gut, suggesting that targeting different spots could have been more effective. Kuro blushes and admits he avoided aiming at Han's face, complimenting Han on his smart use of the jacket. Inspector James, who has been observing, realizes that the rumors about Han do not do justice to his abilities. He thinks he can extract the information he needs from Han, which Ark is trying to hide. Inspector James then approaches Squad 13 in the gym and interrupts, asking Han if they can have a quick chat. As Inspector James and Han step outside to talk, Han inquires if the discussion pertains to the second-year students who died in the ambush at the dimensional crack, noting he has already submitted his report. Inspector James replies that he understands but believes hearing the story directly from Han would be more insightful. Inviting Han to sit beside him, Inspector James, feeling confident about his own perceptive abilities, thinks of his super reaction as a gift. As Han recounts the events, Inspector James listens with a cheerful demeanor, aiming to make Han comfortable enough to share more details. When Han nears the end of his story, Inspector James eagerly asks, "What happened after the tear?" Han, looking confused, responds, "What happened after? That was it, sir. Nothing else." Inspector James observes that Han's expression has remained unchanged throughout their conversation and that his account mirrors the details in the report. Han stands, salutes the inspector, and excuses himself to return to training with his squad. As he walks away, Han thinks to himself, "Operation Whiskey is confidential at all costs. You can't squeeze anything out of me, Inspector James." The inspector reaches for his phone and makes a call, instructing, "Find out if Han was on Ark base ever since he returned from when the chopper blew up." The next morning, Han is sprinting with his squad during their morning routine. Another squad rapidly approaches from behind, chanting, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, led by their old friend Dimitri. As they meet, Han compliments Dimitri on his boundless energy. Dimitri, looking concerned, explains that he's been staying as busy as possible, even though he prefers not to. He then points out one of the inspectors, noting that this inspector is from his home country of Russia. Dimitri confides in Han that the Russian inspector has been tailing him incessantly for the past few days, pressuring him to join the Russian army after the war with the dragons ends. Han, puzzled, asks, "What does he want? You to fight against Ark? Ark will be shut down once the war with the dragons is over, man." As they continue running, Dimitri reveals to Han that once all the dragons are eradicated, the top brass are actually devising a plan to initiate another war to take over the world. Han is absolutely stunned by Dimitri's revelation. Later that day, during intense combat training, Squad 13 maintains their rigorous pace while Han oversees them, though his mind is elsewhere. He is deeply troubled by the possibility that, after defeating the dragons, the top brass might continue to wage war on the rest of the world instead of achieving peace. Suddenly, Han's thoughts and the squad's training are abruptly interrupted as Inspector James bursts through the door with a loud bang. Inspector James, feeling confident, thinks to himself that Han must have gone on a secret mission with Squad 13 in the days following the incident. The squad members glance back, puzzled by the inspector's overly dramatic entrance. As he strides towards Han, Inspector James is determined to turn his suspicions into concrete evidence, bound to uncover the truth from Han, even if it means using force. At that moment, everyone's watches simultaneously sound a serious alert, drawing their attention back to Inspector James and his guards who wear solemn expressions. Inspector James appears unsettled by the sudden seriousness in the atmosphere. Seizing the opportunity, Han swiftly moves behind the inspector and starts to restrain his hands. In response, the guards react by reaching for their guns, but before they can act, Kuro intervenes with his formidable telekinetic power. In an instant, Kuro disarms the guards, causing their fingers to be mangled in the process, ensuring no one dares to touch his best friend, Han. Han firmly informs Inspector James, "We've been ordered to keep you under our protection." Inspector James, in pain from Kuro's telekinetic intervention, demands to know the reason behind this order. Han responds that new orders have just been received and advises Inspector James to comply. Before Inspector James can inquire further, the gymnasium suddenly shakes violently as pieces of the ceiling start to collapse. Han shouts, "We're under attack," as he reads a message on his watch instructing them to protect the inspectors immediately due to an ongoing raid. In the midst of the chaos, Inspector James begins to suspect the presence of a spy among the inspectors. Han swiftly takes charge of the situation, ordering Jose to keep a close watch on Inspector James while instructing Jose and Knut to prepare their weapons. Kuro, bewildered, asks if the attack is originating from the Elismage, but Han's intense expression reveals that they are facing human adversaries. With Inspector James and his guards securely restrained, Han and his team gear up for the imminent threat. Han uses his radio to coordinate with other squad members, instructing them to confirm the number of inspectors and guards they are protecting. Each squad reports back, and Inspector James is astonished to realize that even other squad leaders defer to Han's authority. Already formulating a plan, Han directs all squads to converge at the 4th Battle Simulation Dome, armed with as much firepower and ammunition as they can carry. As Squad 13 escorts Inspector James and his guards toward the battle dome, Han takes the opportunity to question Inspector James about the situation. Han asks pointedly, "What do you know about what's happening here, Inspector?" Inspector James appears hesitant, deep in thought. Han continues, sensing there might be more to the situation. "It seemed like you may know something, even though I don't believe you're the spy." Suddenly, it dawns on Inspector James, and he blurts out, "The pure humanist." Jose, overhearing, asks for clarification. Inspector James explains, "They call themselves pure humanists. Their mission is to eradicate all psychos because they do not consider them to be human. It's their religious belief." As Knut shouts in disbelief about the pure humanists targeting psychos, especially those who will be tasked with fighting dragons in the future, enemy choppers approach. Inspector James responds, explaining the extremists' belief that psychos are responsible for attracting dragons, despite the gateway portal existing long before psychos. From one of the choppers, the apparent leader points down, declaring Han and the others as the demons referred to by their god. As multiple enemy choppers swarm over Ark's compound, the automated self-defense systems activate, unleashing heavy artillery that manages to shoot down a few of the choppers. Ark soldiers mobilize towards the site, spotting several enemy choppers successfully landing and disgorging troops. As they approach the war zone, Han alerts his team, "We're almost at the war zone, everyone." He scans the area and notices a chopper spiraling down in flames. Determined, they move towards the crash site cautiously. Han reminds the group that the crash doesn't necessarily mean the occupants are dead. Kant adds that he saw at least 4 enemies aboard the chopper. Han leads his crew strategically between large buildings for cover, prioritizing their safety along with Inspector James. He grimly acknowledges the grim reality of the imminent conflict. Turning to his squad, Han makes a sobering statement, "I need all of you to understand what we're about to do here and now." As they all exchange nervous glances, bracing themselves for the coming battle, Han grimly states to his squad, "We are about to commit murder today." As Ark soldiers systematically take down the invading enemies, the apparent leader of the pure humanists, dressed in a white hood, grabs a fallen comrade and uses him as a shield while returning fire. In a fervent tone, he declares, "Earth does not have room for you demons here," his eyes betraying a fanatical determination. Inspector James surveys Squad 13 and discerns that most members are not accustomed to killing, except for Han, who appears resolute and prepared for the grim task ahead. Knowing that the pure humanists are ex-military and skilled in combat despite lacking psychic abilities, Inspector James follows Han and Knut towards the battleground. With a tactical advantage, Inspector James joins Han and Knut, revealing a hidden strategy. Han turns to Knut and asks if he is ready for what lies ahead. Knut, drawing on his previous experience hunting deer before Ark, responds steadfastly, "I'll treat them all the same, knowing they'll kill us without hesitation." Han recalls a vivid flashback from his past in South Korea, where he finds himself running desperately in pouring rain. A man's angry voice echoes behind him, shouting, "Stop now, you scumbag." Each step Han takes sinks his feet deeper into the waterlogged ground as he flees with a sack full of stolen apples. Ahead, railroad tracks signal an approaching train. Seeing a potential escape route, Han dashes towards the tracks, hoping the train will intervene and halt his pursuer. Midway across, his hoodie is abruptly yanked backward, pulling him back. The enraged man gains on him as the train's headlights draw nearer. In a split-second decision, Han whirls around and delivers a forceful kick to the man's face, causing him to release his grip, but tragically falling victim to the oncoming train. At just 10 years old, Han realizes with shock that he has unintentionally caused the man's death in pursuit of a bag of apples. In the present, Han and Knut cautiously approach the scene where a chopper has crashed. Han signals Knut to halt as they take cover at the corner of a nearby building. Han quickly improvises, using a mini airbit to float his jacket out as a decoy. The distraction works as a volley of gunfire tears through the jacket, momentarily confusing a nearby pure humanist soldier. Taking advantage of the distraction, Knut swiftly eliminates the soldier. Another enemy soldier takes notice and aims at Knut, but before he can fire, Han takes him out with a precise shot to the head. Knut, realizing he only wounded the first soldier and needing to finish the job, faces the enemy soldier who now looks up in fear. Feeling the pressure, Knut remembers his training and forces himself to remain composed. Making eye contact with the enemy, he fires decisively and ensures the threat is neutralized. Han, calling out to Knut in a serious tone, hears Knut reassure him that he's all right and ready to continue. In the midst of the chaos, the rest of Squad 13 maintains watch over Inspector James and the restrained guards. Kuro's body trembles with nervous anticipation, noticeable to Inspector James, who realizes Kuro would be ineffective in direct combat. Seeing Kuro fixated in one direction, Inspector James seizes the opportunity to discreetly cut through the ropes binding him. Suddenly, a pure humanist soldier appears on the corner, weapon drawn. Kuro shouts a warning, "Get down." Caught off guard, Jose and Gijo are slow to react, but Inspector James swiftly shoots the soldier, surprising Kuro, who realizes the inspector has taken his firearm. As Inspector James momentarily lets his guard down, Kuro spots another enemy through a window and employs his telekinetic abilities to deflect incoming gunfire, protecting Inspector James. With the immediate threat neutralized, Inspector James wastes no time and shoots down the enemy Kuro identified. He then asks Kuro if he foresees any more intruders, to which Kuro nervously replies no. Impressed despite the chaotic circumstances, Inspector James acknowledges Kuro's lack of proficiency with firearms but praises his incredible psychic abilities. Meanwhile, Han and Knut return sprinting to the scene, concerned about everyone's safety. Inspector James hands the firearm back to Kuro and raises his hands in surrender, asking Han if he has a plan to navigate their current predicament. Han meets his gaze with a determined nod, silently conveying that he indeed has a strategy to guide them through the ongoing crisis. As more enemy soldiers converge on the compound, a sudden massive explosion rocks the scene, blowing open one of the main protected entrances. Amidst the settling dust, the leader of the pure humanists emerges, brandishing his gun and rallying his troops. He declares vehemently, "Let's exterminate these parasites. Ark has deceived us long enough. It's been 10 years since the dragons last appeared, and we know Ark is training psychos to dominate humanity. Kill them all for the sake of our race." Meanwhile, at the 4th Battle Simulation Ground, where all the inspectors and guards are assembled, Han and Squad 13 join the gathering. Tensions escalate as one of the restrained inspectors lashes out, demanding to know who Squad 13 thinks they are for treating them this way. Before he can finish his outburst, Del, exhibiting his formidable psychic abilities, grabs the inspector and issues a chilling warning. Del's aura flashes with intensity as he accuses one of the inspectors of being a traitor responsible for the day's violence. The terrified inspector trembles under Del's gaze, nearly losing control of his bladder. But Del releases him, casting a disgruntled glance at Han. Han intervenes to calm Del down, reminding him of their duty to protect the inspectors despite the circumstances. Del, visibly annoyed, walks away, his anger palpable but momentarily restrained. Jose, amidst the chaos and commotion, observes Del, the renowned psycho prodigy, taking orders from Han at the first year's training grounds. Outside, the sounds of another battle echo, indicating the end of a fierce clash where Instructor Chen grapples with one of the pure humanist soldiers. Despite visible exhaustion, Instructor Chen manages to overpower and neutralize the last of 6 assailants who had stormed in with guns blazing, injuring him in the process. The first-year students witnessing this struggle are visibly shaken, seeing their usually fearless instructor in agonizing pain. In a moment of urgency, Instructor Chen radios in, urgently calling for Han's assistance. Han and the other first-year students swiftly respond, sprinting towards Instructor Chen's location. Han realizes the pure humanists intend to eliminate the young psychos. Instructor Chen communicates again through the radio, informing Han that another group of enemy soldiers is advancing towards a shelter where only first-year children and possibly a few instructors are located. He tasks Han and his team with intercepting the attackers. The gravity of the situation sinks in for Han and his crew. They must act swiftly to protect the vulnerable children in the shelter from the imminent threat. Determined and focused, they prepare to engage the enemy and safeguard their young comrades and instructors. At the shelter, chaos erupts as enemy gunfire claims the life of a first-year instructor. The leader of the pure humanists, visibly annoyed, surveys the labyrinthine structure of the shelter. He radios his squad, updating them on the situation and instructing them to prepare for battle as incoming enemies approach. Meanwhile, Han and his crew close in on the enemy squad guarding the shelter door. Han briefs his team urgently, emphasizing the need to eliminate the enemies swiftly to reach the vulnerable first-year students. Han turns to Del, seeking assurance. "You think you can block all the incoming fire?" Del, exuding confidence, powers up and declares, "I'll do better than that. You all fire on my mark." With Del leading the charge, Han directs the crew to follow closely and await Del's signal. As they near the enemy position, gunfire erupts. Del swiftly erects a force field, shielding the crew from the onslaught of bullets. With precision timing, Del signals for everyone to open fire. He unleashes his brilliant aura, blinding the enemies and catching them off guard with his immense psychic power. Han and the rest of the squad capitalize on the moment, swiftly dispatching the enemy forces. Only one enemy soldier remains, defiant in the face of defeat. He shouts epithets at them, calling them mutant trash and threatening their demise. After Knut swiftly dispatches the last enemy soldier with a bullet to the head, Han places a calming hand on Knut's shoulder, urging him to temper his aggression. Addressing the squad, Han emphasizes the gravity of their mission, stating, "I chose each of you for a reason. We share a mindset willing to make sacrifices for the greater good. I've learned the hard way not to let emotions cloud judgment. We must remain clear-headed to succeed." Han then outlines their strategic advantage, pointing out their thorough knowledge of the compound's layout. He sketches a map, detailing their plan to leverage this advantage. Han assigns each squad leader and their respective inspectors specific positions on the map, directing them to secure these locations. The squads, including Dimitri's, begin moving out, each focused on their designated tasks. Before leaving, Dimitri pauses and addresses Han, seeking approval for a personal matter. He explains that his second-in-command will lead the squad to their assigned location, but he needs to attend to something important himself. Han trusts Dimitri's judgment and allows him to attend to urgent matters while the squads move to their designated positions. Dmitri heads to the psychiatry ward, where he walks into a scene of devastation and carnage. Shocked and disheartened by what he sees, Dmitri confronts a third-year student, the same one he had challenged and lost to previously. Dmitri questions the third year's actions, pointing out that the people he has killed, including one he holds in his hands, are allies aligned with Ark. The third year dismisses Dmitri's assertion, scoffing at the idea that Ark is on their side. He derides Ark's training simulations, insisting that as a third year, they face real missions fraught with unimaginable horrors and despair. He describes the overwhelming fear and hopelessness he and his fellow psychers endure, convinced that their chances of success are slim against formidable adversaries. Dmitri observes the third year's state and quickly recognizes him as a victim of the overwhelming fear induced by encounters with the dragons. As the third year releases his grip on the Ark member's body, he confronts Dmitri with a cynical declaration that they are all mere pawns in Ark's larger scheme. He accuses Ark of manipulating and mentally breaking them through brutal missions, followed by experimental drugs designed to control their minds. According to him, Ark and the government have sinister plans to manipulate and exploit them, rendering their efforts and the war futile. Dmitri initially reacts with a chuckle, partly out of disbelief and partly out of the irony of their situation. However, his demeanor quickly shifts as he drops his firearm and begins to undo his jacket. With determination in his eyes and his psychic aura beginning to glow, Dmitri asserts that while he harbors no love for Ark, he is fiercely protective of his family back home. He declares their primary goal is to eliminate the dragons, and anyone, including Ark or government forces, who stands in the way of that goal will be dealt with ruthlessly. The enemy forces, using their GPS maps, pinpoint the locations of shelters through where the first-year children are housed. Observing Han and his squad nearing their position on the tracker, the leader of the pure humanists loads his grenade launcher, confident in his ability to eliminate them all with his heavy weaponry. Meanwhile, Han and his team, unaware of Ark's shelters on the compound, are perplexed as to how the enemy could have discovered these locations, suspecting a spy among the inspectors. Han voices his suspicion aloud, affirming that the leak of shelter information confirms their suspicions about a spy within their ranks. His focus sharpens when he spots a tripwire just ahead of their path, realizing it's connected to a live hand grenade. He regrets not having Kuro with them for his foresight abilities, which could have prevented such traps. Simultaneously, the enemy leader cautiously opens the shelter door, then forcefully swings it wide as he announces his discovery. Inside, his soldiers hesitantly point out that the targets are unarmed children, questioning the ethics of attacking them. In the tense standoff, the pure humanist leader justifies his intent to eliminate the young psychos, citing them as a future threat to humanity. Amidst the children's cries and the soldiers' protests, one soldier voices concern over the impending massacre, only to be summarily executed by their leader. Undeterred by dissent, the leader prepares to unleash his weapon on the unarmed first-years, rationalizing it as a necessary evil for the greater good. Suddenly, chaos erupts as gunfire rings out. Han reacts swiftly, noticing Knut has been shot. With blood seeping from Knut's leg, Han and the squad pull him to safety. As they maneuver to evade the incoming threat, Han spots an enemy aiming a grenade launcher directly at them. The situation seems dire, but Han's psychic abilities manifest in a dazzling display of control and power. Han's aura intensifies as he channels his telekinetic energy to intercept the incoming grenade. With precision and strength, he redirects the grenade back toward the enemies. The explosive projectile detonates among the assailants, causing a massive blast that momentarily halts their advance and neutralizes several of them. Han and his squad swiftly eliminate the remaining enemy soldiers, ensuring the immediate threat to the first-year children is neutralized. Amidst the aftermath, a dead soldier's watch emits a static signal, broadcasting a chilling update. Shelter is cleared of first-years, moving to the next target. Han registers the urgency of the message, knowing they must act quickly to protect the remaining shelters. Meanwhile, in another part of the compound, Dmitri finds himself violently thrown through a glass window by a disturbed third-year psyker. Unrelenting, the third year continues his assault, swiftly pursuing Dmitri as he crashes into a wall. Before Dmitri can recover, the third year delivers a punishing gut punch, causing him to cough up in agony. Brandishing a sharp weapon infused with his psychic aura, the third year taunts Dmitri, belittling his efforts and claiming superiority. As the third year prepares to strike a decisive blow, Dmitri, though battered, remains steadfast. His demeanor shifts from pain to determination, his own aura glowing intensely. With an abrupt display of resilience and power, Dmitri crushes the third year's weapon against his forehead, shocking his assailant into disbelief. Unwavering, Dmitri condemns the third year for his cowardice and declares his shame for ever losing to such a foe. Meanwhile, back in the underground shelter, Knut reflects on his past as a first year, recalling a moment when he built a raft to escape the island where survival training took place. He reminisces on the support he received from Hois upon becoming a second year, joining Hans Squad 13. Knut reflects deeply on his past struggles and failures during training, feeling haunted by memories of barely passing and moments of disappointment. Now, ordered to stay behind due to his injury, while the rest of his squad presses on to protect the first-year children, he grapples with feelings of inadequacy and frustration at being unable to contribute when most needed. Meanwhile, at the fourth battle simulation arena where the other squads are engaged in fierce combat, enemy forces surround them. Amidst the chaos, an enemy soldier hurls a hand grenade toward the squads. Just as disaster seems imminent, a second-year psyker notices the incoming threat and swiftly uses his telekinesis to redirect the grenade into the air, neutralizing the immediate danger. The grenade explodes harmlessly behind cover, leaving the enemy soldiers disoriented and ineffective. Realizing their advantage, the enemy discusses the potential arrival of air support to bombard ARC's forces. Despite this looming threat, the second-year psychers, following Han's strategic guidance, successfully hold off the enemy attacks. In the tense situation at the underground shelter, an enemy soldier is aggressively trying to breach the door to Shelter D, intent on reaching the young first-year children inside. Meanwhile, another soldier alerts the group that Han and his squad are rapidly approaching. This news surprises the enemy leader, who had underestimated Han and the second-year psychers, assuming they would be overwhelmed by the sight of the massacre at Shelter A. Han and his crew sprint towards the enemy position, driven by urgency to protect the children and confront the enemy threat head-on. As they close in, Han checks the enemy GPS device he retrieved and realizes they are dangerously close to the enemy squad. He swiftly orders everyone to halt, ensuring they do not walk into a potentially deadly ambush. Surveying the situation amidst the concrete rubble, Han assesses the proximity of the enemy squad just around the corner. Aware of the critical moment, Han instructs his crew to give him a few moments to devise a strategic plan. Outside, chaos ensues as enemy air support, under heavy fire from ARC's defenses, begins to falter. The bomber plane, badly damaged, plunges downward through the barrage, hurtling directly toward the fourth battle simulation arena where the second-year psychers are stationed, adding to the intensity of the situation. Inside the underground shelter, Han quickly formulates a plan with his crew. They will use the vents above to sneak into Shelter D before the enemy breaches the door. The goal is to ambush the enemy soldiers as they attempt to enter, preventing them from harming the young first-year children inside. However, Del raises a valid concern about the thickness of the vents potentially being insufficient to shield them from enemy gunfire. Han, driven by the urgency of the situation and the need to act swiftly, dismisses Del's concerns, emphasizing that time is of the essence to save the children from imminent danger. Just as they prepare to execute the plan, a footstep and a familiar voice interrupt them. It's Knut, who arrives unexpectedly, having overheard part of their plan. He offers his assistance, acknowledging the gravity of the situation and the need for additional support to ensure the success of their mission. Han notices Knut walking without a limp, seemingly healed, which surprises Del. Knut casually reveals he has developed a healing factor, attributing it to his frequent injuries. Embracing his newfound ability, Knut volunteers to enter the vents alone, intending to draw attention as a distraction. Han assigns Del and himself to lead the charge, instructing the rest of the crew to follow once the enemy reacts to Knut's noisy distraction. As Knut noisily traverses the vents, creating a deliberate ruckus, Han hears the enemies react with loud clanks. Han takes advantage of the distraction to signal the crew to rush forward. Enemy soldiers begin shooting into the vents, prompting Han to open fire, quickly neutralizing one of the attackers. Del, anticipating the situation, activates his psychic shield to protect the crew from incoming gunfire, demonstrating his psychic abilities in action. As gunfire erupts in the vents, Knut crashes through under direct fire, leading an enemy soldier to report to their leader that Knut has been killed and the door to Shelter D is open. The enemy leader responds by intensifying fire and urging his team to enter Shelter D. Han urgently shouts to his crew to prevent the enemy from gaining entry, urging them to act quickly. However, amidst the chaos, Knut, bloodied and riddled with bullets, unexpectedly rises to his feet. With a menacing demeanor, he challenges the enemy and his own team, demanding to know where they think they're going despite shooting him down. Han and Del, along with the enemy soldiers, are stunned as Knut's psychic green aura begins to glow brightly. He asserts his resilience, stating he can heal from any injury, and raises his gun defiantly, laughing in defiance. Meanwhile, outside, Kuro experiences an intense foresight vision as his eyes glow red, revealing the imminent danger of the approaching bomber plane. He reflects inwardly, relieved that Han is not present, believing him to be the last person who should face death in this dire situation. A little later, a fighter jet drops bombs on the 4th Battle Simulation Dome. The instructors, in shock, murmur among themselves, wondering if it's an air raid and realizing they are under attack by missiles. Panic spreads among everyone as they fear for their lives, with Jose and Inspector James looking up nervously. Meanwhile, Kuro reflects on his past, thinking that life at Ark was tough, but he doesn't want to return to the way things were before. He feels gratitude toward Han, acknowledging that it's thanks to Han that he's come this far. Kuro is relieved that Han isn't there, believing Han doesn't deserve to die in such a place. Kuro admires Han's resilience, thinking that Han would never have given up if he were present. Kuro unleashed his psychic ability, forming a massive hand out of psychic energy to intercept the incoming missiles. As the missiles collided with the psychic hand, they detonated, resulting in a massive explosion and a shock wave that forced the inspectors to shield their eyes and ears from the blast. Inspector James, witnessing this extraordinary display, was astonished by Kuro's capabilities. He expressed his disbelief, remarking that he had never seen or heard of psychic energy being shaped into such a large and formidable form. An inspector with brown hair standing behind Inspector James thinks to himself that the psycho are dealing with are monstrous and must be eliminated. Determined to take action, he pulls out a gun and shoots at Kuro. The scene then shifts to Han urgently calling out to Knut, trying to wake him up. Han asks if Knut can hear him and what his name is. Knut, who had been lying on the ground, sits up and responds, recognizing Han by name. Han admonishes Knut for his reckless behavior, noting that while things worked out, Knut should not take such risks without knowing his own limits. Knut asks Han if he's lecturing him now that he's fine and whether they've finished taking care of the first year's evaluation zone. Their watches then display updates showing the evacuation zones are clear. First year's evacuation zone clear. Zone A clear. Zone B clear. Gym is clear. 4th Battle Simulation Dome clear. 3 days later, Han surveys the damage caused by the pure humanists. Inspector James approaches him and asks, "How are you, Squad Leader Han?" Han turned around and said he was fine now, although he needed medication to sleep for the first 2 nights. He mentioned that some of the others are still in critical condition, displaying violent behavior like smashing objects or windows. Han observed a strong murderous intent towards humankind among them. He recounted seeing many dead first-year students during the operation, noting they had no means of protecting themselves. He reflected that just a few months ago, They were as vulnerable as those first years. The attackers perceived them as monsters and killed them without hesitation, but Han noted that the attackers did not look human to them either. He concluded that the incident might bring about the future the attackers feared, where they are suppressed by psychos. Inspector James began to sweat profusely, showing visible discomfort. Han then expressed his reluctance to become a monster like those they encountered. Inspector James cautioned against getting accustomed to humans killing each other, to which Han agreed, stating it was obvious and didn't require explanation. Inspector James admitted he found it hard to believe Han was just a teenager, recalling his fear upon witnessing Kuro's abilities. He confessed that Han frightened him on a deeper level. In response, Han thanked Inspector James for saving Kuro. Inspector James revealed that there was indeed a traitor among the inspectors who purposely chose a day when capable fighters were absent, causing significant destruction and chaos. He acknowledged that the higher-ups would now struggle to criticize Ark. James empathized with Han, assuming he must dislike adults who prioritize their own interests. He also recognized Han's likely belief that all efforts would be in vain if they lost to the dragons. James admitted human beings aren't always rational and make mistakes despite knowing better. He posed a rhetorical question about where all the weapons would be aimed if there were no dragons, implying they would be turned against each other. He asserted that like everyone else, he was working for his country's future, despite the difficulty Han might have in accepting that perspective. James reassured Han that there would come a time when he could understand this better. Inspector James turned her on and waved goodbye after their conversation. Han criticized James for making what he perceived as a cowardly excuse, insisting that if James recognized a mistake, he shouldn't repeat it. James acknowledged that Han's words unsettled him. Han then recounted the ongoing disasters that started with the dimensional tear, which had severely affected Ark. Most first-year students had died, and of those who survived, half had dropped out. The second-year students who survived had halted their training and were receiving psychological therapy. Han noted that he was the only one who managed to advance to the third year. As Han moved into the third-year dormitory, he was met with Silence. Han and Silence are interacting in a scene where Silence is staring at Han, causing Han to feel confused. Han then asks Silence if there is a problem. Silence points out Han's height, prompting Han to realize and exclaim about his own height, wondering when he became so tall. As the two characters get too close to each other, Silence turns around and starts walking away. Han, not wanting to be left behind, calls out for Silence to wait. A little later, as both characters arriving at a specific location, the Psychic Force third-year ward, Sector 8. At the moment, a senior addresses Han, explaining that there is no differentiation in rank between first-generation and second-generation or third-year psychics, collectively known as Psychic Force, or PF in short. The senior extends his hand to Han, introducing himself as Johnny Schwartz. Han shakes Johnny's hand and introduces himself as Lee Han. Johnny mishears and calls him Lee Chan, but Han corrects him, stating his name is Han. Despite Han's correction, Johnny continues to call him Lee Chan and expresses his pleasure in meeting him. Observing that Silence is waiting, Johnny remarks that he shouldn't keep Han's direct senior waiting and wishes Han good luck, referring to him as a rookie. Han responds with thanks. Silence shows Han to his new room, which Han finds to be very spacious, at least twice the size of his old dorm. Silence then types on his watch, instructing Han to drop off his stuff and get ready for breakfast. When they enter the cafeteria, Han observes the chefs preparing various dishes and notices that there are many dishes being handed out to different psychics. Silence, walking beside Han, sends him a message saying there is a wide variety of food available to cater to everyone's tastes and asks if Han is Chinese or Japanese, assuring him that either way, they have it all. Han replies that he is Korean and comments on how relaxed everything seems compared to his second year, where everything was much more restricted. Silence types a message to Han, expressing uncertainty about the availability of Korean food, but confident that Han will find something he likes. Han responds that he doesn't really miss Korean food, as he has never really had it. Noticing the amount of sweets on Silence's tray, Han comments on it, asking if Silence is eating too many sweets. Silence explains via typing that psychers need a lot of sugar because using their powers requires tremendous brain power and is very demanding. Han simply replies, okay. As Han takes a bite of his food, he thinks to himself how different and satisfying the rice tastes. Silence looks at Han happily, prompting Han to ask what happened. Silence types a message saying that Han knows how to use chopsticks. Han confirms this, to which Silence responds by typing that chopsticks are awesome. Han laughs, and Silence continues by typing that one can even use chopsticks to catch a fly in midair. This makes Han a little nervous, and Silence elaborates by mentioning a scene from a movie he has seen dozens of times where the main character catches a fly with chopsticks. Han asks Silence if his mask is inspired by a movie. Silence types a response explaining that his mask represents the face of a cyborg named C3 from the movie Terminal Chainsaw Massacre Machine, and that it was specially made for him by Ark. Han acknowledges this understanding. After finishing their breakfast, as they leave the cafeteria, a person with black hair approaches Han and asks if he is the super rookie who made the cut this time. This person introduces himself as Loka and says, "Nice to meet you, kid." Han introduces himself as Li Han while saluting, addressing Loka as corporal. Loka comments on Han's observance, noting that he has a rank because he is not part of the psychic force. Loka then asks if Han is the kid who blew up Red's leg, leading to a moment of silence and a cool stare between them. Han replies that if he had done it himself, he would have at least felt good about it. Loka laughs and remarks that Han is not just a kitten, but a tiger cub, showing toughness. Loka then invites Han to the fitness center, indicating they should go there that afternoon since Han has no other plans. Han internally wonders if Loka wants to fight him and thinks that Loka reminds him of Mitri and instructor Wei Chen, but notes that Loka is even stronger than them. After arriving at the fitness center, Loka challenges Han, saying, "Let's see what you've got, kid." Han assumes a fighting stance and warns Loka not to blame him if he gets hurt. Loka jokingly responds, "I'm so scared." Other seniors present in the fitness center cheer Han on, encouraging him with "You got this, rookie." Han starts to wonder if they are rooting for him because they expect him to lose to Loka. Deep in thought, Han is caught off guard as Loka launches a punch that grazes his cheek. Loka advises Han to stay alert, emphasizing the need for vigilance in their sparring match. Han regains his composure and begins to throw punches at Loka. However, Loka easily dodges Han's punches. Han follows up with a leg kick, but Loka blocks it with a fist strike. During the exchange, Loka reflects that Han is using techniques straight out of the playbook, simple yet strong, indicating that Han didn't just rely on his reinforced body but continued training. Loka then rushes towards Han and lands a punch on Han's face. While delivering the blow, Loka considers that reinforced bodies like Han's have weaknesses. Before Han can adjust his stance, Loka kicks him in the ribs, continuing the intense sparring match between the two. In response to Loka kick to his ribs, Han grabs Loka's leg, thinking that at this rate, he doesn't stand a chance and needs to find a way to gain the upper hand. Han attempts to shove Loka down using the grabbed leg. Loka acknowledges Han's attempt, remarking it was a good choice but warns, "This is as far as you go." He easily breaks free from Han's grasp and pushes him forcefully, causing Han to crash into the gym weights. After Han crashes into the gym weights due to Loka push, Loka thinks to himself that if Han weren't enhanced, he would have been seriously injured. Loka walks up to Han and asks if he's alright. In that moment, Han attempts to attack Loka using his psychic ability, but stops himself just before striking, visibly exhausted. Meanwhile, Loka comments, "That's all you've got." Han bows down before Loka and apologizes. Loka responds by appreciating Han's spirit and then points out to Han that despite his reinforced body, he has a critical weakness. Then Loka asks can he guess what it is. Han said, "He is as heavy as you are strong." Loka confirms Han's guess that his reinforced body allows him to use the psycho frame, but it also means he bears increased weight. He compliments Han's ability to switch attack patterns, but notes that Han could have tried to deadlock him earlier if he had known Laoka was immune to his strikes. Laoka emphasizes that such lessons come from experience, indicating that Han still has much to learn. He concludes their spar for the day, telling Han they'll meet again tomorrow at the same time. Meanwhile, Han reflects on the upcoming rematch, thinking about the prospect of facing Laoka again the following day. The next day, Laoka warmly welcomes Han, who responds with a smile and addresses him respectfully as Sir. Laoka then points out a person practicing behind him, whom Han recognizes immediately as Johnny Schwartz, whom he met on his first day in the third-year dorm. Laoka explains that Johnny Schwartz is a first-generation psyker with the special trait of physical reinforcement, particularly skilled in hand-to-hand combat. He mentions Johnny's experiences into dragon suppressions and capturing a werewolf with his bare hands. Laoka instructs Han to go knock Johnny down. Seeing Han's nervous expression, Laoka asks if he is scared. Han turns around, thinking that there must be a reason Laoka is pushing him to do this, and replies that he'll give it a shot. Han walks up to Ranger Johnny Schwartz and proposes a sparring match. Johnny recognizes Han as the rookie and mistakenly calls him Li Chan, which Han corrects to Li Han. Johnny asks if they will spar with or without psychic skills. Considering Johnny's special trait of physical reinforcement, Han decides to prohibit the use of psychic skills. Johnny agrees, saying it's fine by him and smiles, urging them to begin. As they prepare to spar, Johnny lunges forward towards Han, noting it's the same difference whether he calls him Li Chan or Li Han. Han readies himself, wearing his gloves and preparing to strike Johnny with a punch, but in the next moment, he finds himself flat on the floor, defeated. Johnny turns to Laoka and confidently remarks that Han is no match for him yet. Staggering back to his feet, Han pleads with Laoka for another chance, asking to try again. Laoka responds with a smirk, telling Johnny to defeat Han decisively so he can accept his loss. Confused by Laoka's remark, Johnny scratches his head but agrees to continue the spar. Han ducks down and readies himself in a fighting stance as they resume their match. As the spar progresses, the day turns to night. Eventually, exhausted and flustered, Han sits down on the floor. Laoka approaches Han and asks if losing is frustrating for him. Han respectfully replies that it isn't, acknowledging that even if he had tried again, he would likely still have lost. Laoka explains to Han that his lack of experience in hand-to-hand combat isn't critical, as Han's strength lies in using weapons. He emphasizes that Han's goal isn't to perform techniques like the Boston Crab on a dragon. Reflecting on a past conversation with Dmitri, Han recalls questioning Dmitri about using Sambo to catch dragons, to which Dmitri had confidently replied that he could strangle a dragon if necessary. This memory brings a smile to Han's face. Observing Han's expression, Laoka asks what's on his mind. Han replies that it's nothing and acknowledges Laoka's point that hand-to-hand combat isn't crucial for him to learn. He then questions why Laoka had him fight Johnny Schwartz if it's not important for his development. Laoka poses a question to Han, asking what he would do if instructed to knock down Johnny again. Han responds confidently, stating that he would challenge Johnny to a different style of combat, specifically using weapons. Laoka acknowledges Han's answer, emphasizing that sportsmanship holds no significance in their training environment. He stresses that Han should focus solely on defeating opponents using his strengths. Han acknowledges his understanding of Laoka's advice. Reflecting on his experiences, Han thinks about how Laoka has taught him many valuable lessons, despite initially feeling like an outsider among his peers. A few days later, Han and Laoka exit a theater discussing a movie based on a true story. They talk about the protagonist who fought off 20 adversaries with just a single blade, hailing him as a hero of Thailand. Laoka jokingly asks if he's awesome, to which Han responds by complimenting the actor who portrayed Laoka in the movie. Laoka laughs off Han's comment and praises the actor as the best in Thailand, adding a suggestion to go for drinks. He invites Han to join, but Han politely declines, explaining that he can't drink alcohol. Han returns to his dorm and encounters Silence outside. He comments that Silence has returned from his mission, which lasted about 3 days. Silence asks why Han was out so late. Han explains that he and others went to see a movie called The Jungle Hunter, featuring Lauka. Han describes a scene from the movie where the main actor, holding a blade, challenges monsters, prompting smiles from the audience. Han admits that his motive wasn't necessarily to learn more about Lauka but rather to seize the opportunity to finally watch a movie. Silence initially starts to type a message to Han, suggesting that if Han wanted to see a movie, Silence could have helped with that. However, Silence pauses and deletes the message, instead bidding Han good night. Curious about Silence's behavior, Han asks why he seems in a rush. Han then reflects to himself that Silence is quick in his actions, likening him to a cat. Despite his initial intimidating impression when they first met, Han realizes that Silence may just be a regular person underneath it all, perhaps more youthful and less imposing than he initially seemed. Han clenches his weapon, preparing for a rematch with Johnny, this time using weapons. Lauka observes and wonders if Han believes he's ready to defeat Johnny in just 3 days. Han reflects that Johnny seems even more intimidating with a weapon in hand, comparing him to a giant brown bear. As Johnny rushes forward, he addresses Han as Li Chan, but Han corrects him, stating his name is Li Han. Johnny draws his sword and swings at Han, but Han swiftly dodges the attack, showing agility and readiness in the rematch using weapons. Han reflects on the past 3 days, during which he meticulously analyzed Johnny Schwartz's attack patterns and habits, almost developing a sense of foresight about Johnny's moves. This preparation allows Han to effectively dodge Johnny's attacks and launch a spear attack that strikes Johnny in the stomach, causing him intense pain. Johnny staggers backward in surprise, realizing that Han is just a new third-year student. Han seizes the moment and launches another attack, this time hitting Johnny's leg and causing him to stagger again. Nervously, Johnny wonders if this might be the end for him. Meanwhile, Han hesitates briefly, halting his attack, which confuses Johnny about Han's intentions and what might happen next in their confrontation. Han thrusts the metal spear at Johnny's face with full force, but Johnny manages to block it with his hand. Simultaneously, Johnny presses his sword against Han's neck, causing Han to concede defeat by acknowledging, "Looks like I lost." Internally, Johnny wonders if Han hesitated in the final moment and if that decision cost him the victory. Despite this, Johnny compliments Han, impressed by his skill, but once again mistakenly calls him Li Chan instead of Han. Han reflects on Johnny's repeated mistake in remembering his name but respectfully corrects him, stating, "It's Hans." Johnny responds with a smile, acknowledging the correction, and suggests they grab something to eat together, intending to introduce Han to his friends. After Han's spar with Johnny and a pat on the shoulder from Lauka, who praises him for understanding the value of building rapport and allowing Johnny to save face, Han reflects on the lesson. He realizes that proving himself isn't worth causing trouble with others and acknowledges that Johnny has much to offer him as well. Later, Silence takes Han to meet Octo, who introduces himself as Siegfried Schumacher, the chief engineer of Team 3. Han greets Octo respectfully, acknowledging his new status as a third-year student. Han introduces himself as Li Han, expressing surprise that Octo was just a nickname. Octo confirms this, explaining that people call him Octo due to his incredibly fast hands, as if he has 8 limbs. Confused by Octo's explanation, Han looks towards him, prompting Silence to comment that Octo enjoys the nickname. Octo then assesses Han, noting that he has no special traits and rates his psychic level as a C+ or B at best. He mentions that Han is the first to make it into Psychic Force with qualifications like these. Surprised by Octo's assessment, Han notices a psycho frame and asks about it. Octo confirms Han's observation and proudly identifies it as a veteran who was a star in the last war. Han remarks that the psycho frame looks stripped down to its essentials, expressing curiosity or perhaps concern about its state. Octo introduces Han to Oldman 3, a retired first-generation model of the psychoframe converted for training purposes. He informs Han that he will be training daily to operate this equipment. Later, Octo helps Han wear the psychoframe. Han reflects that he won't be able to prepare on his own anymore. Octo emphasizes the importance of engineers and machines in preparing for battles, warning Han not to move unless he wants to risk injury from the equipment. Han asks about bathroom breaks during battle, to which Octo bluntly states that such thoughts should not distract during combat, as the suits are not designed for convenience. Han admits that the reality of the training and equipment is different from what he expected. Octo informs Han that once he's fitted into the psychoframe, they will open the cylinder and make contact with dragon parts. This process will simulate the feeling Han would experience when absorbing powers from holding a weapon made from dragon parts. Octo states that their goal for the day is to determine the maximum amount of time the psychoframe can operate. He gives the order to open the doors to proceed with the testing and training. A month later, Johnny briefs his team that their mission target is the Psychic Research Lab in southern Qinghai, China, which has been incapacitated by an attack from an Ellis. The Chinese authorities have requested an official dispatch to handle the situation. Harold, one of Johnny's comrades, asks how many Ellis are present. Johnny replies that according to Chinese officials, there is only one Alice, but it is highly powerful. He mentions that two platoons of minion special forces were dispatched previously but are presumed dead. Shi Jun, another member of the team, expresses concern about the lack of backup. He highlights the danger posed by the Ellis potentially using a psychic shield, especially in tight corridors where soldiers would be unable to fight back effectively. Johnny assures the team that they are not ordinary soldiers and breaking down a psychic shield is easy for them. He turns to Han addressing him as Chen and asks if that's correct, but Han responds somewhat nonchalantly, prompting Johnny to correct him jokingly, insisting he should respond with "It's Han, sir." Han brushes off the correction, remarking that Johnny never calls him by his real name anyway, though he suspects Johnny knows it. The atmosphere lightens as Johnny and the other two senior members of the team laugh together. Reflecting on his first mission as a third-year student and facing another Ellis, Han recalls unpleasant memories associated with previous encounters. Meanwhile, the Ellis sits among numerous dead soldiers, laughing sinisterly. Upon landing at the Psychic Research Center, Han remarks that it appears to be nothing more than barren land. Johnny explains that every country conducts its own psychic research in secrecy due to fears that pure humanists might attack if they knew about it. Noticing that Han seems upset, Johnny wonders if something he said upset him. He reassures Han, patting him on the shoulder and reminding him that under normal circumstances, they don't order him to take lives. He acknowledges the unfortunate events at Ark and advises Han not to become accustomed to killing, addressing him as Li Chan. Han questions whether they're returning to that topic again, to which Johnny laughs and admits he dislikes getting too sentimental. As the 6 vehicles approached Ark Team, a Chinese soldier noted the arrival of the people in charge. First, Chinese soldiers and then researchers emerged from the vehicles, greeting Ark team members with a welcome. One researcher with brown hair thanked them for coming. Han observed the researchers from the Chinese Psychic Research Center and wondered about the armored figures behind them, questioning if they were soldiers. The soldiers then saluted Ark team members, addressing them as the hero of China. In response, Ark team members returned the salute. Johnny instructs Han and Harold to stand by while he and Shi Jun handle the talking. Han and Harold move to the designated area as instructed by Johnny. As they walk away, a researcher pats Han on the shoulder, referring to him as Ark's child soldier. Han reacts defensively, grabbing the researcher's hand tightly and warning him not to touch him. The researcher backs off, commenting on Han's feistiness. Harold asks Han about the researcher's behavior, but Han is confused by the incident. Shortly afterward, an elevator emerges with a rumble, and Johnny explains that it only goes to the first floor since all other areas are sealed off, making it the only entry point available. Johnny informs the team in the elevator that there are 3 levels in the facility. He instructs them to check the map for layout and passageways. Their mission has 2 main objectives: retrieve research data and search for survivors. They are to avoid direct confrontation with the enemy unless necessary. Johnny also mentions that once their mission is complete and they return to ground level, the facility will be destroyed. Han asks if there is any information about the research conducted in the facility. Johnny responds that the researchers were very secretive about their work. Chi-jun voiced his concerns, and that's exactly why those soldiers are angry too. They think their fellow men died in vain. Johnny responded seriously, "Just keep one thing in mind, Han. Even if all 3 of us die here today, don't think about avenging us. Retreat for now. You second gens are invaluable commodities. You cannot die." Han closed his eyes briefly, then reopened them, saying with resolve, in other words, "It's better to die early on if I'm going to die in a mission as easy as this." Johnny smiled faintly as the elevator doors to the first floor opened. "Here we go, Squad Victor," he announced. As they meticulously searched through the entire first floor, they found nothing of significance. Johnny declared decisively, "There's nothing on the first floor. Let's move on to the second floor." Meanwhile, Han couldn't shake the feeling that something important was amiss. He thought to himself, "Something's off. I feel like we're missing something important." As Johnny approached the door to the second floor and began to open it, he suddenly halted and turned to the other members of Team Victor. His expression turned serious as he remarked, "I can smell the stench of blood from here." Han's realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. He thought, now it all makes sense. That's why it seemed so peculiar. Han addressed the team urgently. "There are no signs of struggle from the first floor to this emergency exit on the second floor. It's possible this wasn't an attack from the outside." Johnny nodded in agreement. "I got it. There were too many suspicious details. Why is it that the third floor is the only one without direct elevator access? It suggests something on the third floor requires a highly controlled environment. We're heading back. There's no reason to continue this mission. The researchers misled us. They need to take responsibility for this." As Johnny finished speaking, the power abruptly cut off, plunging the entire facility into darkness. As Johnny donned his night vision goggles, he remarked, "What a coincidence they'd shut off the power now of all times, almost as if they were listening to us." Hearing Johnny's words, Han recalled the moment the researchers had approached him from behind and tapped his shoulder. He quickly spun around, checking his shoulder for anything unusual. Concerned, Johnny asked, "What is it, Chan?" Han revealed a small microphone he had found and stated, "We've been bugged." Johnny nodded grimly. So that's what it was. As Johnny opened the door to the second floor, he and the others were shocked by the gruesome scene before them. Soldiers hung on walls, blood dripping from their bodies like macabre decorations. Johnny exclaimed, "What a ghastly sight. It's like the bastard put them on display." Meanwhile, Han staggered back, visibly affected by the horrifying scene unfolding before him. Johnny noticed Han's reaction and quickly turned to him, asking with concern, "You all right?" Han is clearly shaken and struggling to breathe after experiencing shock. Corporal Harold notices Han's distress and offers him water, which helps him feel better. Harold reassures Han, mentioning how rare it is to encounter something so horrifying, and commends Han for not passing out despite his young age. They bond over their shared experience of having younger siblings, highlighting a moment of connection and understanding between them. Corporal Harold reveals to Han that he had 2 younger siblings who were killed in a minion attack that wiped out his entire family. He admits feeling hopeless during the attack, but found himself unable to die, which led him to join the military and face each battle prepared for death. Despite expecting to die, fate spared him and he gained a reputation for bravery instead. Han is deeply affected by Harold's story, realizing he never knew about Harold's tragic past and expressing empathy for his loss. unable to imagine the pain of losing his own siblings. Johnny and Shi-jun return from surveying the second floor and confirm to Chan that it's clear of both the perpetrator and any survivors. They suggest moving to the third floor next, but Shi-jun raises a concern about the third floor's automatic doors being shut due to a power outage, making it inaccessible. Johnny, undeterred, decides to use his psychic ability to overcome this obstacle. Han observes Johnny using his special trait of physical reinforcement, which impresses him. Johnny forcefully opens a door with his bare hands, and as he does, a person inside stands up and points a gun at him. Johnny initially wonders if this person is a soldier or a survivor. To his surprise, it turns out to be Ellis, who begins laughing. Johnny quickly orders his squad to take cover as Ellis starts firing. Despite being hit by bullets, Johnny's uniform is torn, but causes no harm to him due to his psychic trait. Ellis continues laughing maniacally during the encounter. Johnny charges at Ellis to attack, but as he gets close, he sees that Ellis has pulled the pin on a grenade. The grenade explodes, pushing Johnny back, yet he remains unharmed. Johnny realizes that Ellis has disappeared in the chaos caused by the explosion. Shi-jun questions whether the person they encountered was truly Ellis. Harold adds that he's never seen an Ellis use human weapons before, finding the situation unprecedented. Han points out that not only did Ellis use human weapons, but it also employed tactics to lure one person away from the group to potentially take them all out, showing a level of strategy and combat capability similar to humans. Johnny adjusts his plans from finding the power room to investigating what the Ellis have been doing in the facility. Han reflects that the Ellis likely won't attack again soon, as they've discovered conventional weapons don't harm them. However, he wonders how and where the Ellis disappeared to. Meanwhile, Ellis approaches the corpses of his soldiers, contemplating what Johnny was and how human weapons failed against him. Ellis becomes determined to become even stronger, craving to shred humans into pieces. Ellis starts recharging his psychic powers from the soldiers' corpses and begins laughing maniacally. Harold activates emergency power, and Team Victor removes their night vision glasses. Johnny opts to wear black shaded glasses, which puzzles Harold as he wonders if Johnny is serious about wearing them inside. Shortly after, Johnny reveals that the part of the building they are in wasn't marked on their map. He suspects that the entire mission was a setup to lure them in, potentially with the intention of capturing a live Ellis after they dealt with it. Shi-jun seeks clarification, asking if Johnny believes the Ellis was indeed captured alive. Johnny speculates that the Ellis they encountered was likely captured alive to be trained for use in battles, revealing that this operation was conducted without the knowledge of Ark and the Supreme Council. As they proceed further, Johnny observes a fork in the path and suggests splitting up. However, Shi-jun advises against it, pointing to nearby corpses which appear to be of researchers who did not survive. Johnny and the team arrive at the lab where they discover evidence that attempts were made to study and modify the Ellis. However, these efforts proved futile as the Ellis became too powerful to control. Johnny reveals that countries involved in the Ark project are required to report any research involving psychic abilities to the Supreme Council, but he believes many countries are conducting such research covertly without being detected. Han reflects on the situation, feeling disgusted by the realization that this conflict over psychic abilities has become another battleground among humans. Johnny expresses suspicion that their superiors won't let them leave the facility alive. Frustrated by discovering files in Chinese, he calls Shi over to help translate and make copies of important documents. Suddenly, Han alerts the team to an enemy presence, an Ellis. Han and Harold immediately open fire, but the Ellis defends itself using a psychic shield to block the bullets. Han quickly switches to using his spear, recognizing it is necessary to neutralize the Ellis. Meanwhile, Johnny intervenes, urging Han to step aside and declaring his intent to confront the Ellis directly. He asserts that the Ellis won't escape this time and vows to defeat it decisively. Johnny approaches the Ellis and attempts to split it with his sword, but to everyone's surprise, the Ellis disappears right in front of him. Han speculates that the Ellis has the ability to use blink, allowing it to teleport. Meanwhile, the Ellis reappears behind Herald using blink and presses a blade against Herald's neck. Despite being threatened, Herald urges Han to attack. Han hesitates, conflicted about what to do, knowing attacking is the right choice, but struggling to act on it. In the midst of this hesitation, Shi-jun opens fire, intending to hit the Ellis but accidentally injuring both Herald and the Ellis. The impact of the bullets causes the Ellis to throw Herald to the ground. Johnny rushes towards the Ellis, urging Han to focus. Han, after seeing the psychic crystal of the Ellis through gunfire, witnesses the injured Ellis using blink to escape once more. Johnny inquires about Herald's condition from Shi-jun, who sadly confirms Herald has passed away. This news sparks anger in both Johnny and Han. After collecting himself, Han asserts that they must track down and kill the Ellis immediately. Johnny questions if Han's motivation is revenge, but Han clarifies that it's because the Ellis is now vulnerable, injured, and low on psychic energy. Johnny agrees with Han's assessment and determination, and they decide together to hunt down the Ellis. As they pursue the injured Ellis, Johnny asks if Han discovered anything new from their previous encounter. Han reports that the Ellis cannot use blink consecutively and cannot use blink and its psychic shield simultaneously, which explains why it used Corporal Herald as a shield. Johnny acknowledges that the Ellis took a calculated risk during their last encounter and succeeded in escaping, albeit with injuries. He agrees with Han's assessment that this may be their best opportunity to eliminate it. Continuing their pursuit, Johnny observes multiple paths ahead and suggests splitting up to increase their chances of encountering the Ellis. He emphasizes the importance of survival to whoever may come across it first. Han proceeds along the designated path and encounters a gruesome sight: corpses of soldiers hanging on both sides of the wall. Initially staggered by the macabre scene, Han quickly regains his composure and continues forward. As he passes through the corridor lined with corpses, the Ellis, concealed among the bodies, silently slips behind Han. Han reflects on his experience with the dimensional tier and realizes that the Ellis isn't simply exhibiting aggression to terrorize their enemies. Instead, it uses the recharging of its psychic crystal to restore psychic energy, fueled by its hatred for humans who cause pain and the thrill of killing them for an extra boost of energy. Han senses that the Ellis is nearby. Suddenly, the Ellis swings its weapon at Han, but he manages to evade the attack. Han swiftly turns and fires his gun, hitting the Ellis directly. The impact causes the Ellis to stagger back from the injury. Seeing the Ellis wounded, Han immediately grabs his spear, determined to ensure it is killed. Han attempts to pierce the Ellis with his spear, but it uses blink to disappear from his sight. Knowing the Ellis's fighting pattern, Han throws the spear ahead of him, accurately hitting the Ellis in the head as it reappears, killing it instantly. The lifeless body of the Ellis crashes to the ground. After the intense encounter, Han catches his breath. Later on, Shi-jun respectfully zips Corporal Herald's body into a bag. Han expresses sorrow, feeling that Herald and the others didn't deserve to die. Johnny reflects on the situation, suggesting that upper management could have handled things more wisely to prevent casualties like Herald's. He criticizes those in power who control many lives without valuing each individual, suggesting they become desensitized over time, eventually feeling nothing at all. Han asks Johnny if people truly become accustomed to death. Johnny sadly acknowledges that humans tend to become desensitized to death after repeated exposure, but emphasizes the importance of remembering that every life is precious, even if one's emotions become numb. Han asserts that he has never forgotten anyone he knew who passed away, and he refuses to start now. Later, as they reach the surface, Han and Shi-jun carry the body of their fallen comrade, while Johnny uses a large metal object to shield his team from Chinese soldiers who are prepared to open fire. At the gate to intercept them, Johnny realizes they will likely need to force their way through the Chinese soldiers as expected. Shi-jun proposes trying to negotiate with them instead. When Johnny questions Shi-jun's certainty, Shi-jun expresses confidence that the soldiers won't shoot an unarmed person in front of their comrades. He approaches the soldiers, many of whom recognize him. Shijun addresses the soldiers, revealing that the research center has been deceiving them. He accuses the center of conducting unethical experiments to create monsters and hiding the truth while demanding sacrifices from the soldiers. As tensions rise, one of the researchers demands the soldiers to shoot Shijun and his team, dismissing his words as nonsense. However, the soldiers, respecting Shijun's authority, command the researcher to be silent and allow Shijun to speak. Shijun continues, addressing the soldiers directly. He reminds them that they are not slaves but individuals who have taken up arms voluntarily. He questions whether they are targeting the right people, considering the circumstances. One soldier privately reflects on the mission, realizing its lack of coherence and questioning why they should shoot individuals associated with ARC who have managed to escape the research center. Shijun emphasizes the soldiers' role as the nation's armed force, stressing that this responsibility gives them the duty to refuse irrational orders. Han and Johnny quietly listen to Shijun's speech as tensions escalate among the soldiers. One soldier eventually withdraws his gun, followed by others. The captain, recognizing Shijun's influence and hero status from his contributions during the First War, understands the gravity of the situation. Many soldiers enlisted inspired by Shijun's legacy. A researcher, desperate to maintain control, grabs the captain and demands he orders the soldiers to open fire, threatening his family if he doesn't comply. After a tense moment of silence, the captain takes decisive action, picking up his gun and killing the researcher to prevent further escalation. As the ARC helicopters prepare to depart, the victor team and the Chinese soldiers salute each other in a moment of respect and acknowledgement. Shijun asks the captain if he is sure about their decision to defy orders. The captain acknowledges that they will face consequences for their actions but believes that it's only a matter of time before higher-ups discover the truth about the research center. He suggests that to keep the situation under control, the higher-ups will likely shift blame onto the research center. Shijun expresses appreciation for the captain's courage in standing against unjust orders. The captain credits his men for their bravery, emphasizing that he couldn't have made such a decision without their support. He downplays potential disciplinary actions, suggesting that the worst they might face is exemption from promotion. He contrasts this consequence with the sacrifices he willingly made when he enlisted with ARC, implying that these sacrifices were far less than that he made, as it's nothing compared to all the money and fame he gave up when he enlisted for ARC. As the helicopter begin their journey towards ARC, Han is seen soundly sleeping inside. Johnny observes Han and remarks that it's the first time he's seen him doze off. Shijun responds, acknowledging that Han has been through a significant amount recently. His comment indicates understanding and empathy towards Han's fatigue and the challenges he has faced. The following day, a funeral ceremony took place with soldiers firing gunshots into the sky as a salute. All the third-level Psyker gathered at Harold's grave. John Red was the first to bow before the grave, followed by the other Psyker. Han showed his respect by saluting, looking visibly upset. As the ceremony concluded, and they walked back to their dorms, Han confided in Shijun, admitting, to be honest, he was really nervous. If you weren't a hero to those men, they would have opened fire on them before you could utter a single word. Shijun paused briefly before confessing that unlike renowned ARC soldiers Harold and Laoka, who are celebrated as war heroes back home, he felt his achievements had been exaggerated to attract more recruits. Johnny interrupted Shijun's humble reflection as he approached, asserting that Shijun's accomplishments at ARC alone made him a hero. Turning to Han, Johnny said, "Chan, there's somewhere we need to go." Han asks Johnny if he is being summoned right now. Johnny confirms this, saying that Han is indeed being summoned. They arrive at a room, where Johnny leaves quickly after instructing Han to wait there because the summoner will arrive soon. Before Han can inquire about the identity of the person who summoned him, Johnny has already departed, leaving Han alone in the room. Han then hears voices coming from a television in the room. He sees Hoi's and Knut on the screen, and are in a flag battle. Squad 13, which includes Jose and Knut, is engaged in a second-level match with Squad 3. Jose, using his psychic powers, urges Knut to face their opponents directly. He then launches an attack at Del. In retaliation, Del employs his own psychic abilities to create a shield, successfully blocking Jose's attack. Subsequently, Jose instructs Knut to flee, presumably to protect him from Del's counterattack. Meanwhile, Del amplifies his psychic power further, redirecting Jose's earlier attack back towards both Jose and Knut. This unexpected counter results in both Jose and Knut being knocked to the ground. Han reflects on Del's overwhelming strength, realizing that confronting Del directly was a mistake. He expresses concern about Kuro's whereabouts. Before he can delve deeply into thought, Alexander then approaches Han and reveals that he summoned him because of Kuro. He confirms Han's identity and introduces himself as Alexander Lekori, the chief officer of ARC. Han immediately acknowledges Alexander's authority by saluting him, recognizing Alexander as second in command to the commanding officer within ARC, indicating that Alexander wields significant power. Within the organization, Alexander invites Han to sit down and offers him tea. As they begin to drink, Alexander opens up about his dilemma regarding Kuro. He expresses uncertainty about whether to let Kuro go due to his perceived irrecoverable state, or to continue supporting him. Alexander acknowledges Han's unique ability, stating that based on what he has observed, Han is the only one capable of bringing Kuro back from his current state. Later on, another soldier guides Han, prompting him to reflect on Kuro's situation. Han recalls how Kuro had achieved S-class status after the attack by the pure humanists. However, something significant has happened since then that has deeply affected Kuro, causing him inner turmoil. Inspector James successfully captures a traitor, but shortly after, another jet arrives to attack the fourth battle simulation dome. Kuro responds by unleashing more of his psychic abilities, seizing control of the jet and using it to eliminate nearby attackers. Despite his effective defense, Kuro is overwhelmed by guilt from using his powers to kill, leading him to refuse further training. Han recalls Alexander's earlier plea to convince Kuro to resume training, emphasizing the importance of retaining an S-level psyker like Kuro. Before Han can dwell further on this, a fellow soldier guides him, announcing their arrival at their destination. Han proceeds inside, where he finds two first-generation soldiers standing guard at the gate leading to Kuro's location, and two soldiers monitor Kuro's condition closely via computer screens. Han enters the room where Kuro is confined and greets him. Kuro acknowledges Han's presence, remarking that it's been a while and asking how Han has been. Han takes a seat in front of Kuro and tries to reassure him, stating that the incident wasn't Kuro's fault but merely a coincidence. However, Kuro responds with doubt, suggesting that perhaps subconsciously he wanted to kill those people. Han continues to support Kuro, emphasizing that even if there were subconscious motives, Kuro acted to protect their friends, and no one holds him responsible for that. Despite Han's words of encouragement, Kuro expresses resignation, stating that he believes this is the end of the road for him. Han reflects on Kuro's gentle nature and his own contrasting lack of guilt over his actions. He acknowledges that unlike Kuro, he never felt pity for his enemies and was driven by different motivations. Han reveals that Kuro's desire to measure up to him has kept him going, but now he fears losing another dear friend due to Kuro's resignation. Han confronts Kuro directly, telling him to quit. This surprises Kuro, who asks Han to clarify his statement. Han reaffirms his belief that Kuro is not suited for combat and that it's alright for him to quit now if he feels unable to continue. Han speaks directly to Kuro, expressing a deep commitment to his friend's safety. He tells Kuro that if their positions were reversed in a dangerous situation, Han would sacrifice anyone to protect Kuro, but he doubts Kuro could make the same choice for him. Han urges Kuro to forget about being a soldier, believing Kuro could find more fulfilling uses for his talents elsewhere. Outside the room where Kuro is held, one of the first-generation soldiers questions why Han is encouraging Kuro to give up. The other soldier decides it's time to intervene and move Han out of confinement. They both start approaching the gate. Observing their movements, Han stands up from his chair. Han, determined to prevent himself from being forcibly removed, employs his psychic abilities to hurl a desk toward the gate. The soldiers attempt to open the gate but fail, frustrated by their inability to gain access. One soldier demands that Han open the door immediately, knocking on the glass partition separating them from Han and Kuro. Han, focused on his conversation with Kuro, interrupts the soldier's demands, telling him to be quiet as they are in the middle of an important discussion. The soldier persists, threatening to break in with a battering ram to force entry. Han addresses Kuro directly, expressing his initial intention to convince Kuro to continue training as Chief wanted. However, Han reflects on the current situation and voices his concern. He believes that even if they manage to survive the ongoing war, Kuro will continue to suffer emotionally and mentally, living the rest of his life in agony due to the guilt and trauma he's experiencing. Concerned for Han, Kuro warns him that he may get into trouble for his actions. Han confidently dismisses Kuro's concern about him getting into trouble, stating that as a combat-ready psyker, any repercussions would likely be minimal, possibly just a warning. Kuro acknowledges Han's foresight in planning for this situation. Meanwhile, outside the room, the soldiers grow impatient and decide to break down the door using a battering ram. As they force their way in, Kuro becomes visibly nervous, sensing the imminent confrontation. Upon seeing the soldiers restrain Han, Kuro's anxiety turns to anger. He clenches his teeth and shouts for them to stop hurting Han. In a sudden and drastic move, Kuro unleashes his psychic abilities, using them to decapitate both soldiers in a shocking display of power. After the intense confrontation where Kuro used his psychic abilities to defend Han, Han is now free and making his way back to his dormitory. Along the corridor, he encounters Alexander, who approaches him with a chuckle. Alexander remarks on Han's actions, questioning whether it was all part of an act and expressing his impression of Han's ability to almost deceive him. He jokingly suggests that Han could have given him a heads up about the incident. Han remains silent, deeply reflecting on the recent events. He recalls the moment when soldiers attempted to restrain him, only to have their heads seemingly cut off by Kuro's psychic power. However, Han realizes that nothing actually happened to the soldiers. It was merely an illusion created by Kuro's overwhelming presence and fear. The soldiers, recovering from the shock, acknowledge that even in his restrained state, Kuro possesses immense power, capable of potentially causing harm to everyone present. As the soldiers tremble in fear from the display of Kuro's power, Kuro manages to calm himself down. He makes a decisive statement, announcing that Han has convinced him to undergo containment training. Additionally, Kuro expresses his intention to advance to the third level. He instructs the soldiers to uncuff Han immediately. Upon hearing Kuro's decision, Han's expression turns sad. He reflects on Kuro's newfound resolve and thinks to himself that even someone as strong and confident as Han can feel helpless at times. Han realizes that Kuro now feels strong enough to reciprocate the protection Han has always provided, shifting their dynamic from protector and protected to equals and friends. In the present moment, Han walks away from Alexander with a somber expression. He turns on just as John Red, a fellow soldier with a metallic leg, approaches him. Alexander reflects on Han's intense display of power, acknowledging that while impressive, it also poses potential dangers. Meanwhile, Han engages in hand-to-hand combat training with Lauka and Johnny. Despite his efforts, both Lauka and Johnny overpower and thoroughly defeat Han in their sparring sessions. As the day progresses into night, Lauka and Johnny bid farewell to Han with cheerful spirits, expressing their anticipation for the next day's training. Walking away from the fitness center with a sense of frustration, Han vents his thoughts aloud. He regrets asking Lauka and Johnny to teach him, realizing they were highly committed to throwing him down during training. He notes the amused expressions on their faces during the intense sparring sessions. In response to Han's frustration, silence, presumably communicating through text, questions the purpose of Han learning martial arts if he believes he won't ever need it. Han reflects on the importance of being prepared for any situation, explaining to Silence that learning martial arts is about covering all bases to ensure he can achieve victory under any circumstances. Silence, observing Han, recalls Johnny's earlier comment about Han needing to learn how to empty his mind. Silence agrees silently, noting it's unusual to see Han so visibly flustered. Meanwhile, Han struggles to walk due to severe back pain incurred from the intense training sessions with Lauka and Johnny. Despite his discomfort, Silence jokingly suggests a piggyback ride to ease Han's pain. Annoyed by Silence's comment, Han insists that he's fine and dismisses the idea of needing assistance. The next day, John Red dramatically kicks open the door of the fitness center, announcing his return with a loud declaration of "I'm back." His entrance catches the attention of everyone present, and Han nervously addresses him as Sergeant. Johnny, approaching with a smile, playfully comments on John Red's new shoes, to which John Red responds by teasingly asking Johnny if he wants new shoes too. Han interrupts the talk and asks John about his return to duty. John confirms that he will be resuming his role, explaining that he will be training the first-year recruits again for the time being. He mentions needing to recruit second years and still having rehabilitation to complete. Acknowledging Han's recent achievements, John Red remarks on Han's successful completion of his first mission as a third-level psyker. He notes Han's apparent pride in his accomplishment. Han respectfully denies it. Later, outside the fitness center, John Red nonchalantly lights his cigar using his psychic abilities, prompting Han to remark on John's disregard for ARC smoking restrictions. John dismisses Han's comment, stating that smoking isn't allowed anywhere in ARC, despite his efforts to raise the issue in meetings without any resolution. Han reflects on how John Red views his behavior as normal, despite the rules against smoking. Changing the subject, John asks Han if he remembers the Ellis midge you captured. Han expresses curiosity about the results of the interrogation with the midge. John confirms that they did learn valuable information. He reveals that according to the mage's mind, the war itself will not commence in 3 years. Rather, the main forces are slated to strike at that time. However, the vanguard, a preliminary force to the main attack, is nearly prepared to launch. Han is visibly stunned by this revelation, though he maintains a composed demeanor. John continues, explaining that while the prophecy predicting war in 10 years isn't entirely inaccurate, the existence of the vanguard suggests that conflict could erupt much sooner than anticipated. The next morning, Johnny knocks on Han's door, calling out his name to get his attention. Han opens the door and politely asks Johnny what he needs. Johnny hands Han a flash drive, explaining that it's a gift for him. He mentions that it contains a video clip of the competition between the Level 2 squads that took place the previous day. Johnny reminds Han that Squad 13, which Han used to lead, participated in the competition. Surprised by the gift, Han repeats Johnny's statement about the flash drive being for him. Johnny playfully comments on Han's solitary weekend activities, questioning why he's holed up in his room instead of joining the others. He jokingly asks if Han doesn't find it fun to hang out with the older soldiers. Han responds with a dry wit, remarking that he can't exactly say it's fun when all they do is engage in dirty talk. He humorously adds that he didn't realize there were so many words to describe a woman, implying that he finds their conversations somewhat inappropriate. After Johnny jokes about the all-male environment and leaves, Han thanks him politely. Johnny playfully warns Han not to get any strange ideas while alone in his room with the video. Han acknowledges him and promptly starts watching the video on his television. As Han watches, the referee announces the upcoming match between Squad 3 and Squad 13. Han realizes that Squad 13, which he used to lead, is facing Squad 3 again. He connects this rematch to the significant losses suffered by the second years due to a recent attack. During the match, Han notices that Gijo is now leading Squad 13, which surprises him. He questions whether Jose and Knut yielded their positions so easily. Despite Gijo's reputation for being sharp yet sometimes unpleasant, Han acknowledges his leadership skills. After watching Squad 13 win their match thanks to Gijo's strategy against Dal, Han reflects on Giju's typical style of giving opponents a hard time, noting how effective it was against Del. As he lies down on his bed, Han contemplates the upcoming promotions to the 3rd level. He wonders who among the squad members might move up, considering Del, Dmitri, or Knut. He introspectively questions if his thoughts indicate feelings of loneliness. In same match, Giju addresses his squad with a serious demeanor, declaring his intention to target Del Simon. This declaration prompts a reaction from Knut and Jose, who exchange concerned looks. Jose reminds Knut of a previous statement by Giju, where he insisted on being killed if they forced him to target Simon. Giju interrupts their conversation, explaining that his objection earlier was due to their plan of facing Simon head-on, which he believes would make them easy targets. Jose confronts Giju about his manner of speaking, expressing his discomfort with Giju's approach. Giju reassures Jose that he doesn't intend to confront Del Simon head-on. He points out Del's weakness in teamwork, acknowledging that while it has improved, Del's pride prevents him from backing down from a direct fight. Jose questions Giju's statement, reminding him that he explicitly said he wouldn't go head-to-head with Del. Giju confirms his strategy, clarifying that he plans to pretend to engage Del directly while allowing Jose and the rest of Squad 13 to handle the other members of Squad 3. The referee then announces the beginning of the Capture the Flag match between Squad 3 and Squad 13. Giju confronts Del with a bold challenge, declaring, "All right, come at me, Del Simon. I, Jeng Giju, will gladly take you on." Despite his aggressive words, he keeps a safe distance from Del. Observing Giju's cautious approach, Del begins to move away. This causes Giju to question his own strategy, wondering if he has been too cautious. Realizing that he needs to take a more assertive stance, Giju reluctantly decides he must play the role of the bad guy to effectively confront Del. Then Giju launches a verbal assault on Del Simon, provoking him by calling him a fake genius. Giju undermines Del's abilities by praising Han's superior combat skills and Kuro's more advanced psychic abilities. He further taunts Del by speculating that Han might now be taller than him, and even suggests that he himself might be taller than Del. Incensed by Giju's insults and taunts, Del turns towards him in anger and retaliates with a powerful psychic attack. Giju is fully aware that facing Del Simon directly is futile. Therefore, Giju adopts a strategy of evasion, running around to avoid Del's attacks. Despite Giju's attempts to evade him, Del pursues him relentlessly, fueled by anger and determination. This pursuit transforms their clash into the longest recorded match in ARC's history. 7 years ago, John Red pursued another Psyker who was attempting to flee from ARC. The fleeing Psyker, aware of John's pursuit, confronted him, telling him to cease following. John Red responded, stating that it was his duty to apprehend and bring the Psyker back into ARC's fold. The fleeing Psyker expressed disdain for institutions like ARC that train psychics, particularly objecting to teaching children how to kill. The Psyker who fled ARC, revealing their backstory, explains that they were offered up to the organization by their devout believer father, who belonged to a religious cult named Peaceful Red. Mirror, raised in this environment, the Psyker was trained rigorously as a mercenary from a young age, subjected to brutal and relentless training sessions. Initially starting with small animals, the training progressed to larger animals like dogs, pigs, cows, and even monkeys. This harsh upbringing desensitized the Psyker to violence, eventually enabling him to kill other humans without hesitation. Reflecting on their traumatic past, the Psyker expresses a strong desire to prevent other children from suffering the same fate. He urged John to reconsider his allegiance to ARC and return, emphasizing the detrimental impact of such training on young lives and advocating for a different path for future generations. John, deeply serious and concerned about the impending war, interrupts the Psyker's plea with a decisive action. He throws away his cigar and emphatically states that if humanity loses the upcoming war, there won't be anyone left to fight for human rights. He reassures the Psyker that he won't ask him to kill anyone, but he implores him to at least accept a role as an instructor within ARC. The Psyker, however, remains resolute and defiant, reiterating their strong objections to being involved with ARC or any institution that trains psychos to kill. He expressed his firm stance against such practices, emphasizing his unwillingness to participate. John acknowledges the psycho's stance but counters that it poses a significant problem for him. Despite the psycho's refusal to cooperate, John stresses that it's his duty to bring him back to ARC. He hints at the possibility of using force if necessary. The fleeing psycho warns John that attempting to do so would be risky, suggesting it could lead to deadly consequences. Without hesitation, John rushes toward the fleeing psycho and launches an attack. The person attempts to dodge, but John's strike grazes his cheek. John then tries to attack him again, but the psycho swiftly disarms him. Seizing the initiative, the psycho grabs the knife and swings it at John, managing to inflict a shallow cut on John's neck. Despite this, the psycho refrains from delivering a fatal blow, stating that he could have killed John in that moment. John, undeterred, retaliates with a decisive hit to the psycho's head, causing him to drop the knife. With resolve, John remarks that the psycho should have followed through and killed him if he truly intended to stop him. As the intense altercation continues, both John and the other psycho assume combat stances. John attempts to strike first with a punch, but the psycho easily blocks it and retaliates swiftly by landing a powerful blow to John's stomach, sending him crashing backwards. Asserting his dominance, the psycho declares that John has had enough and asserts that he will never win this confrontation. John, undeterred and defiant despite spitting blood, challenges the psycho to finish the fight decisively by picking up the knife lying on the ground and ending it once and for all. This statement triggers a serious reaction from the psycho, whose expression turns grave. John presses further, questioning if his words have struck a chord due to Psycho's pride as a martial artist or for some other reason. In response, the psycho raises his hand, seemingly prepared to deliver a final blow. However, he acknowledges that even if he were to strike, John wouldn't die from it. In the midst of their intense confrontation, John Red observes the person's hand and realizes it poses a greater threat than the nearby knife. Both combatants prepare for what seems to be the final strike of their fight. As an aircraft flies overhead, the psycho rushes towards John with swift determination. John, though nervous, maintains a calm demeanor with a slight sheen of sweat on his face. The psycho swings his hand like a knife, aiming for John, who attempts to evade, but ends up with a long cut across his right eye in the process. Reacting swiftly, John utilizes his psychic abilities to counterattack the psycho. Shortly after, Johnny arrives at the scene where the two fighters lie on the ground. With his characteristic humor, Johnny remarks on the situation, questioning whether one of them died, killed the other, or perhaps both. John starts to rise, explaining that the person is unconscious, having been subdued by John blocking his airway with his psychic powers. Johnny queries John about the flames he used during their fight, to which John confirms they were controlled with the help of a mineral given to him by Octo. This mineral enhances psychic abilities, enabling John to wield fire precisely without causing excessive harm. Reflecting on the battle, Johnny remarks on the inconvenience of their confrontation and expresses regret for not intervening sooner. John brushes off the comment, redirecting their focus to the task of taking their unconscious Wei Chen back with them. Johnny contacts Delta for transport, announcing the mission's completion and confirming Wei Chen's identity. John corrects Johnny's initial misidentification, emphasizing that the person they subdued is Wei Chen, not Li Chan. Johnny, currently relaxing and enjoying beer, crushes an empty can and opens another one while Han watches nervously. Johnny notices Han's gaze and offers him a can, but Han politely declines. Reflecting on Han's youth, Johnny comments on the irony that despite Han's physical maturity, he still carries the innocence and inexperience of youth. He playfully encourages Han to stay alive and not die prematurely, joking that it would be a shame if Han didn't live long enough to legally enjoy beer 2 years later. Han, feeling uneasy with Johnny's continuous talk about drinking, interrupts him as they witness other soldiers during their run, counting in rhythm. Johnny acknowledges Han's remark and reminds him that it will only take 2 more years for Han to surpass him as a psychic warrior. Johnny reflects internally, concerned about the potential danger if fully developed psychos like Han were to turn against Ark. He recalls a past confrontation where he had to battle and ultimately kill a psycho who had turned against Ark, realizing the gravity of such situations. Bringing his focus back to the present, Johnny emphasizes to Han the importance of loyalty and humanity, warning him not to become a threat to humanity like those who oppose Ark. Later on, in their Octo research lab, Han is seen wearing a first-generation psycho frame and exercising with a large white ball, indicating his continued training and development of his psychic abilities. Under Ark's guidance, Octo observes Han with admiration, noting his cost-effectiveness in terms of psychic power usage. Despite Han's maximum psychic power output being a record low, Octo highlights that his minimum output is also exceptionally low, indicating minimal energy loss. This precision allows Han to control his psychic energy levels with great accuracy. Comparing Han's abilities to an ordinary subject who can divide their energy output into 10 levels, Octo explains that Han can subdivide his energy into 20 levels, showcasing his exceptional control and potential for further improvement with continued training. After completing the training session, Octo announces that Han has successfully finished his training regimen. After Han completes his training session, he collapses to the ground, breathing heavily from the exertion. Octo approaches him and congratulates him on his improvement, noting that the operation time was 25 minutes, which is a step forward. Han acknowledges the progress, but expresses that he still has a long way to go before he can effectively use this in battle. Octo reassures Han that he has only just begun his training and advises him not to rush his progress. Han mentions that he has exhausted all his physical strength during the training session. Octo apologizes for the strain and offers to assist Han out of the psycho frame. Later, Octo helps Han out of the psycho frame, and then gives him an energy drink to replenish his energy levels after the strenuous training session. After Han finishes his training session, Octo checks on him and asks how he's feeling. Han responds that he feels intense pain throughout every muscle in his body. Octo explains that it's natural because Han not only used every muscle, but also expended all his psychic energy. He assures Han that with time, he will become accustomed to the strain, especially when using the second-generation psycho frame, which will be easier to handle. Curious about the second-generation psycho frame, Han asks Octo for more information. Octo reveals that the second-generation psycho frames are highly classified and mentions that only 80 of them are ready to be deployed. He explains that the production is limited due to the scarcity of dragon parts required for their construction. After his discussion with Octo about the second-generation psycho frames, Han expresses curiosity about the number of psychos who can use them. Octo mentions that currently, there are around 50 individuals in the third level who can utilize psycho frames, implying that about 30 more could potentially move up. Octo then remarks that his focus is primarily on technology development, and that he doesn't involve himself much in training guidelines. Han salutes Octo as he leaves the lab, and Octo bids him farewell. Outside, Han encounters John near the engineering building. Han inquires if John has just returned from the third-level building, to which John responds affirmatively and adds that he saw Silence there. Han and John engage in a conversation outside the engineering building. Han remarks that he assumes Silence has returned from a mission, to which John responds teasingly that it sounds like Han missed him. Han admits that Silence is the only one around his age at Ark, and he finds things quite boring without him. John mentions that Silence talks a lot about Han as well, expressing surprise that they get along. Han acknowledges that he doesn't mind waiting for Silence to communicate via typing, and he finds all the soldiers in Ark to be nice to him. As John puts his cigar in his mouth, he reflects internally that Han has always shown consideration for others, and like many boys his age, he believes Han's genuine kindness is evident when someone is nice out of sincerity rather than obligation. John also thinks Silence is perceptive enough to recognize sincerity and considers striking up a conversation without genuine interest to be rude. Han and John continue their conversation outside the engineering building at Ark. John asks Han how he would feel if someone kept talking to him while secretly thinking he was a lunatic. Han respectfully responds that he wouldn't like it at all. Curious, Han then asks John why Silence always wears his mask. John is surprised by the question and asks Han if he genuinely doesn't know. Han confirms that he really doesn't and mentions that the mask doesn't seem to have any functional purpose. They pause and stare at each other for a moment. John sighs and explains that Silence wears the mask purely the way it looks. A few days later, Johnny warmly welcomes a new psyker who has been promoted to level 3. Introducing himself as a first-generation psyker, Johnny Schwartz shakes hands with the newcomer, who is revealed to be Dell. Johnny informs Dell that there are plenty of others who will explain things to him and instructs him to follow along. Dell complies and begins following Johnny as they proceed. Johnny enthusiastically asks Dell if he is the genius he's heard about, expressing his anticipation to witness Dell's abilities firsthand. Dell recalls a past memory where others marveled at his psychic prowess, praising his telekinesis skills and predicting his potential to excel at Arc. Arriving at Arc and seeing numerous psychos, Dell resolves to prove himself as the best among them, driven by his determination and ambition. Dell witnesses Kuro crying and feels intense anger, believing Kuro doesn't belong at Arc and shouldn't be a psyker. Fueled by his frustration towards Kuro's, Dell approaches him and punches him, causing Kuro to fall to the ground. Dell finds it unbearable that someone he considers a loser could be a better psyker than himself, especially reaching S level, a rank Dell believes is only attainable by those born with innate talent, not through training. Dell resents Kuro's emotional vulnerability and contrasts it with his own relentless efforts to maintain his status as a genius in the psyker community. Han and Silence are seated in a meeting room, pondering the reason for the emergency meeting. Han questions aloud what it could be about, expressing uncertainty. Silence responds, suggesting that since both of them have been summoned, it might involve another special mission. Just then, Corporal Shijun enters, interrupting their discussion. Han turns to see Shijun and acknowledges his greeting, remarking on the time that has passed since they last met. After Corporal Shijun takes a seat, Han asks him directly if he is being considered for a squad leader position. Shijun confirms this, explaining that they are facing a shortage of squad leaders due to the absence of the first-generation psychos. He then brings up the matter of the dimensional tier honor, prompting Han's immediate recognition and concern about the situation involving the tier honor dimensional tier. Corporal Shijun explains to Han that tier honor, as the capital of Albania, was the site of a previous dimensional tier during the First War. This event left Albania and the Balkan Peninsula, including Greece, devastated because humanity failed to halt the advance of the Dragon Army. Han quickly makes the connection that the minions are attempting to open another tier, similar to their previous attempt in Sinwiju. Corporal Shijun reveals to Han the severity of the situation regarding the dimensional tier in Tier Honor. He explains that the allied forces guarding the tier were completely wiped out by the minions. This loss means that soon the minions will escalate to fire level 2, requiring all soldiers of Arc to be on standby for deployment. Han expresses disbelief at the scale of the minion forces, prompting Shijun to explain that Ellis mages among them can open warp tunnels, allowing for the rapid movement of their forces over long distances without conventional transportation. Shijun emphasizes that the minion forces are actively growing and are determined to open the tier. Han reflects on the escalating urgency of the situation, realizing that events are unfolding faster than anticipated, and they might soon face an actual dragon in battle. Just then, Johnny arrives late to the meeting and introduces Dell as the final squad member. Johnny suggests skipping introductions since Han and Dell have already been on a mission together, despite the tension between them evident from their cold stares toward each other. Dell harbors deep resentment towards Han, feeling that Han has always hindered him and kept him from excelling. He is determined to finally overcome Han and prove his superiority. Meanwhile, Johnny begins the meeting by outlining their mission, to prevent the opening of the tier on a dimensional tier. He emphasizes the critical role of the 7 first gens equipped with psycho frames, but only 3 psycho frames can be deployed on the ground. Johnny underscores the importance of their mission, highlighting that failure could lead to a catastrophic dragon attack that only the Psycho Frames can effectively counter. Del appears slightly nervous as the gravity of the upcoming mission sinks in. Meanwhile, Han clenches his fists tightly, reflecting on how all his training has prepared him for this crucial moment. Eager and determined, Han turns to Johnny, their squad leader, and asks when they will deploy. Johnny, after a brief pause, adjusts his glasses and gives the decisive order. Now, at the Tirana outpost, located 20 kilometers from the Tirana dimensional tier, an army official presents a satellite image showing multiple psychic shields detected in the area. These shields are likely being used to summon dragons, but it's uncertain which shield is specifically summoning them. The official acknowledges the impracticality of using airstrikes due to the shield's resilience. Even nuclear missiles would be ineffective against them. Moreover, the urban terrain and underground enemy movements further complicate the situation. After observing the serious expressions of the Arch-Psychos, the army official nervously decides to move on to the next agenda item. Shortly thereafter, the meeting concludes and the squad members disperse. Han gathers his team and outlines their plan of attack. He emphasizes that while the Allied forces engage the minions directly, their Psychic Force squads will be tasked with locating and neutralizing the Ellis mages within the Psychic Shields. Han reminds them that they have 7 Psycho Frames on standby in the air, but they can only request up to 3 for assistance on the ground as a last resort. He stresses the importance of conserving resources and holding their ground, even if it means sacrificing some soldiers initially. Han warns that the enemies will aim to force their Psycho Frames into action early in the battle to exhaust their defenses. Shortly after the meeting, the Allied forces initiate their attack on the minions with tanks, successfully eliminating many of them. Observing the battlefield, Han acknowledges that the grunts, while not individually threatening against their advanced weaponry, pose a unique danger due to their propensity for mass hysteria. He warns his team about their reckless behavior, noting that grunts will mindlessly attack anything in their path, often sacrificing themselves without concern for survival. Han highlights the unsettling sound of their teeth grinding as a catalyst for their frenzied state. Despite the efficiency of their weapons in eliminating grunts, Han cautions that their sheer numbers and rapid procreation rate continue to pose a significant challenge. He reflects on the irony that, despite their vulnerability in combat, grunts persist due to their prolific ability to reproduce. As the Allied forces engaged the grunts in battle, Han's team moved forward to execute their plan to eliminate the Ellis mages attempting to summon dragons. Just as they began, Han detected the presence of 4 grunts nearby. However, their path was unexpectedly blocked by an ogre, a formidable enemy standing in their way. In response, Han quickly formulated a strategy. He directed Corporal Shijun and Silence to handle the grunts while he and Del focused on dealing with the ogre. As Shijun and Silence moved towards the grunts, the ogre launched an attack towards them. Han seized the opportunity and engaged the ogre directly, drawing its attention away from his teammates. Han taunted the ogre to divert its focus onto him, yelling to attract its aggression. This maneuver allowed Shijun and Silence to confront the grunts without interference from the ogre, enabling them to execute their part of the mission effectively. In the midst of the intense battle, the ogre swiftly retaliated against Han by seizing a nearby car and hurling it towards him. Han reacted swiftly, evading the projectile by leaping into the air with impressive agility. Recognizing the need for a coordinated attack, Han commanded Del to create a path for him. Del responded using his psychic abilities to manipulate rocks, clearing a direct route for Han to approach the ogre. Taking advantage of the opening, Han dashed forward and ascended the ogre's body, swiftly reaching its head. With precision and speed, Han thrust his spear towards the ogre's eye, causing the massive creature to roar in agony. Sensing an opportunity, Han quickly lobbed a grenade into the ogre's open mouth. To shield Han from the ensuing explosion, Del once again employed his psychic powers, creating a protective barrier around Han. The grenade detonated with force, causing the ogre to stagger and collapse. Han and Del's coordinated effort and quick thinking proved crucial in neutralizing the formidable ogre threat, after efficiently dispatching the ogre and the grunts with their coordinated efforts. Han retrieves his spear from the ogre's corpse and confidently urges his team to move forward. Meanwhile, Silence and Corporal Shi-jun successfully eliminate the four grunts they were engaged with. Observing Han's leadership and combat prowess, Shi-jun reflects on how much Han has grown. He acknowledges Han's talent and leadership qualities, feeling reassured and impressed by Han's dependability as a leader. Despite Shi-jun's extensive experience on the battlefield, he finds himself following Han with confidence, knowing that Han has his back. As Han's team progresses through a narrow alley between two large buildings, they come across dead bodies strewn in their path. Han quickly orders his team to halt while he investigates the scene. Upon closer inspection, Han notes that the bodies are still relatively fresh, indicating they were killed recently. Meanwhile, Shi-jun calls out to Han from behind, informing him about the presence of werewolves nearby, suggesting the involvement of Ellis hunters in the area. This revelation prompts Han to swiftly assess their surroundings once more, heightening his vigilance. Han commands Del and Silence to prepare their weapons and remain on standby, awaiting his signal. Han quickly assesses the situation, realizing that close-range combat would be more effective against werewolves than firearms. He decides to create a distraction by throwing a rock ahead to generate noise, drawing the attention of the approaching werewolves. With a stun grenade primed and ready, Han waits until the werewolves charge towards the noise. As they close in, Han skillfully tosses the stun grenade towards them, causing it to detonate and momentarily incapacitate both werewolves with its blinding light and deafening sound. Taking advantage of the stunned werewolves, Silence and Del swiftly advance and execute their plan. They move in quickly, efficiently severing the heads of both werewolves before they can recover from the grenade's effects. Han quickly identifies the threat posed by the Ellis hunter perched nearby with a bow. With swift command, he directs his team to take cover, anticipating the incoming attack. As the hunter releases an arrow aimed at them, Del reacts instinctively, using a nearby dead body as a shield to intercept the projectile. After successfully blocking the arrow, Del exhales in relief while Silence glances at him with concern. Del justifies his action by prioritizing their safety, prompting Han to assert the need to neutralize the Ellis hunter. He prepares to retaliate by readying a grenade for a counterattack. Observing Han's intent to throw the grenade, Shi-jun doubts its effectiveness due to the distance involved. Meanwhile, Silence and Del share their skepticism, noting that even if they could reach the hunter, the enemy would likely dodge the grenade. Han launches it with remarkable speed toward the Ellis hunter, who attempts to evade the incoming grenade. However, Han skillfully manipulates his psychic ability to redirect the grenade's trajectory, ensuring it strikes and eliminates the Ellis hunter effectively. Impressed by Han's display of skill, Silence acknowledges his achievement with a pat on the shoulder and a thumbs up. Shi-jun, though not well versed in psychic abilities, recognizes the feat's difficulty and expresses his admiration for Han's capability. Meanwhile, Del reflects on Han's technique, likening it to making a challenging shot in basketball a three-pointer from the center of the court with one's back turned. This comparison underscores the precision and difficulty of Han's psychic maneuver. Shortly afterward, a message arrives requesting the elimination of a psychic shield at Point 9. Han directs his squad to advance towards Point 9, which is 1 kilometer ahead, aiming to complete their objective within 5 minutes. Meanwhile, Shi-jun follows closely behind Han, reflecting on their earlier conversation. Han had instructed him to set up a tripwire and extend it to their current location, using grenades to create a trap for the approaching minions. Shi-jun is impressed by Han's growing leadership and tactical acumen, noting how quickly he has matured as a soldier despite his young age, which saddens Shi-jun to witness. After arriving at Point 9, Han assesses the enemy forces and swiftly devises a plan. He instructs everyone except Silence to clear a path leading towards the psychic shield, ensuring they secure an escape route while they work. Han designates Silence to breach the psychic shield and eliminate the Ellis mage. Silence acknowledges the task without hesitation, and Han emphasizes their reliance on him to successfully complete the critical part of the mission. The scene shifts to a child watching a DVD and enjoying the movie Samurai Who Cut the Moon. In the movie, a samurai unsheathes his katana, jumps high into the air, and declares, "I am air." The child, who is actually silence, recalls this phrase, "I am air," resonating with him deeply. Meanwhile, the other team members engage in combat against grunts, lesser enemies in their mission. Silence, utilizing his unique psychic trait, teleports himself directly in front of a psychic shield protecting an Elismage. With precision and swiftness, he breaks the shield using his blade and decapitates the Elismage before the minions or Elismage can react. While a message appears on Silence's mask, stating "Kill the monster," as Silence decapitates the Elismage, he is immediately surrounded by minion grunts. The message on his mask changes to "No mercy." He then proceeds to kill the approaching grunts one after another with ruthless efficiency. After dealing with the enemies, he jumps into the air and uses his psychic trait to regroup with his team. Han reports to headquarters, stating that Squad Izzy has eliminated Point 9 and announces their intent to retreat before they are surrounded by more enemies. Del, a fellow team member, turns to Silence and questions the childish messages displayed on his mask, saying they give him goosebumps. Meanwhile, a cargo plane a distance from Izzy Squad and deploys a psycho frame to the ground. Seeing the deployment of the psycho frame, Han alerts his team. One psycho frame has been deployed for ground support. We need to hurry. He then receives a message from another team. Izzy 1, can you hear me? This is Alpha 1. Recognizing the caller as the leader of Squad Alpha, Han responds, "This is Izzy 1. I hear you." The Alpha Squad leader inquires about their next location, Point 8, and suggests that since they are nearby, they plan to join Squad Izzy for the mission. Han is taken aback and inquires about the completion of their assigned tasks, marveling inwardly at the speed of their accomplishments. The Alpha Squad leader acknowledges their swift execution but introduces a concern. Han, now worried, queries about the nature of the problem, wondering if they are being pursued. The Alpha Squad leader elaborates that they focused solely on eliminating the Elumages, disregarding other aspects, which has led to a sizable group now chasing them. Han begins by checking the area on his watch, likely to assess their location. He reflects on Derek, the leader of Squad Alpha 1, noting Derek's ability to emit electricity as his quirk. Han wonders if there's a location nearby where Derek could effectively utilize this ability. Shortly after, Han communicates with Derek over their communication channel, addressing him as Alpha 1. Han asks if Derek can hear him, to which Derek responds affirmatively, saying he can hear Han loud and clear. Derek mentions he was waiting as instructed by Han, but since no further instructions came, he was concerned they had been abandoned. Han then provides Derek with specific directions. He instructs Derek to turn left in 500 meters and continue straight for another 200 meters. Han informs Derek that by following these directions, they will come across a large outdoor swimming pool. Despite the blackout affecting the city, Han believes there should still be rainwater in the pool, which will be useful for their survival. After hearing Han's suggestion about using his electricity-emitting ability, Derek was visibly shocked and began sweating profusely, indicating his surprise about Han's plan. Derek then responds, saying, "I think I know what you're getting at," implying that he understands the strategy that Han has quickly devised to utilize his unique ability effectively. Han acknowledges Derek's understanding and confirms the plan, stating that they will proceed to the specified location and wait there as planned. In a more relaxed moment amidst their mission, Derek addresses Han affectionately as Izzy 1, with a code name, and expresses a sentiment of friendship beyond their current mission. Derek suggests that if they survive the current ordeal and return to their base arc, they should become friends. Han responds with a simple "all right," indicating agreement and acceptance of Derek's gesture. Meanwhile, amidst their conversation and plans, the werewolves approach near to Alpha Squad. One of the squad member is hit by the attack, and the werewolf managed to snatch a bag from him, This team member turns to Derek and asks urgently how much further they have to go. Derek reassures them, saying they are almost there, pointing out a specific corner they need to reach. He confidently declares that as soon as they turn that corner, he will use his ability to effectively deal with their adversaries. Meanwhile, Izzy Squad arrives at the pool location that was previously mentioned. However, Han is shocked and dismayed to find that the pool is completely empty. Del explains that due to the broken floor and walls of the pool, there is no water left. Upon realizing this, Han becomes flustered and starts trembling with guilt. He blames himself internally, feeling responsible for putting everyone in danger by leading them to a location that turned out to be useless without water. Shi-jun calls out to Han, but Han does not respond. Shi-jun physically gets Han's attention by tapping his shoulder. He reassures Han to calm down, emphasizing that nobody has died so far. Han turns towards Shi-jun and notices Shi-jun's determined expression. This sight helps Han to calm himself down. Han hears a voice coming from the direction of the Alpha team. Han announces that the enemy is approaching rapidly, prompting everyone to prepare for imminent defense. Derek spots the Izzy Squad in the distance and advises everyone to run as fast because their support is just in front of them. On the other hand, Izzy Squad started running towards Derek group. Silence leads the charge, followed closely by Han. Han instructs his team to focus on protecting the Alpha Squad, emphasizing the importance of their safety amid the chaotic situation. Han and Silence engage the approaching werewolves in close combat, and Shi-jun and Del provide fire support from a rear position. Han orders his squad to retreat while fighting, directing them to eliminate any werewolves that come too close but to otherwise focus on withdrawing from the immediate danger. Shi-jun addresses Han, expressing concern about their current situation and suggesting that they request a psycho frame. Han considers the gravity of his decision, knowing it will impact everyone's lives. He contemplates Corporal Shi's advice about requesting ground support, seeing it as a potential temporary solution to their crisis. With only 2 units remaining, Han weighs the consequence of requesting help, as it would leave only 1 unit for other squads. Han resolves that they must find a way to resolve the situation independently without requesting external assistance. Han begins to scan their surroundings, searching for anything that could aid them in their current predicament. Han notices a water tank hidden behind the trees, which surprises him. He speculates that there might be water inside the tank. Considering the possibility, Han orders Silence and Del to move to the other side of the pool. He directs Alpha 2, 3, 4, and Izzy 3 to maintain the line of defense and lure their enemies into the swimming pool. Han tells Silence about the water tank behind the tree and instructs him to open it and check inside for water. Han believes that even half a tank will be sufficient for their needs. Han commands Del Simon to prepare to destroy the supporting structure of the water tank. Han kills an approaching Ellis Hunter with his spear thrust. Silence checks the water tank and confirms its status by messaging Han with OK. Han orders all troops to retreat and tells Alpha 1 to get ready. Del destroys the water tank support, causing it to fall and fill the pool with water. Werewolves, grunts, and Ellis Hunters are gathered in pool and moving towards them. Derek steps forward, stating he plans to restore his reputation. He begins to focus his psychic powers into his fist. Derek makes a humorous comment about the dinner menu being rotisserie. He dips his hand into the pool water and unleashes his full electrical psychic trait. Derek's power kills all the enemies in the pool instantly. Derek declares their victory as complete. His nose starts bleeding, and he begins to tremble and fall. Han grabs Derek to prevent him from falling. Derek apologizes to Han, saying he has no strength left. He entrusts the leadership of Alpha Squad to Han, referring to him as Izzy 1. Han acknowledges Derek's exhaustion, but emphasizes the immediate need to move. Derek, despite his condition, responds with determination, calling Han a tenacious bastard. As they move, 2 more Psycho Frame units are deployed from a battle cargo plane. Han informs the team that all ground support Psycho Frame units have been dispatched, giving them the upper hand and marking the last critical point. Upon reaching the last point, They observe numerous dead bodies of grunts scattered down. Shijun expresses surprise at the sight, wondering if all the minions have already been defeated. Despite expecting there to be many more, Han announces that there is only one location remaining. The Psycho Frame units are engaged in battle, swiftly killing ogres and grunts that approach them. Izzy 1 and Alpha 1 move towards the last psychic shield. Han orders Silence to pierce through the shield. Silence moves forward and destroys the shield. As they move inside the shield, everyone, including Del, is shocked by what they see. They all wonder what the grunts are doing, expressing their disbelief at their actions. Han emphasizes the need to act quickly and kill the Elismage without hesitation. Shortly after, there is an explosion of pink light. Han kills the last Elismage. Despite the victory, Han is nervous because a crack starts to open up. Han is shocked as he sees a large forearm emerging from the crack. Han wonders what kind of monster he is seeing, noting that even though he can only see its front claw, it is undoubtedly much larger than the dragons they learned about, at least twice as big. As he continues to stare at the large forearm, the crack reaches his feet. Seeing the danger, Silence dashes towards Han, thinking that Han is about to fall into the crack. Silence recalls a previous moment when he typed a message to Han, telling him not to die. Han is surprised by Silence's statement. Silence explains that courage isn't about not knowing fear but about overcoming it. Han sighs and tells Silence that he has no intention of dying. He asks where Silence heard such a phrase. Silence mentions that he heard it in a movie called Samurai Who Cut the Moon and promises to show it to Han when they get back to Ark. In the present, Silence grabs Han. While carrying Han, Silence uses his quirk to teleport them away from the crack. As they move away, a large head appears from the crack and engulfs all the grunts present in one swift motion. Silence and Han fall to the ground and start trembling. Han looks back at the dragon and observes it eating all of its followers. All the Psychic Force members present start trembling in fear upon seeing this. The dragon extends its forearm towards the Psychos but cannot reach them. Han realizes that the crack is too small, allowing only the dragon's head and forearm to emerge. Han understands that they need to request a Psycho Frame quickly. Han swiftly reaches for his watch to make the request. The dragon starts to roar, causing fear among everyone present. The roar leads to their eyes turning red, as the dragon exerts control over their minds. The dragon checks their memories and looks towards the sky and comments about the presence of pests above. Han and the other Psychos struggle against the dragon's mind control. The dragon declares that it will finish off those on the ground once the crack widens. Del trying to resist the dragon's mind control, telling it to get out of his head. The dragon notices the cargo plane flying above and declares its intention to destroy it, accusing it of being made from the dragon's flesh and bones. Han realizes the dragon is targeting the cargo plane and thinks that he needs to stop it, but struggles to get up due to the dragon's mind control. The dragon begins gathering a large amount of energy in its mouth to attack the cargo plane. Del thinks they are all going to die. Han believes everyone will die unless he takes action, and manages to break free from the mind control. Han dashes towards his spear, quickly grabs it from the ground, and rushes towards the dragon to interrupt the dragon attack. Del tries to lift his gun but trembles and drops it due to intense pain. Then he also crashed to the ground. Seeing Han standing despite the situation, Del grits his teeth in anger and thinks how Han is the only one who seems unaffected. Before the tier on a dimensional crack mission, John gives a file to Johnny, asking about his plans regarding the level 3 advancement roster. Johnny opens the roster and starts reviewing it. He decides to deploy one of the individuals listed in the roster for the tier on a mission as a member of Lee Chan's squad. John asks Johnny about Lee Chan. Johnny explains that Lee Han and Lee Chan are the same person. Lee Chan is just a nickname Johnny gave him. John questions if Johnny's nickname is supposed to be funny, putting his cigar in his mouth and repeating the nickname several times. John turns to Johnny and criticizes him for repeating the same behavior he did with Wei Chen in the past, asking if he hasn't matured since then. Johnny deflects by pointing out John's habit of smoking in non-smoking areas, Johnny notices Knut name on the roster and realizes Knut has a healing quirk. He also notes that Knut used to be in the same squad as Lee Chan. Continuing through the roster, Johnny shows Dmitri's picture to John and remarks that he likes Dmitri because he sees a resemblance to himself. John approaches and points to Del's picture on the roster, stating that Del is better than Dmitri. Johnny disagrees, suggesting that Del might be more similar to John. John instructs Johnny to follow his orders, asserting that Del and Han will make the perfect duo. Johnny asks if Del and Dmitri get along well. John clarifies that technically, they don't have a great relationship, but they have never let personal issues interfere with their mission. He mentions that Del despises losing more than anything else, which serves as a strong motivator for him. Del shouts Han's name and stands up, covering his body with psychic energy, determined to match Han's abilities. He uses his psychic ability to move Han directly towards the dragon's head. Han arrives near the dragon's head, empowered by Del's support, while Del struggles and falls to the ground again under the dragon's influence. Han channels his psychic energy into his spear, before his intention not to seriously injure the dragon, but to alter the trajectory of its attack. But due to Del's help, he can now able to injure the dragon and launches his spear attack towards the dragon. At the same time, the dragon also launches its attack towards the cargo plane. Han's attack slightly alters the trajectory of the dragon's attack, causing it to hit one side of the plane's wings. However, Han falls to the ground and draws the dragon's attention. As Han struggles to stand, he realizes he can't feel his left arm and leg. The dragon dismisses Han's efforts as futile, claiming there's no hope left for them. Despite this, the dragon notices a persistent determination in Han's eyes. Despite being targeted by the dragon's attack, Han remains still because of its injury and does not attempt to evade. The dragon's attack is halted because it begins sinking into the closing crack from which it emerged. In frustration, the dragon shouts about wanting to kill Han before it potentially loses its chance. Han tries to move away again, but notices that his left leg is not responding. As the dragon continues its attack, a beam of light falls between Han and the dragon's arm, causing dust to swirl around. Han shields his eyes. Once the dust settles, Han sees a psycho frame standing before him. The psycho frame intervenes and stops the dragon's claw from reaching Han, saving Han's life. Han wonders if Johnny descended without an assault pod, noting that only Johnny could manage such a feat. Johnny asks if he arrived just in time and mentions he might be the only survivor from above. Han notices the damaged legs of the psycho frame due to the impact of its landing. Johnny bids farewell to Han. The dragon tightens its claws on the psycho frames and begins sinking back into the crack. Han starts crying as he watches the dragon and Johnny sink into the crack, and the crack eventually closes. Even after the crack closes, Han continues to gaze at it, filled with sorrow. A soldier begins a presentation, stating that Bahamut is the code name for the 8th dragon that appeared during the Tirana mission. Upon hearing this, Alexander turns to Sasha and remarks on the grand name given to the dragon. Sasha responds by saying that the dragon is unlike any other that has appeared in the past, noting it is significantly bigger and stronger. The soldier continues the presentation, mentioning the destruction of 4 psycho frame units, highlighting it as a significant loss. The soldier explains that even with a budget advance, it would be difficult to fully arm themselves in a short amount of time. Despite the challenges, the soldier notes that the appearance of the dragon has sparked interest from many other nations in participating in ARC's projects. Alexander reflects that even if there are purists among the other nations, Bahamut's appearance has made their positions difficult. Alexander asks the presenter to stop the screen after noticing something important. He inquires who damaged Bahamut's eye. Han dreams of an old memory where he is sparring with Johnny. During the sparring session, Johnny comments on Han's seemingly emotionless demeanor, suggesting that this rationality makes Han willing to take any path, even one leading to death, if he believes it's the right solution to a problem. Johnny strikes Han with precision, lifting him into the air and slamming him to the ground before Han can react. As Han lies on the ground, Johnny commands him to survive no matter what and tells him to get up. Johnny disappears, and the scene shifts to Han waking up in a hospital bed. Han sees John standing beside his hospital bed, who asks if he is awake. Han asks how long he has been asleep. John informs Han that he has been asleep for 2 whole days. Han asks about Johnny's whereabouts. John explains that Johnny disappeared with the dragon and has been reported as missing instead of deceased. Han, trembling in frustration and gripping one side of the bed tightly, asks John to allow him a moment alone. John leaves the room and sighs upon seeing other first-generation psychos waiting outside Han's room. John sarcastically asks the psychos if they think this is a daycare, noting that Han just woke up and needs time to gather his thoughts. Meanwhile, Han sits on the bed, calming his anger, with his eyes showing newfound determination and resolve. The scene shifts back to the presentation, where the presenter states that many countries have reported no minion activity, and that the majority of the minions seem to have died during the Tirana battle. Alexander expresses relief that the minion activity has decreased, allowing them to breathe easy for a while. He asks if that concludes the meeting for the day. At that moment, Octo raises his hand and says he has something for Alexander to review. Alexander asks Octo what he wants to discuss. Octo proposes that the second-generation prototypes, currently overseen by Team 1, should be reassigned to Team 3. The leader of Team 1 reacts with surprise and frustration, asking what Octo is talking about. Octo explains that the prototype is capable of being activated immediately, suggesting a potential advantage or urgency in reassigning it to his team. Team 1 leader was skeptical about someone's ability to handle a prototype with a high dragon matter ratio, referencing Red, a skilled psychic who struggled with it. Octo retorted that the leader should just admit wanting the prototype for himself, accusing him of planning to disassemble and return it to the factory. The leader refused to give it to Octo, questioning what useless creation Octo would make next. Octo insisted there was someone ideally suited for the prototype and asked for the Alexander's trust. Alexander tells Octo to submit his planned proposal, expressing frustration and a need to leave before going insane. 3 days later, Han leaves his room and encounters Del in the hallway. Initially, they walk past each other without speaking. Han calls out from behind, thanking Del. Del stops momentarily, then turns on. Han thanks Del for his cooperation during the last mission. Del breaks into a cold sweat as he recalls the last mission, particularly when Han rushed towards the dragon while Del struggled to get up. Del grits his teeth and angrily tells Han not to make him laugh, accusing Han of looking down on him because he has been a squad leader a few times. He insists that Han shouldn't treat him like one of his childhood friends. Han gets angry as well and retorts by questioning how many times Del has been able to defeat those childhood friends. He pointedly reminds Del that he recently lost badly to Gijo. Del, still fuming, tells Han to follow him to the gym, threatening to break Han's other arm as well. Han agrees, saying all right, I accept. Both Han and Del head towards the gym, ready to settle their conflict. Seeing Del upset, Han immediately worries if he made the situation worse by their confrontation. On the other hand, Del reflects on his own feelings, realizing he showed Han his inferiority complex. He questions himself, wondering why he's concerned with someone he perceives as crippled. Han considers the situation and concludes that he didn't say anything too serious to upset Del. Despite their thoughts, both Han and Del resolve not to be made fools of by each other. Meanwhile, 2 individuals suddenly appear behind Han and Del, calling out their names. Han and Del turn around and see Dmitri and Knut standing there. Dmitri greets Han and Del, exclaiming that it's been a long time and sharing news that both he and Knut have advanced to level 3. Han and Del exchange nervous looks with each other in response to Dmitri's news. They both agree that they need to cool off a bit. Han suggests they take a break, saying, I think both of us need to cool off a bit. Don't you think so? Del responds strongly, telling Han not to show his face in front of him for a while. He admits that even if he manages to cool off, seeing Han might make him angry again. Meanwhile, Dmitri and Knut move towards Han and Del with smiles on their faces. A few days later, in the cafeteria, Han goes to get his breakfast. Fellow psychos notice him and greet him enthusiastically, commenting on how cool it was that he charged at Dragon with just a spear. Knut joins the conversation and asks Han how it feels to be a hero. Han responds seriously, saying, "That's not funny." At that moment, Derek, the leader of Alpha Squad, approaches Han, commenting that the incident is more bearable to think about with this story in mind, and reminds him of their promise to become friends if they survived. Han recalls him as Alpha 1 Derek. Derek expresses surprise that Han already knows his name and introduces himself formally. He then says he's pleased to meet Han. They sit down at a table with their breakfast. Suddenly, all the fellow psychos in the cafeteria start looking towards Silence. Derek comments that Silence is at it again. Han, confused, asks what Silence is doing. Derek explains that for the past 5 days, Silence has been staring at the wall without drinking any water. He calls it wall training. Derek also mentions that Silence tends to eat a crazy amount of food afterwards, which is quite a spectacle. Han notices that Silence has eaten much more than his size would suggest. Knut remarks that Silence might be experimenting with the limits of the human stomach. Silence enters the scene and places his large sweet tray on the desk with a bang. Han notices that Silence has changed his mask. Silence responds that he forgot to charge his mechanical mask. Han wonders how Silence will eat without his mechanical mask. Han asks Silence why he did the wall training. Silence explains that he reflected on feeling inadequate, unable to do anything but sit and stare while Han fought alone. Han introduces Knut to Silence, saying he's someone Silence has met before. Knut expressing uncertainty if Silence remembers him. Silence responds that he'll try to remember Knut from now on. Knut watches as Silence folds the lower part of his mask and starts eating. Watching Silence eat, Knut's heart rate rises, his cheeks become redder, and he starts sweating profusely. After finishing breakfast, Knut and others are exercising in the gym. Knut sees Silence running on a treadmill, which surprises him. Knut starts questioning his assumptions. He wonders if there was a girl in Ark, or if he might be interested in guys instead. Determined to confront his uncertainty, he decides to approach Silence. Knut whistles and approaches Silence, who is stretching. He attempts to remove Silence's mask to confirm his suspicions. Silence swiftly dodges Knut's attempt and counters by kicking Knut in the stomach, causing him to crash to the floor. Silence waves his finger at Knut and advises him never to let his guard down, emphasizing it's the way of the ninja soldier. He then leaves the gym. Sitting on the ground after Silence leaves, Knut is determined to find out more about what Silence is, and what he meant by ninja soldier. Han approaches Knut and suggests he should stop pursuing Silence. Knut replies that unlike Han, he can't stop until his curiosity is satisfied. Suddenly, Derek grabs Knut's shoulder from behind and calls him a bastard, indicating he understands Knut's determination. Derek tells Knut to meet him at the dorm roof during lunchtime to discuss the details further. Knut asks Derek if he has a good idea or plan. After shaking hands, Knut bids farewell with "all right, see you later," and heads off. Han watches nervously as Knut and Derek part ways. At lunchtime, Knut arrives at the dorm roof where Derek and 2 other psychos are waiting. Derek introduces their group as a secret organization within Ark called the Silence Mask Opener, in short SML. Their purpose is to uncover Silence's face. Derek welcomes Knut as Comrade Knut and hands him a badge made of a bottle cap. Knut expresses disappointment in the badge, calling it a piece of junk and questioning the credibility of Derek's organization. Derek explains that the badge's simplicity is intentional to maintain secrecy. He emphasizes that their organization, the SMO, operates covertly. He proposes that with Knut's addition, they can strengthen their pursuit of Silence. Derek asks Knut about the minimum number of people required by Ark to proceed with a mission. Knut confirms that Ark requires a minimum of 4 people to proceed with a mission. Derek welcomes Knut into the Silence Mask Opener, emphasizing the strength of their organization with 4 members. Derek outlines a plan to test Silence's blink ability at drill ground number 7 in 20 minutes. After disabling Silence's blink, they plan to sound and ambush him. Knut questions the morality of the plan, suggesting it's cowardly. Derek dismisses Knut's concern, implying that Knut doesn't understand Silence well enough. He believes that after witnessing Silence's capabilities, Knut will change his perspective. Examiner orders Silence to get ready for a test involving 6 continuous blinks over a 35-meter distance between each target, with the last blink being vertical. Silence assumes his stance and, upon the command to start, swiftly disappears from his position. He moves with lightning speed, hitting each target in rapid succession. Throughout the test, Silence pushes himself to go faster and further. While performing the test, Silence realizes that even when he blinks, he doesn't lose his acceleration. This means all the kinetic energy he gathers while moving will be released when he falls down from a jump. There was a sudden and powerful psychic disturbance in an area where Silence landed and caused an explosion. Derek observed Silence and remarked that as long as the Silence can blink, it will evade capture. Knut expressed his surprise and fear at realizing that he is more frightening than he initially believed. Derek predicted that the subject is likely to perform to more similar sessions. He suggests to others that they should prepare themselves downstairs. Derek and Knut, smiling, expresses confidence that today they will finally solve the biggest mystery of Ark. Meanwhile, Han leaves his room while carrying a large number of books. Han thinks about Derek and Knut, expressing a hope that those guys will be okay. After the Silence test sessions conclude, that he finds himself surrounded by SMO, a secretive organization created by Derek. Shortly after, Knut uses his healing ability to recover from injuries while lying on the ground with other SMO members. In frustration, he shouts that they are too weak. Derek responds, suggesting that the real problem might be that their opponent is exceptionally strong. He also mentions that he cannot use his special ability to electrocute Silence. Knut emphasizes that their current approach isn't sufficient. He asserts that they need someone with strategic oversight and leadership to guide them. Sometime later, there was a knock on Han's door. Han opened the door and saw Knut and Derek outside. He welcomed them in. Knut requested Han's assistance. Han expressed reluctance, stating that he didn't want to do anything that Silence wouldn't approve of. Knut questioned Han honestly, asking if he too was curious about the person behind a figurative mask. Han promptly responded with a firm no. Knut thought to himself that Han hesitated for a moment. Knut reminisced about the past, specifically how he joined the 13th Squad. He expressed confidence that Han would have managed to establish his own squad even if Knut hadn't been there. Knut then announced his departure, bidding farewell and telling Han to take care. Both Han and Derek were surprised by him. Knut then urges Derek to accompany him, indicating they should move. Han, upon hearing the conversation, thinks about it, and thinks sorry Silence. Han addresses Knut, stating that he will only assist him this one time. However, if Knut fails again, Han advises them to consider giving up. Knut chuckles in response to Han's remark and agrees with him. Later, by noon, Han states that their plan is to lure Silence to the roof of a building that is currently under construction. To ensure this, they will set up multiple traps throughout the building. Han mentions that he has marked the locations where the traps will be set. He suggests they move quickly because there are many traps to set up. Upon checking their watches, everyone is surprised and asks Han how he managed to create such a detailed map in such a short amount of time. They are impressed that it even includes instructions on where to set up traps. Knut points out that he had confidence in Han's abilities, indicating that leaving the planning to Han was the right decision. Han gives instructions to the group. They should move in pairs without him. He advises them not to get closer than 20 meters to Silence, warning that they could be caught instantly. If Silence disappears nearby, Han suggests rolling forward quickly as a potential dodge maneuver. The group acknowledges Han's intelligence and agrees with his strategy. Han commands the group to start moving immediately. The group responds affirmatively and enthusiastically, ready to execute the plan. After some time passes, Han is busy setting traps on the roof of the under-construction building. Han activates his communication device and checks the status, confirming that communication is established. Han communicates with his team members. Derek from SMO1 confirms with a yes. Knut from SMO2 also confirms with a yes, and the rest of the team follows suit. Han confirms that he can hear everyone clearly over the communication device. Han informs the team that the target will soon appear in front of Team 1. He instructs Knut to lure the target towards Derek, to which Knut acknowledges with Roger. Shortly after, Knut follows Silence, who is running away. Silence is surprised to find himself lured towards Derek. Derek attempts to catch Silence, but he manages to dodge Derek's attempt. Silence continues to flee, entering the building. Derek informs Han that the target has entered the building. Han gives orders to his team. He instructs SMO1 and SMO2 to turn around and head towards the roof. He directs SMO23 and SMO4 to take action as well. As Silence enters the building, he activates a trap that hits him in the face with a can. Silence realizes that the traps are more organized and sophisticated compared to before. He deduces that someone clever must have joined the group SMO recently. While SMO23 and SMO4 attempt to approach Silence from behind, Silence notices them and reacts angrily, calling them bastard. SMO3 informs Han that the target has suddenly become very quick and has managed to bypass all the traps except for the first can, showing incredible speed. Han remarks that he didn't expect the traps to catch Silence anyway. He emphasizes that what's crucial is that Silence acknowledges the presence of traps and remains vigilant. Silence dismisses the traps as poorly executed, believing there's no way he would fall for them. Despite this, he senses something unusual, feeling like his opponent has complete control over the situation. SMO3 and SMO4 continue to pursue Silence. SMO3 updates that Silence is heading towards the roof. Silence opened the roof door and saw Han. Then Silence realizes that Han is the one who has been orchestrating the traps and strategy against him. Silence notices two traps placed strategically in front of Han, and they activate as soon as Silence steps onto them. Silence reacts with disbelief and frustration, questioning if he is being treated like a wild animal due to the traps. Despite the traps, Silence decides to rush towards Han. He plans to leap over the first trap and then use his ability Blink to pass Han, after jumping over the second trap. Han anticipates Silence's strategy and understands his intentions to bypass the traps and attack him directly. Silence is surprised and confused as the second trap activates without any apparent interaction from him. Then Silence realizes that Han can manually activate the second trap, which confirms why the second trap activated. Facing the activated trap and the surrounding situation, Silence decides that his only option is to use his ability Blink to maneuver quickly. Silence uses his ability to instantly appear in front of Han. Han apologizes and swiftly covers Silence's head with a bucket, presumably to hinder him. With Silence restrained by Han, the other members of SMO launch a coordinated attack on Silence from multiple angles. Han observes the combat closely and is amazed by Silence's extraordinary physical abilities, comparing them to movements typically seen only in movies. He acknowledges that Silence is exceptional in terms of physical prowess. Silence returns the bucket to Han, signaling the end of the confrontation. Silence communicates to Han that he considers him to be the worst, expressing his disdain, and then he leaves the scene. Han reflects on Silence's reaction, realizing that Silence is genuinely upset with him. Knut questions Han's actions, suggesting that instead of placing the bucket on Silence's head, Han could have attempted to remove Silence's mask. Knut also questions why Han didn't join the attack with the rest of the SMO members. Han explains that he is not actually a member of SMO, which clarifies why he didn't participate fully in the coordinated attack. Some time later, Han goes to Silence's room and knocks on the door. Han expresses his intent to apologize to Silence, saying he is sorry. Silence is standing right behind the door, listening to Han's apology. Han receives a message from Silence on his watch, asking why Han acted against him. Han explains that he couldn't refuse Knut's request because Knut has made significant decisions for him in the past. Han admits that it is entirely his fault and nervously confesses that he actually found the situation enjoyable. Silence queries